Podium Audio presents Capri, Book 1 of Season 3, Delgato Family, Capri. Written by Jaquel J., performed by Lawrence Baldwin and Wesley Siobhan.
Prologue. I stared at my sisters and wanted to cry, but the both of them had already beat me to the punch. Aliyah was wiping her eyes on Cappy's shirt, while Erin held her stomach and stared at me. She was due any day now, and should have been sitting her butt down and resting. Instead, she insisted on bringing me to the airport with my brothers. I'm going to cry so hard on the plane because you two have beat me to it. I pulled my bag up on my arm. Cap looked at Capone, and they both looked at me. I knew they both were keeping it together because both of their wives were acting a whole fool. Then don't go. How the fuck you want to travel anyway? I never had time for myself, Capone. During law school, I settled into being a wife. And then life happened. I never got the chance to be alone. I have to learn how to be alone. Keep that fucking necklace around your neck, Capri. Capadonna looked down at me, and I stepped into his arms. Gonna miss you the most, Cappy. I was close with both my brothers, but me and Capadonna's bond was that much tighter. He was the oldest, and had always protected us, even from the inside of prison walls. He squeezed me so tight as he kissed the top of my head a few times. Just fuck me then. Capone pulled me into his arms and kissed my forehead before wrapping his arms around me. Be safe out there. I will. I promise. My parents were in Barbados, so I planned to stop there for a week before truly continuing my travel journey. Capadonna held my chin and looked me in the eyes. We're proud of you, Capri. You doing what you need to do for you. Nobody can take that from you. Thank you. I gulped down the knot in my throat that was threatening the tears that were going to come. I looked at the security line and then smiled at them. Love you, Capri. Call me soon as you land, okay? Okay? Erin sniffled while Capone rubbed her stomach and kissed her. Aliyah settled by her husband's side, hugging him around the stomach while crying. He held her tightly while he stared me in the eyes. Love you the most, baby doll. A year isn't that bad, right? I shrugged, knowing that a year would feel like a decade away from my family. We'll breeze right on by. Cap lied through his teeth to make Aliyah feel better. Big Pre, over and out. He saluted and smiled at me as I rolled my carry-on beside me. Capone and Cap had already helped me check in all of my bags. I breezed through security and found my gate, propping my feet up on the suitcase and scrolling my phone. A year would breeze right on through, and I would be able to mark this off my bucket list. I had finally done something for me, and not a man. I looked at everyone getting up and ready to board. It never mattered when I traveled. I was always going to get here right before boarding because of my lack of time management on travel days. Even though I had first-class tickets, I never rushed to board first. It's not like I had to work through the aisles like everyone else. My seat was right in the front, and I never had to worry about shoving by people. Damn, sugar. All I got was a text message. I turned my head, and Quamir sat in the empty seat beside me. Quamir? What are you doing here? I stammered. He smirked. I bought a cheap little flight so I can see you walk through the gate. 1 year without my homie is gonna suck. You're the one who told me to travel. Didn't think you would do it, or that it would hurt to see you go. He shrugged and looked at me. I stood up. Did you come for a hug, Mir? He stood up, towering over me. I watched as he patted his jeans and then pulled out a lighter. Take this with you. A lighter? I held it in my hand, confused. My favorite lighter, sugar. Hold it when you miss home. Do a little flick when you're thinking about me. The tears I had successfully been holding at bay came crawling down my face. He held his arms open, and I stepped into them, hugging him. Thank you, Mir. Take this time to fall in love with Capri. Get to know you. And when you come back, be ready for whatever is to happen. I looked up into his eyes and he smiled as I ran my hand across the burns on his face. I will. Can I FaceTime you if the lighter trick doesn't work? Anytime you want to. You got the number. Mir? Yeah. I looked up at him. You still have to be celibate. You not slick, I giggled while wiping my tears. He laughed. Ain't shit out here I want to slide into. You the one that need to keep that shit on lock. They made the call for last boarding, and I slowly rolled my suitcase over toward the door and looked back at him for once. He held his index and middle finger together, and instead of sliding it under his nose, he kissed them and winked at me. I'll be here when you get back, bestie, he teased. I smiled, wiping my tears. I never learned that one. It's only for you. He winked. I swiped my tears, returning the gesture. Later, Mir. Until you return, sugar. 1. Capri. Flying had always intrigued me. I loved how a plane could go full force down a runway and up into the sky holding thousands of pounds of people, luggage, and equipment. Aliyah hated when I pointed out the obvious because she was a bad flyer, but I always found comfort in being up in the clouds. As I started reading Forever My Lady by C. Wilson, I peeped the man looking at me. The only reason I noticed is because I looked up after I had finished reading Finding My Way Out of Darkness by Brianna Michelle. He was trying to be discreet, and he had been failing horribly. He had to have had some money because he was sitting up in business class with me on an Emirates flight. I was so excited to be back home. After traveling for a few months, I decided the backpacker life wasn't for me and settled in Singapore for the remainder of my time abroad. After my tearful goodbye at the airport, I refused to return home after only a few months, so I settled there and enjoyed being somewhere without my family. I wasn't Capri Delgato in Singapore. Nobody gave a hell about who I was. I didn't have to watch my back, carry a gun, or worry about someone walking up on me. I needed to stand on my own as a woman, a single woman, one who needed to find herself. I was so used to being Capone and Capadonna's little sister, Naeem's wife, and Kincaid's shorty, that I forgot what it was like to just be Capri. The woman who loved law, even though I broke it often. I was also a woman who loved being in love. For a while, I pretended like I didn't need love. And the truth was that everyone needed love. We all needed that person that ignited us. You saw them, and then your entire world lit up. This year taught me how to be comfortable with being alone. Being alone used to hurt so bad because I was afraid of it. When you had no choice but to be alone, you learn to become comfortable in it. I remember when I first moved into my place in Singapore. The first night, I sat there crying because I missed home. I missed having someone. I remember calling Capadonna and crying to him, and he had bought a flight to bring me home. I called him the next morning and told him to stay home. He couldn't come and save me, even though I knew he would. When Aliyah texted to ask what she should pack him for the weather there, I knew I needed to stand on my own. Capadonna had his own family and shouldn't have been rushing across the world because I called him crying. I would sit on my balcony crying because I didn't know how I ended up in this headspace. I wasn't supposed to return back until next month, right before my birthday, and I was coming home early without telling anyone. I turned my location off on my phone and prayed that nobody was tracking my necklace. The pilot made the announcement that we were about to land in New York, and I was excited. Too excited to be back home, and right in time for the good weather. As I struggled to grab my carry-on, I felt a strong hand reach above me. "Let me help you with that." I backed away because he was too damn close. Thanks. I smiled, realizing that I was grilling the hell out of him. He was tall, dark, and handsome, with a short fade. I noticed the suit he was wearing and the typical businessman suitcase. It was like every man that was in business bought the same suitcase. I noticed the vintage Rolex watch sitting on his wrist, so I could tell that he had some taste. "You're welcome. I hate to see a woman struggling." I folded my arms, offended. I was not struggling. He smirked, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "You're right. My apologies." I looked him up and down and clocked his designer suit and shoes. When he reached to grab my bag, I could see the tattoo on the inside of his wrist, too. He wasn't totally a square, I guess. "Enjoy New York." I tossed over my shoulder and rushed off the plane. Whenever it was an international flight, everyone damn near rushed to customs because the line was always long. I was lucky that I had global entry, so I didn't have to worry about a long line. I hadn't even left the airport, and I was already excited to be back home. I missed my family and knew they would be excited to see me home early. My driver was already waiting when I finished with customs. He held the sign up, and I paused when I saw my brother walk in behind him. Capadonna looked around and then smiled when he spotted me. I was so excited to see him that I didn't bother to ask him how or why he was here. Rushing into his arms, he picked me up and spun me around. "Hey, baby doll, you didn't think you could sneak back in the country without me knowing?" "Cappy, I was trying to surprise you." He put me down on the floor and held my face, kissing me a bunch of times on the forehead before squeezing me again. "Felt like hell not being able to do that for the past year." He paused and looked at the driver. "My man, put those suitcases in my whip. She ain't riding with your weird-looking ass." I shook my head and looked at the driver, who rushed to grab my suitcases and do exactly what my brother said. Capadonna didn't lie. He did look weird, and I was glad that he had come. I held on to my brother's arm as we walked out the airport, and he held the door open for me. I love the smell of pollution. I took a big whiff of the air and closed my eyes while leaning back in the seat. "Missed you, baby doll," he said as soon as he got in the car, pulling right off while putting his seatbelt on. "Missed you too. Does anybody know that I'm back home?" "Nah, I told a liar that I was going to handle something." I smiled. Good. I want to surprise everyone at Jaden's tournament this weekend. Jaden was home from college, and he was playing in a tournament at Rucker Park in Harlem. It was all over social media, since there was a lot of talk about Jaden being drafted. He was a first-round pick, or whatever that meant. He was going to the pros, and because everyone wanted to be close to Jaden Cooper, he was playing in this tournament that was benefiting underserved youth in New York City. The entire family had been chatting about it in the group chat, and everyone was going. I decided after the 600th message that I was going to come home and surprise everyone. "I got you. I can keep a secret." I side-eyed him. "Capadonna, you better keep it a secret, because a liar will get it out of you. Neither of you stand on business when it comes to each other." I called him out. He looked over at me. "How the fuck I'm supposed to stand on business when my wife looks like that, baby doll?" I laughed because they both made me sick. You would think going into year 2 of marriage, you both would be sick of each other. When you marry your soulmate, you could never be sick of them. Me and my baby locked the fuck in. I shook my head because both he and Capone were so lovesick. Aaron and Elia had both my brothers whipped. All they had to say is jump, and both of them would be jumping up and down. The same applied to Elia and Aaron, too. Those bitches didn't know how to stand on business, even if the business was standing on them. I wanted that for myself one day, and it was something I spent the last year praying for. How are the babies? Is the surrogate doing all right? I could never grow tired of seeing my brother smile whenever his family was mentioned. It was the only thing I dreamed about when he was locked up. I knew Cat pretended on visits for us, so we never felt down about him being there. With him being home and seeing how happy he was with his family, it was something I had always imagined. My boys are straight. We on countdown now. 3 months until we holding them in our arms. If she don't have them early. Elia and Capadonna were having twin boys, and we were so excited for them. Adding more babies to the family was always a blessing. I love being an auntie, even to my overly grown nephew who hated for me to call him Sugar Plum. Cap, you know you're so blessed, right? He looked over at me. More than you know. Count my blessings every day. I know you do. With me being gone for a year, I missed so much, but somehow felt I hadn't missed anything. My family kept me so in touch with everything that I didn't feel like I missed out on anything. What you doing with your land, baby doll? Mom and Pop's house is completed. Capella is on track to be done next, and me and Capole's house is damn near done. Just waiting on a few things. Yours is the only one sitting there with dirt. And honestly, it's fucking up my property value. I punched him. Oh, shut up. I don't know what I want to do right now. Let me just ease back into life and then I will decide. No big decisions right now, Cappy. He pinched my cheek. I got you. Do you sit and watch that damn app with all of our chains? He smirked. Yeah, it's like my own little Sims. I can't sleep unless I know everybody good. Creep? Call me what you want. I got here before you had to get in that damn car with fucking Beetlejuice. I snorted while laughing so hard. I miss you so much. Big Pre, back home. He did a celebratory beep of his horn and scared an elderly woman trying to merge into the next lane. Her ass shouldn't have been driving any fucking way. He grilled her while she stuck her middle finger at him. I spent the next few days home, decompressing and praying that my brother didn't have a big mouth and tell Elia. I half expected for her to pull up after he went home. Cap stayed over for a few hours, and we talked about everything going on. As nice as it was to travel and then settle in Singapore, nothing felt better than being back in my home. Even after being gone for a year, I could still smell my signature floral scent that my house and car smelled like. Meerkat, shouldn't you be asleep? This open legs, our sugar. Me, I'm reading and enjoying the view. He had no idea that I was back home and was going to see him in a few. Today was Jayden's tournament, so everyone in the family group chat was promising to send me pictures and videos of today. Meerkat, I'll send you videos and shit today. Me, thank you. Me and Mir spoke almost every day since I had been gone. We faithfully played our game and checked in on each other. I don't think I would have lasted if it wasn't for him being in my ear. Every time I told him I was going to come home, it was his words that reminded me that I had this. I was stronger than what I thought, and this was for me, no one else. We weren't together and never had any conversation about it. He had literally become my best friend, and I couldn't picture my life without him. Did I have feelings for him? Yes. I've always had a little crush on Kwame, but never acted on it because he was in a relationship. Call me a homie hopper all you want. I did have some decorum back in college. I don't know what happened after that, but back then, I knew not to cross those lines. Plus, Kwame was very much caught up in Brandy. As much as we spoke, he never gave too much. How did he and Brandy end up broken up and her married to another man? I thought I would never see the day those two would be over and living separate lives. Even when they broke up in college, they eventually ended up back together. It showed that two people who were in love could coexist. I never thought it was possible, especially when it came to me and Naeem. I went an entire year without a man I thought I couldn't live without. Even after his mother passed, I thought I would be rushing to fly back to be by his side. And all I did was talk to him and send my condolences. Nellie was his girlfriend, and that was her place to be there, not mine. Naeem did send me pictures of NJ from time to time, and my heart always ached seeing him grow up. I had been there ever since he was born, and now I was reduced to pictures while Nellie helped Naeem raise him. As much as it hurt, I made the decision to step back because I needed to. Raising my ex-husband's side chick's baby was some crazy tail mess. And because I was so caught up in life, I never realized it until I stepped away. With enough time away, I figured out that I was nuts for even accepting this shit. Anger always consumed me when I thought about my marriage to Naeem. We were so good together. Our marriage was everything. Until I realized that I was only seeing things from one side and ignoring most of the red flags. The cheating, jealousy, and arguments over the pettiest shit. I used to tell myself that it was because he was adjusting to being home, giving myself any excuse to keep going in this marriage. I didn't want to prove my brothers right, especially Capone. When Cap gave his blessing, Capone wasn't so convinced. For Nellie's sake, I prayed Naeem really changed and was being everything he couldn't be for me to her. Nellie was a good woman, and I could see them being together for the long haul. As excited as I was to see my family, I was the most nervous about seeing Naeem. When I decided to leave, I never sat down and had a conversation with him. He found out from my brothers that I was leaving for a year. We never said bye. And I knew he probably still felt a way about it. If seeing Naeem made me nervous, knowing I would see Kincaid added another wave of nervousness. I looked myself over in the mirror and pulled my red Yankee snapback over my curls. I had freshly washed and finger-coiled my curls, so they were soft and bouncy. It was a basketball game, so I didn't have to do too much. I wore a pair of ripped jean shorts, oversized men's tank top, and a sports bra underneath since the arms were big and would expose side boob. Finishing the outfit off with a pair of red dunks and my purse, I was ready to head out. Capadonna bought me a black Bronco like his for Christmas since I wasn't there. He parked it in my garage next to my Challenger and motorcycle. I fixed the mirror, checked myself over once more, and pulled out the garage to head to Harlem, excited to see everyone that I loved.
2. Kwame. Like I told you, I want my money when he win this game. Look at all of them struggling and my guy breezing. I told some little nigga that came to watch the game. His ass just knew his big-headed brother was gonna win from the other team. His brother was having trouble trying to balance that big-ass head of his, and he thought he was about to win. You wild, Mir. He like 17. Goon laughed as we walked toward the entrance to smoke. Between Capone and Capadonna, they were probably going to kick all our asses out anyway. I ain't never seen two men more competitive in my life. Aliyah had balled her husband's lips up a few times because his ass was hollering at everybody from the other team. Everybody was out here deep, including the gods. We all wanted to see Jaden bust some heads. This game was big because he could be going into the league soon. They had media out here hard covering this game. Waterhead. Are you picking Ryder up tomorrow? I looked at the text message from my baby mama and wanted to slam my phone onto the pavement. I hated when her waterhead ass asked stupid-ass questions. She knew I always picked Ryder up on Sunday and brought her back by Wednesday. It had been our schedule since Ryder was 4, and she acted brand new every damn week, as if I didn't pull into her driveway and wait until she sent Ryder running out to my truck. Who the fuck is that? Goon asked, as we watched the blacked-out Bronco double park and hit their hazards. I could feel the bass from the music within my chest as I leaned on the gate and watched. The person remained in the car as we watched, ready for whatever. Nobody was stupid enough to try some shit with all the media coverage out here today. Then again, I've met stupid people, so anything could go. We saw the doors open, but still couldn't see who was getting out because the truck was so damn high. The spliff I was about to light dropped to the floor when my sugar walked around the truck. Capadonna came out the court and met her and hugged her tightly. It wasn't a hug like he didn't know she was going to be there, though, so he had to have known she was going to show up. Her curly hair was tamed under her hat, and those shorts. I watched her thigh jiggle as she released her brother from his hug and then laughed at something he said. The shorts she wore had me ready to run over there and toss this damn vest over her legs. Shit, she fine as shit. Think I might shoot my shot. I'll fucking shoot this shot if you even look in her direction, little nigga. I snarled as I showed him the gun that rested behind my vest. I didn't even know who the fuck this nigga was, but he had me fucked up if he thought he was gonna talk to my sugar. Every nigga had eyes for her as she continued to talk to her brother, as if she wasn't standing there looking good as shit. As if she knew I was watching her. Our eyes connected, and she smiled widely as she skipped over toward me. I waited a year, held on to her voice over the phone and our text messages for this moment. Mir! She squealed and leaped into my arms, and I held her tightly, kissing her on the cheek. I continued to hold her, not wanting to let her ass go. Mir? You gotta let me go. Capri giggled in my ear. Yeah, let her ass go, Mir. Cap looked at me, and I smirked. Damn, you always somewhere. Let me hug my best friend. I ain't seen her in a damn year. I chuckled and took a quick look over her. She pulled on my loose lock and then smiled up at me. Let me go see my sisters, and then I'll come back out here. Bet. Cap gave me that big brother look, knowing what I told him in Miami. When she was ready, I was going to sit down and have that conversation with both he and Capone. I was a man of my word, and I would never step to Capri without having their blessing. I've always been intrigued with Capri since I saw her shuffling across campus with glasses on and some football nigga following behind her. It was clear he had done some fuck shit to cause her to act that way toward him. When she saw me, even though we had only seen each other a handful of times at that point, she instantly tossed her arms around me and pretended like we were going to study so he would leave her alone. I played along knowing I was waiting for Brandy to come on so we can go to some banquet dinner that her parents forced her to attend. I didn't know how it was possible for both Aaron and Elia to scream louder than the damn game. Even from out here, I could hear them screaming and probably jumping all over her. Goon looked over at me as he handed me my spliff that I had dropped. Nigga, wipe the drool from your lips. The look on your face when she came around the truck. Damn. You ready to go toe-to-toe with both Capo and Cap's ass? Goon laughed, nudging me with his shoulder as he continued to people watch. I tucked my spliff back behind my ear and headed back into the court, no longer interested in smoking. Like I expected, Elia and Aaron were all over Capri, hugging and kissing her. I watched as Capone grabbed Capri, tossing her around and kissing her on the head a few times. As much as Cap was strong and shit, I knew a piece of him was missing with her being gone. I think everyone expected her to return home and not stay away the full year, and she did. Only I knew the struggle she went through during the holidays, and how lonely she was. There was a few times that I wanted to jump on the plane and come to her. I also knew that I had to let her be and give her that space. Capri needed to stand on her own and learn who she was without a man. After Capone put her back on the floor and she found her balance, Chubbs came over. She hugged him and then was picked up when Jaden flew off the court mid-game and grabbed her up. He hugged her, spun her around, and then caught the ball, dunking it. I looked over at little homie and his ass was sweating bullets because he owed me money. I want cash too. None of that Bitcoin shit either. I raised an eyebrow and looked at him. I got you, he stammered, knowing his brother wasn't winning today, and he was going to leave broke. I took a seat in the bleachers and watched my sugar do her rounds, hugging and loving on her family. Her smile was infectious, had me over here smiling all creepy and shit just because she was smiling. FaceTime wasn't enough for me. I missed seeing her face in person and watching that little dimple on her left side deepen whenever she smiled. Capone had the same damn dimple on his left cheek, and so did their mother, so I could only assume they got it from her. Waterhead. Hello? Me. Yeah. My fingers lingered over the screen, wanting to say some next shit, and decided not to when I smelled that familiar scent. The only scent that tickled my nose, and only one person I cared about wore it. Capri plopped down next to me and gently nudged my shoulder with hers. So, you surprised? Reading and taking in the view my ass. Why you didn't tell me? I smirked. Capri looked me in the eyes and smiled. I couldn't ruin the surprise. Probably the best surprise you've ever had, huh? I could tell she was being sarcastic and had no clue that this was the best surprise to me. What happened to our plan? She looked confused. What plan? Me picking you up and then having you run right into my arms as we scream, "You're back from the war." Capri broke out into laughter and then watched my face. Boy, we were both drunk on FaceTime. You didn't actually believe we would do that, did you? Hell yeah. Was gonna get a sign made and everything. I snickered. Capone and Capadonna was back to pretending to be coach while everyone was cheering Jaden on. Capri remained next to me as we watched the game, and she reached over and squeezed my knee when that hater fouled Jaden. I was looking around for Naheem's ass and didn't see him. We were familiar because he ran with Capone and Capadonna, but we weren't on our friendly shit. I knew the nigga didn't like me because me and Capri were close. Every time I was around his ass, it was like he was trying to figure out what I knew about his ex-wife. Half the time, I wanted to let him know that his ex-wife was about to become my new wife, and I would be damned if I allowed her to slip away because I didn't have self-control. When the game was over, Aaron went over with Jaden to talk to reporters. I peeped how Capone and Capadonna remained out of the camera view. Cap even threatened to shove the camera up one of the cameraman's ass if he got him or Capone on camera. When I turned to look at Capri, she was already staring at me. "What are you doing after this?" she asked. "I got a few things to handle and then gonna head home. I got Peach tomorrow." "Aw, Daddy and Peach time. Tell her I said hey." I didn't bring any women around my daughter. When it was my time with her, I took that shit personally. Ryder wouldn't be able to say I put anybody before her. I didn't even tolerate bitches texting me when I was with Ryder. So many situationships ended because they accused me of being with another woman, when all I was doing was spending time with my daughter. My time with her was special, and I cherished that. After witnessing my brother have to bury his own daughter, my niece, I spent all the time I got with her. I never took that shit for granted because my entire family hurt when he lost Harley. I watched a piece of him die when his baby mother passed, but I saw the rest of him die when he had to put Harley in that grave next to her mother. When I had Ryder, I was locked all the way into daddy mode. Nothing was more important than spending time with my daughter. So when it came to women, I never gave a fuck if they came and went because Ryder was the number one woman in my life. Sugar was different, though. She FaceTimed me once when I was with Ryder, and the rest was history. Anytime I was on the phone with my sugar, my Peaches always would pop her head in and say hi to her. They had a cute little rapport, nothing too serious. I didn't take meeting my daughter lightly, so even though I knew I wanted Capri, I needed to know she felt the same way before I even brought her around my daughter romantically. She was cool to meet Ryder as my friend, but when it came to calling her anything other than that, I wasn't there with her. "I got you." I nudged her back with my shoulder. "So can we kick it on Thursday? I know you have Peach till Wednesday, and I'm going to be catching up with my family." "I got you." She stood up and then climbed down onto the court before turning to look at me. Sugar, you got thick. She blushed and then twirled. All that rice I've been eating. It's time to tone it, though, so Cap gonna train me. I laughed. That nigga be trying to get anybody to run with his ass. He turned Capella into a workout junkie. We gonna have to stop calling him Baby Cap soon. She smiled, exposing her perfect-ass smile. My eyes took in every part of her because I missed seeing her in person. Having to be reduced to over a screen for the past year was fucking painful. I wanted to be with her, holding and loving her, but I also knew she needed this past year. She needed to get away, and she needed to find herself before we could ever be. If we would ever be. Word. Where's Qasim? He was here earlier and had to dip to handle something. She folded her arms. We need to talk to him about Blair, because why is he acting like the woman doesn't exist? You know she's dating someone, right? My brother acted like Blair had the fucking cooties with the way he avoided her. I knew he was feeling her because whenever we happened to be in the same space as her, his ass couldn't keep his eyes away from her. His eyes always scanned the spot until they landed on her, and then the nigga acted like he didn't even fucking know her. I'm not getting involved in another grown man's business, especially when I'm trying to get my own love life together. I pulled the split from behind my ear and prepared myself to spark it the moment I walked out the court. Tell me about it. I just got back, and my friend Jessie already wants me to hook up with one of the groomsmen in her wedding. The problem with being friends with Capri was that she vented to me about things. Things being other men that were interested in her. I already knew Sugar was pressure, and so did other niggas, which in return had me tapping into that side I had worked this year to control. I was a rational, unhinged nigga, like I could rationalize with myself, but that other side took over and it was all bets off. Oh yeah? Don't even be like that. She climbed back up and mushed me in the head while laughing. I'm sure you have plenty of dates lined up yourself. Just one. Oh yeah? You haven't told me about no potentials. Who is this girl? The future Mrs. Inferno. I pulled her shorts down and she swatted my hands. You out here showing too much, Sugar. I'm surprised Cap ain't lose his shit. He tried to put his shirt around me. She rolled her eyes and laughed at the same time. Anyway, who is the future Mrs. Inferno? I looked up into her eyes with my spliff tucked between my lips. You, Sugar? Capri's breath was caught in her chest as she looked down at me. Capri! We both turned to see Amy running over toward us and Capri jumping down the bleachers and embracing her. Amy! Hey, Quamir. Amy greeted me before turning her attention back to Capri. Why didn't you tell us you were coming home early? We have to go out tonight. We have so much to catch up on. Amy was speaking a mile a minute while Capri tried to catch up with everything she was saying. Capri looked over at me before Amy pulled her toward Aliyah and Aaron. Later, Mir. I winked as I remained seated while watching her walk away. Watching Capri had me lost for a second before I remembered that I rode with Goon, and his ass wouldn't hesitate to leave a nigga if he couldn't find me. When I left the court, I found him shooting the breeze with Capone and Capadonna. I was about to breeze on your ass, Goon laughed as I finally sparked my spliff and leaned on his car. Where the fuck you slid off to? His ass was too busy grinning in Capri's face. Capone called me out. Fuck up, I snorted. It was no secret how I felt about their sister. Both Capone and Capadonna knew it was only a matter of time before I approached them and asked for their blessing. Right now, I was playing it cool and seeing where Capri was. As much as we spent the last year growing closer in our friendship, she may not even feel the same way as I did. I don't fucking know about this lounge idea they told me about, Cap's overprotective ass said. They gonna be good. The lounge is in IG territory, and I'll be around, Goon replied, tossing his empty water bottle into the trash can. Yeah, the last time I thought my wife was good, some dusty bitch snatched her ass, he snarled. The thought of someone taking his wife still had his ass fired up, and a whole year and some months had already passed. I don't think that emotion would ever leave him whenever the subject was brought up. Goon checked his phone and held his hand out. You got my word. I got him. I'll swing by if I finish whatever I'm doing. Got Ryder tomorrow, so got a food shop and shit. Daddy shit. I respect it. Cap held his index and middle finger together, and I did the same as we tapped them twice on the front and once on the back. Capo, I'ma holler. I saluted and headed to Goon's whip. Everyone assumed because Cap was now an Inferno god that his brother would join too. Capone wasn't into all of that, but if we needed him to ride, that nigga was gonna ride, just like we would do the same for him. As I slowly pulled into the suburban neighborhood in Staten Island, I always took note of the manicured lawns, tree-lined streets, and children playing signs that were positioned in the streets to avoid speeding. Every driveway had either a big-ass Suburban or a Mercedes in it. I could feel the hives forming on my skin while I pulled into the driveway that belonged to the brick colonial house with black shutters and black double doors. It was one of the biggest houses in the neighborhood. The hydrangeas were fully bloomed, and a bike was sprawled across the front lawn. Peach never put her shit up, even when she was at my house, so I knew it was hers. Plus, she was the only child, so who else bike could it have been? Me. Outside. I sent Brandy's ass a text message and waited for her extra ass to reply. She always had to reply instead of just sending Ryder out to me. Waterhead. 1 second. I leaned my head back and mentally prepared myself to go into daddy mode. It was hard living 2 different lives, but I was grateful for it. My daughter was my world, and I would do anything for her. Being honest, Peach was my broke, judgmental-ass best friend. Everybody needed one of those. She drove her mother crazy because she acted just like me. I expected my daughter to be this prissy, stuck-up child because of the way her mother acted, and she was the complete opposite of her. It was like she wanted to be the complete opposite of her mother, and the shit made me proud. It was no secret that I couldn't stand my baby mother. At one point, I loved the fuck out of her and wanted to marry her. Brandy Devon used to be my everything, and that was rare for me. Nobody had ever been my everything, and here I was admitting that this woman used to be that. Even knowing that we came from 2 different worlds, I thought we could have forever together. Shit was stupid for me to even think. Brandy's father was the police commissioner, and nobody was good enough for his pumpkin. Especially not the boy whose father was the head of the motorcycle gang that he despised. The odds were stacked against me before I even met her father. Then when I met him, I knew he would never approve of us being together. Shit, I never needed him to approve of us being together. He just needed to respect it. When me and Brandy got together, we were grown and smart enough to understand what we were getting into with each other. I was a grown man and not living at home, so why the fuck did I need his approval? Even though I didn't give a fuck about his approval, Brandy did. She was all about pleasing her father. Since she was the youngest, he watched her ass like a hawk, especially when she brought me home. I could tell Reggie didn't like shit about me and thought his daughter was too good for me. He wasn't wrong. Brandy grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, never experienced struggle, and couldn't identify a ramen noodle box to save her fucking life. We came from different worlds, and even though I knew we could never relate on certain shit, I fell in love with her anyway. Our relationship was always so up and down because she fucking cared about what her father thought. Even with me being in college and doing my own thing, his ass never liked me. The feeling was mutual because I couldn't stand a black man who forgot where he came from. Reggie's ass grew up with my father. He came from the same hood as he did, and you would have thought he grew up with the same silver spoon that was shoved in his daughter's mouth. Brandy always made the shit hard, forcing me to get close with her dad or change who I was so he could like me. I attended more stuffy-ass events than I cared to be a part of. She tried to change me into what she wanted me to be. During our relationship, I noticed nothing I did was ever good enough for Brandy. It never mattered how much I loved that woman, she always had something to complain about. I started to change into something that I barely recognized because I wanted the relationship to work so bad. I stopped hanging with my brother and the gods and was tied into her and whatever she wanted. Attending events and being fucking bored was all I did with Brandy. Even with me being everything to her, this shit was never enough for her. Whenever I did hang out with my brother or the gods, she always had an attitude or something to say. Shit was always tense between us because she wanted me to be the kind of man that her father would approve of. Since his ass didn't approve of the relationship, I felt like she never gave us a fair chance. She kept me close enough to feed me lies, but she never saw a future with me, and that was hurt that I had to carry. She tried to change me into someone else, and I allowed that shit because I loved her. Brandy didn't understand the hold that she had over me and how much I loved her ass. I would do anything for her, because that's how I was when I was in love. While I was serious and thought we were working toward our future, she had no plans on actually having a future with me. I learned our relationship was a game when I asked her to marry me, and she accepted the ring. Months went by, and while I was telling anybody that had fucking ears, excited for what was to come, she was mute. Imagine my surprise when I ran into her father and mentioned our engagement, and the nigga didn't know what I was talking about. Her ass never told her family and had been lying to me about her mother and sisters being excited about planning the wedding. Shit broke me when she handed me back my ring and told me she couldn't marry me. I was willing to give up everything and everyone for her, and she couldn't stand up to her parents for me. I wasn't worth enough for her to go to bat against her family for our love. It wouldn't be the last time that she broke my fucking heart and then stomped on it. A few months later, I found out that she was pregnant. Brandy played games all throughout her pregnancy. She denied me the chance to experience my child growing in her womb. Some shit you could never forgive someone for, and that was one of the things that made me hate her. I was cordial because of our daughter, but other than that, I wanted nothing to do with the bitch. She played me and had me looking like a goofy, and that was some shit that I could never forgive her for. The shit still kept me up at night when I thought about how soft I was for her, how vulnerable I was when it came to her. Brandy fucked it up for other women that had come into my life. The door opened and Ryder came skipping out the house, and I hopped out my truck. She came crashing into my arms with a bright smile on her face. Her soft curls were pulled up into a high pony, and her hazel eyes stared up at me. "Hey, Daddy!" She smiled, squeezing me as hard as she could. I picked her up and kissed her on the cheek. "What up, Peach?" Ryder gave me a tight squeeze around the neck and whispered into my ear, "Mom and Martin are arguing again." She referred to her mother and stepfather, Martin. "Oh, shit. Again?" I snickered as I put my daughter down and watched my baby mother saunter out the house like everything was all good. Her big-headed ass had always been good with pretending. Her entire world could be in flames, and she would pop out like her life was marvelous. When Brandy married her politician husband, I knew that shit wouldn't work out. She may have been born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but her ass liked that hood dick that yanked her hair and had her ass sucking dick shotgun in the whip. Brandy liked the allure of being with men involved in the streets. The only reason she tried to change me was because of her father. Had her father not had a stick up his ass, her ass wouldn't have changed a thing about me. Now she was married to some overweight politician that probably only fucked her missionary. I knew her freaky ass was sexually frustrated as fuck. Brandy folded her arms and looked over at me with a smile on her face, per usual. The bitch was always so giddy to see me like I ever gave her more than 5 words when I picked our daughter up. Her sienna skin glistened under the sun as she ran her hand through her jet black hair and then crossed her arms again. I remember when I used to kiss the beauty mark that was above her thick pink lip. Now all I wanted to do was smear shit on her face and watch her fucking gag over the smell. "Hey, Kwamir, her teacher complained about her homework not getting done when she's with you." "Her teacher just wants to fuck," I replied honestly. Brandy looked to see where Ryder was before she rolled her eyes. "I'm being serious, Kwamir. She sent an email saying that the homework isn't being completed and she wants to schedule a meeting to talk. Miss Adams wanted me to come sit in her classroom to talk about imaginary work because Ryder did all her work. I knew my daughter, and I was always on top of her schoolwork because education was important to me. Both her parents had degrees, so her ass was gonna get one too. Between me and Brandy, I had a more relaxed parenting style, which made it easy for Ryder. I wasn't on her back about her homework, so she always took it upon herself to get it done. She was 7 years old and more responsible than half the niggas I knew. Ever since I picked Ryder up from school at the beginning of the year, her teacher had been making any excuse to have a conversation with me alone. She never had a problem when Ryder was with her mother. It was always some problem when she was with me since she learned our schedule. School damn near about to be over and she want to have a conference now? You gonna be there? I asked her if I needed to attend, and she told me that I didn't need to come. Plus, Martin has this conference in D.C. this week, so I'm gonna drive up and surprise him. She snapped her fingers like she forgot something. I watched her jog back to the house to grab Ryder's school bag. She rummaged through it before closing it and handing it over to me. Can you keep her until Friday? Martin's mom has been in and out the hospital, so I was thinking we could drive to visit her while in D.C. While Ryder was climbing up in my pickup truck, I opened the back door and placed her book bag in the back seat. If you need more time for you and big draws, I got you. If this was the first time she did this shit, then I wouldn't have had an attitude about it. Brandy did this shit all the time, acting like it was a problem for me to keep my daughter longer than my assigned days. If it was up to me, I would have had Ryder live with me full time. The days I had her weren't enough, and I always hated having to bring her back to Brandy's ass. Unlike other parents, I enjoyed being around my kid all the time. I was raising a dope fucking kid, and I enjoyed her company as much as she enjoyed mine. Daddy, Capri is calling you, Ryder yelled out the window. Can I answer the phone, please? She begged. Brandy didn't get the chance to address the new nickname for her square-ass husband. Whatever thought she had left the minute she heard Ryder yell Capri's name out the window. Tell her I'm going to call her back, I told Ryder, and she put the window back up as she answered the phone excited. Capri Delgato? Brandy stood there with her arms folded, waiting for me to confirm what she probably already knew. I chuckled as I walked backward to my truck. This is where those boundaries we discussed kick in. Mind your business, Brandy. You run for her brothers, so it doesn't surprise me. I paused. I don't run for nobody. The only thing fucking running is your mouth. And then you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. Brandy, mind your fucking business. I checked her stupid ass. She stood there looking stupid and not knowing what to say because she was loud and wrong. I should have asked why she knew the Capri that Ryder was referring to was even Capri Delgato. The name Capri was fucking common, so she could have been talking about anybody. Even though they ran in the same circles and had mutual friends, Capri and Brandy were never friends. Brandy actually couldn't stand Capri, and I always had to hear her ass complain. When Capri pulled onto campus with a brand new whip, I listened to her ass talk during our whole date about how Capri thought she was better than her because her brothers bought her a brand new BMW. The shit that always confused me was how down-to-earth Capri was. She never acted like she was better than anybody. If anything, it was Brandy's ass that acted like she was better than every person she met. Only a select few knew she came from money. And even then, she didn't always come from money. Capone and Capadonna didn't always have the bread they had now. She didn't toss her money in people's face. Unlike Brandy's ass, she couldn't wait to toss out who her father was and what neighborhood she lived in. That was the difference between Capri and Brandy, and I guess it was easier to hate on someone that you really wanted to be. No matter how much she tried, she could never compete with Capri. Funny shit was that Capri never had to do much, and she was still shutting Brandy down. That was how I knew I was a fool over Brandy. All the shit I realized now, I should have back then, and I would have saved myself a whole lot of heartache. Completely ignoring me, she stood with her hand on her hips. Why is she even calling you? I checked inside my truck and watched Ryder running her mouth on the phone. You sucking this dick, Brandy? Kwame! I cut her stammering ass off. You don't get to ask me why the fuck anybody's calling my phone. I'll see you on Friday, Brandy. You need to be worried about that nigga, not me. I snorted and then climbed back into my truck, leaving her ass speechless. Brandy must have been snorting fucking paint if she thought she had any right to question me about my shit. The only reason this co-parenting relationship worked was because I didn't give a fuck about what she had going on. As long as my daughter was safe and happy under her roof, that was all I cared about. Martin might have been a fat bitch, but he loved my daughter like his own and treated her like gold. For that, I had no choice but to be a real man and be cordial whenever his ass was around, which wasn't often. Brandy was always concerned with how I felt about her moving on. The shit hurt when she was floating around with that ring on her finger like she didn't hand mine back. When she showed up the night before her wedding, I should have turned her ass away. All that apologizing and shit didn't mean shit for the way she had fucked me over. Maybe your father will finally allow us to meet over the summer, and you can come visit my lake house. I overheard Sugar as I backed out the driveway while Brandy was still trying to find her words. Yes, please. I love swimming, and I never swam in a lake before. Just an ocean, Ryder told her. What up, Sugar? I finally made my presence known. Hey, Mir. I was calling to see what you were doing. I forgot that quick you told me it's you and Peach's time. Sorry. You good? You needed me? She giggled. I would have texted you INY. I just wanted to see what you were doing. Us girls decided to come to the lake houses. INY was an inside joke between us that meant, I need you. Whenever the lighter I had gave her didn't work, Capri would shoot me that text and I would FaceTime her right away. It didn't matter where or what I was doing. I was going to pause whatever just to FaceTime Sugar, even if it was for a few seconds. I always responded when she sent those letters. What's INY? Ryder's nosy ass asked. What I tell you about grown folks' business, Peach. To stay in a child's place. Sorry, Daddy and Pre. She sulked, looking out the window with a pouty face on. Brandy spoke so freely around her and allowed her to stay in rooms she shouldn't have. When I was growing up, soon as the adults got to running their mouth, you were supposed to scatter. They didn't give a fuck where you went as long as you weren't in their face listening to the conversation. As relaxed as I was when it came to my daughter, there was certain things that I didn't rock with, and Ryder already knew. It's all right, Ryder. Spend your time with Ryder and I'll see you on Thursday, right? Nah, I'm gonna have Ryder longer. Oh, okay. Call me later? I got you. When we pulled into Qasim's driveway, Ryder's attitude and silent treatment had melted away. She was ripping the seatbelt off just to get out the car. I grabbed my phone and followed behind her as she rang his doorbell. I knew his hermit ass was home because he hardly ever went anywhere. Unless he had to handle some business, Qasim's ass was usually home. He pulled the door open and stood there in his pajamas. It was the middle of the day, and this nigga wasn't even dressed for the day. Rye, you came to see your favorite uncle? His face always lit up whenever he saw his niece. Aside from Harley, she was his favorite person in the world. I think she reminded him a lot of his own daughter, which is why I brought Ryder over here as much as I could. It would never bring back Harley, but I enjoyed witnessing Ryder's relationship with her uncle. Ryder kissed her uncle's cheek when he picked her up. You are my only uncle, silly. And the favorite, right? Ryder hugged her uncle around the neck, and he put her down. Do you have ice cream, Uncle Sam? Yeah, I always keep ice cream in the house for you. Ryder didn't wait before she rushed into the house and searched for the ice cream. Qasim held the door open for me and I strolled in, looking at how he had all the damn curtains drawn. You a fucking vampire or something? Why the fuck is everything dark in here? The only thing that was on was the TV. Then he had the nerve to be watching some boring-ass Civil War documentary on the History Channel. Qasim had always been into history and shit like that. I always figured he would be the one to attend and graduate college because he was so damn smart. It's Sunday. What the fuck you expect me to be doing? Qasim sat on the couch, kicking his feet up on the expensive coffee table. I plopped down on his couch and looked at the documentary before deciding that giving myself a headache wasn't worth it. which is every reason why you need a girlfriend or something. I looked toward the kitchen to see where Ryder was. At least somebody to fuck on. When the last time you got some pussy, Qua? You think being in a relationship or fucking some random gonna prevent me from being at peace in my house on a Sunday? He chuckled and turned his TV up. When Sherry was murdered, I saw a piece of my brother die. Sherry wasn't some random baby mama. She was the love of his life, and he had planned on making her his wife. He bought this house for her when she got pregnant with Harley. Qasim had planned a full proposal and never got the chance to because she was murdered by a chrome viper. Qasim had become a fucking savage, and I never saw that from him before. He was laying bodies out like the shit was legal and it was his daytime job. Despite having a daughter, he didn't give a fuck what happened to him. Sherry was everything to him, and they had a whole future together, and her life was taken away because of some stupid-ass beef. After ending the nigga that was responsible, the founders of both Infernal Gods and Chrome Vipers had to step in and squash things. The death toll was high and gaining unwanted attention from the authorities. The imaginary treaty was put in place to avoid any more violence in either city. I don't think Qasim really forgave my father for stepping in and squashing it, because in his heart, nothing would ever be squashed when it came to Chrome Vipers and Infernal Gods. It was beef forever when it came to those niggas, and I always had my gun cocked ready to follow up behind Qasim. Soon as life settled and he was trying to live life without Sherry while raising their daughter, Harley was diagnosed with cancer. I remember the day I came over and found my brother sitting on the bathroom floor with a gun to his head. Qasim had always been the strength when we were growing up. Whenever I was scared, I would always look to my brother, and his strength and bravery always told me that shit was going to be all right. Even now, when we were riding side by side, all I had to receive was that nod from him, and it was go time. The day I walked into his bathroom and found him on the floor with that gun to his head scared the shit out of me. Harley was down the hall taking a nap, and he was in his bathroom ready to end it all. In that moment, I didn't understand that he was on the verge of losing another member of his family. It hadn't even been 2 years since he lost Sherry, and now he was faced with having less than 18 months with his daughter. The kind of cancer that Harley had been diagnosed with was the worst type of brain cancer, and there wasn't any happy outcomes for children diagnosed with it. Qua fought tooth and nail for his daughter, traveling out of state for clinical trials and doing any and everything to make sure that Harley had a chance of survival. Even in the fogginess of his own grief, he was still Superman for his daughter and did any and everything to save her life. Harley was 5 years old when she lost her battle with cancer. When we dropped that dirt on her casket, I believed we buried the rest of my brother with Harley and Sherry. He hadn't been the same and had become a recluse. Since Capadonna had been home, this was the most I had seen him out the house. Qasim stopped living and the shit broke my heart because life was passing him by. Sherry wouldn't want him in the house living in their past memories. Not much in this house had changed since Harley and Sherry passed away. Harley's room was still the same, and when you walked into his bedroom, you would have thought Sherry was still alive. The house was a reminder of his past and the future that he would never have with them. Shit broke my heart every time I came over here. As much as I wanted to stop his pain, I knew nothing I could do or say would ever make the pain stop. When Sugar asked me how Qasim felt about Ryder since he lost his own daughter, I couldn't answer that because I didn't know the answer to it. Qasim had never been the type that was open with his emotions. I could count on one hand how often we had heart-to-heart conversations about Harley or Sherry. He just moved forward, and although he never acted like he was fine, he pushed forward like he was. "You heard from Pops?" Qasim's eyes remained on the TV while he shook his head no. Should I have? I struggled with finding something to talk about because it was clear he didn't want to have a conversation right now. Ryder came running out the kitchen with a bowl of ice cream for herself and plopped down next to her uncle, handing him the second spoon. Qasim didn't need to tell me how he felt about Ryder because his smile whenever he saw her told me everything. Despite losing his daughter, Ryder healed something inside of him. He took the spoon from her and scooped some ice cream on the spoon. You excited to be done with school soon? Ryder smiled as she shoved more ice cream down her throat. Yes. Daddy said I can stay with him the entire summer instead of going away to summer camp. Oh, yeah? Qasim chuckled as he spooned more ice cream into his mouth. How was Brandy going to feel about that? Brandy usually sent her away to some expensive-ass summer camp where she spent 6 weeks away from both of us. I hated it because by the time she came home, summer was damn near over, and we were both trying to scramble to figure out who got time with her first. As much as Ryder enjoyed summer camp, she would enjoy spending time with me for the summer. I'm her father. What else could she say? Ryder quickly realized we were talking about her mother and grabbed the bowl and quickly went back to the kitchen. Brandy could say a lot, and you know she won't hesitate to make things difficult. He wasn't wrong. Brandy had always gotten her way with me because she liked to make shit harder for me when it came to being a father to my daughter. She knew the only way to control me was with Ryder, so whenever shit didn't go her way, she knew how to use her to get me to bend. And 9 times out of 10, the shit always worked. The only reason she sends her to that camp is so she can travel with her husband. No sooner than Ryder is on that bus, she's out the country living her best life. How many parent days have I attended alone because she was in a different country? You prepared to take Ryder on for the entire summer? Who's gonna watch her when you have shit to handle? Gammy. As if she doesn't have enough shit going on. He referred to all the shit our grandmother had going on. I leaned forward, becoming pissed because he was making it seem like I couldn't take care of my damn child. If push came to shove, I would always make sure Ryder was safe and taken care of. I know how to handle my seed. Never saying you don't know how to. I'm here too if you need me. Appreciate that. Ryder stuck her head around the corner. Daddy, can I come back and eat ice cream with Uncle Sim? Yeah, come on. She rushed back over to the couch with even more ice cream in the bowl than she had left with. Capri told me that I can swim in her lake. Ryder looked over at her uncle, excited to share the news of Capri's invite. Qasim chuckled. Oh, really? Do you even know how to swim in a lake? I can swim in an ocean, so a lake isn't that much harder. I need more sprinkles. She hopped down and went back into the kitchen. You introducing her to Capri? I ain't say all that. Qasim laughed, now more interested in my shit than the boring-ass documentary that was on. What are you saying exactly? I shrugged and leaned back on the couch. I don't fucking know. You know how I am with bringing anybody around Peach. What the fuck are you both doing? 'Cause I'm confused. We friends. Qasim laughed before becoming serious. You already know what you need to do if you decide to cross that line, Blaze. He warned using the nickname that only he and my father called me. A lot came with making Capri Delgato mine. I couldn't and would never approach her like a regular chick because Capri was far from that. She had been through a lot of shit and had her heart broken more than a few times. Despite dedicating the last year to her and only her, she still had trouble trusting her heart. Shit. I had trouble trusting my own.
3. Capri. The smell of bacon caused me to rise up out the guest bedroom and float down the steps to the kitchen, where Aliyah was cooking breakfast with Promise and Rory sitting on the counter. She laughed as she pinched their cheeks and carefully took the cooked bacon out of the pan. Don't touch hot. Blow. She coached them as they tried to snatch the bacon off the plate she had just placed it on. Quack, quack, hot, Rory said in his low, raspy voice. His raspy voice was one of the cutest things about him. Aliyah smiled, pinching and kissing his cheeks. You are so smart, Rory. Promise looked at Rory, then her mother, like she had betrayed her before she broke out screaming. Aliyah looked at her daughter before kissing her on the cheeks like she had done Rory seconds before. Joy, why my daughter screaming? Capadonna came through the garage door, kicking his running sneakers off and washing his hands before grabbing a screaming Promise off the counter. No sooner than she was in her father's arms, she had stopped crying and looked down at her mother. "'Cause she's dramatic like her father?" Cap dropped a few kisses on his wife's lips and then kissed his grandson on the head. Rory had already stolen a piece of the hot bacon and was satisfied with the attention not being on him. It was funny how he mirrored similar qualities of his father and grandfather, and he was only over a year old. The smell of bacon woke me up out of bed. I made my presence known, taking a seat at the counter, nuzzling Rory's curly hair. He was so into his bacon that he paid me no mind. Since I had been gone for a full year, they only knew me as the woman in the screen. Promise kept looking at me like she knew I was familiar, but was wondering why I wasn't on the screen of her mom or dad's phone that she constantly held hostage from them. I don't know how many times I called Capadonna or Elia, and my call had been ignored because Promise was watching something on YouTube. Somebody packed the kids up and drove here because he couldn't sleep with me being gone. Elia cut her eyes at Capadonna, who had no shame. He kissed Promise's cheeks while looking at us both. Capella's ass was in the front seat before I could get Promise and Rory strapped in. We decided last minute to come out to the lake house to spend a few days. I missed my sisters, so spending a few days away from everyone and enjoying drinks out in the back, surrounded by the lake, sounded much better than a lounge. Cappy, you couldn't survive without your wife for a few days? I joked, already knowing the answer to the question. Good morning, Erin yawned, with Capone trailing right behind her. Before I could even say anything to them, the garage door opened, and we all turned to see Capella strolling in with his shirt around his neck. What the fuck I'll do now? You mean to tell me that none of you could go a few days without your women? I clowned them because they each had it bad for the women they loved. Capadonna pulled Elia close. My baby be needing me at night. She can't see in the dark, so I help her to the bathroom. You don't want piss on the rug, right? Right, Cap smirked. Yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. She shoved him away from her and continued to make breakfast. I turned my attention to Capone. And your excuse? Shit. Cap called and told me he was driving up here, so I grabbed Cece and Cooper to follow behind him. Capone shrugged without an ounce of shame. She's still breastfeeding. Oh, bullshit. Don't try and use my leaking breast as an excuse. Erin called her husband out as I settled back in my seat. I looked over at Capadonna, who was busy watching his wife cook. When he noticed me watching him, he smiled. Chill out. You can still have your precious girl time. Y'all can stay at your house. I can't be too far from my wife. Sue me, baby doll. Even though it had been well over a year since Elia's brother had kidnapped her, she confided in me that Capadonna still struggled with it. Some nights it kept him awake, which explained why he knew I was coming back into the country before everyone else. I didn't mind my brothers crashing our girl time because as much as I missed girl time, I craved family time too. We about to be all coming up this way for the summer anyway. Me and Amy need to get some stuff for our crib. Capella shrugged. The second the house next door to mine went up for sale, Capadonna bought it for Capella and Amy for Rory's first birthday. I'm excited about all of us spending the summer here. The last summer we spent here was a vibe. I smiled, thinking of all the memories we made here at the lake. Capone kissed Erin on her head and swaggered over toward the garage door. I'm about to break into your house. Thanks for reminiscing on the memories we had last summer, Capone. I called to his back, while Capadonna kissed Elia and took Promise upstairs with him. Capella picked Rory up. That summer was fucking tough. Sorry, Sugar Plum. I didn't mean to take away from the fact that he lost his aunt, and then his mother shortly after. You good, Pre? Spending time up here with family helped me a lot, too. I'm just good being here this summer with shit being less heavy. Feel me? I nodded my head. Exactly. Do you know when my parents are flying back home? He shrugged. You gotta ask them. While everyone was supportive of me traveling for the last year, my mother wasn't a fan. She didn't understand why I had to take off and leave everyone behind. When I decided to leave, I had to do it for me. I felt like I was going to lose my mind and had put everything and everyone before me. Slowly but surely, I was losing Capri, and I needed to get away and do something for me. As much as she had been vocal about not understanding and not being supportive, I just wanted her to support it. Erin nudged me with her shoulder. You know how Ma is when she doesn't agree with something. How did you sleep last night? She switched the subject because she could tell I was thinking about my mother. Like a baby? Before I went to bed, I was talking to Kwamir and ended up falling asleep on him. I laughed. Elias set a plate of eggs and toast in front of me. I bet you miss her, huh? Both she and Erin eyed me suspiciously. Why are you both looking at me like that? Erin bit into her piece of bacon. You like that man, and you keep playing the friend card like you don't want to be more to him. We are friends, I defended. When Kwamir saw me off at the airport, I didn't think we would keep in touch like we had. I thought everything was talk, and he would forget about me by the time I came home. I had been with someone that sold me the river, and then handed me a damn bottled water, so it was hard to trust someone's word. I accepted it because I didn't know any better and thought I could change him. Thought I could be enough to where other women wouldn't matter. With time to heal, I realized that no matter what I did or how I changed myself, I would have never been what Naeem wanted. Kwamir was different. His words weren't just words. He put action behind them and was there for me. Kwamir wasn't there because he had to be. He was there because he wanted to be. I don't think I would have lasted and probably would have come home earlier had it not been for his encouragement. Every time I felt myself breaking, he was a phone call or FaceTime away, reminding me of my why. You like him though, Bree? Aliyah accused as she stood with her hands on her wide hips, staring me down. Seriously, can I just be home and enjoy being back without thinking about a relationship? I want to date and have fun, not think of having feelings or not. Aliyah nodded her head. Fair. Erin clapped her hands. Well, you have a birthday coming up, and I think we should do what you wanted to do last year. Shit went left, so we never got to do it. I stared at her confused. Do what? A roller skate party. Erin? Aliyah warned her. What? Tell her the truth. Aliyah forced her. Erin looked away. I may have put a deposit down on the skating rink for your birthday party. What birthday party? Erin? Aliyah continued to pull it out of her. The surprise one me and Aliyah were going to throw you. She mumbled and shoved some eggs into her mouth. Last year, everything was so hectic with Capadonna coming home that I never got the chance to fully celebrate my birthday. My attention was more on my brothers being together and finally celebrating their birthdays together, with Kat being free. I had mentioned in conversation about wanting to do a roller skating party and never followed up because life kept happening. When I was 8, I had a roller skating party, and it was still one of the best memories that I had. All I wanted to do this summer was have fun. I didn't want to think about anything or stress about nobody's nappy-headed son. I had done that in the past, and I was over that shit. It was time to get back to me. Show them why they called me Capri Delgato. Make a nigga yell, goddamn. You both were going to throw me a surprise party? I squeezed Erin and smiled at the both of them. How did I luck up with the two of you? You know Erin is a sucker for a party, especially a theme. Aliyah teased Erin. A party hated to see Erin's ass come in because one thing sis was going to do was plan a good one. I jumped off the chair and clapped my hands together. Fuck it, let's do it. Seriously? Erin squealed. Yes, I want it to be fun. Do you remember pasta parties? Aaron eyed me. Yeah, but why the hell do you know about them? I smirked, knowing that I had done more than a few things that I shouldn't have done when Capone wasn't paying attention to me. Anyway, I wanted to be like Pasa and the movie ATL had a baby. I've always wanted to be Nunu. Elias smiled, her dimples mirroring Lauren London's dimples in the movies. Erin already pulled out her infamous notes app and was taking notes. We're about to have fun. I'm not pregnant either. Mommy. We all turned to see Cece, my namesake, rubbing her eyes and coming from the other guest room. Cece, can I have a hug? I kneeled and she came running into my arms. My girl, your cousins were acting funny. My baby acts funny because her damn father, Elia defended Promise, who stared at me like I was a stranger trying to touch her. I picked my niece up and kissed her while she giggled. And your daddy is breaking into our house, Cece. Erin laughed while typing something into her phone. Ever since Cooper was born, she has been a hardcore daddy's girl. Erin and Capone named their son Cooper, Erin's maiden name. It was something special to honor her parents, and I thought it was the cutest thing. Even though she was a Delgato, it was a reminder of who she used to be before she married into our family. That's because Cooper is a mama's boy. Promise is a hardcore daddy's girl, and I cannot wait until our sons are born so they can be mama's boys. Elias sighed. Cece clung on to me as I sat back down in my seat, and I squeezed her. I missed you, Pumpkin. You missed Auntie? She nodded her head, with her curly hair all over her head. Bacon, please. She held a hand out, and Elia gave her a piece of bacon. Can Auntie have a kiss on the cheek? Elia asked, and put her cheek next to Cece, who kissed her before taking the bacon. Any particular people you want invited to this party? Erin reached over and kissed her daughter while waiting for me to answer her. I'll leave the list up to you, and we'll send you names of people to invite from college. The garage door sounded, and Capone came back into the house with grass and leaves in his hair. Got in there, bitch. Daddy! Cece nearly launched out my arms toward her father, and he grabbed her, kissing her on the head. Hey, where's my kiss? He asked, and pointed to his cheek, and she placed her greasy, bacon-filled lips onto his cheek. While Elia and Erin went into planner mode while cleaning the kitchen, I went across the street to my own house to shower and recenter. I couldn't lie and pretend that it wasn't hard coming back to my lake house alone. The last time I stayed here had been with Naeem and NJ. It was like we had our own little family for the summer, despite Naeem being with Nellie. It was that summer that I entertained the thought of possibly making it work with him. I thought I would have been able to make it work and pretend all the hurt we caused each other never happened. Had it not been for Nellie constantly calling his phone, I would have continued to have those thoughts. Before I could get too deep into my thoughts, I went to shower so I could enjoy my day on the lake. I planned to take Capone's boat out and journal on the water while meditating. Jessie came rushing into this Parisian-themed cafe that was closer to her house in Hoboken. She was lucky that I had even drove all the way here to eat mediocre crepes and lukewarm cappuccinos. For the sake of my girls, I would do anything for them without a second thought. I was a girl's girl all the way through and rode hard for my friends. If I told you that I got you, I stood 10 toes behind that and meant every single word. Back in college, while everyone was drunk and passing out, I was the one that made sure we all made it back to our dorms without a creep trying to accompany us. Jessie plopped her Gucci tote onto the table and rushed around the table to hug me tightly. Ugh, I miss seeing your beautiful face. Don't ever go away again. Promise me, right now. She kissed my cheek a million times before she finally released me. She rounded the table, plopping down and tossing her phone into a purse that was nearly spilling over with notebooks and magazines. I could only guess that it was nothing but bridal magazines and a checklist for the wedding. Jessie had always been the checklist type. In college, she had a checklist for every damn thing. And it didn't change as we graduated and walked into adulthood. Even as a U.S. Marshal, she still had a damn list for everything. I missed you too. You excited to put your checklists away and actually turn up for your bachelorette trip? I flicked the clipboard that was partially hanging out of her bag. She laughed. Please don't get married. Planning a wedding isn't for the weak. I wake up in the middle of the night blurting vendors' names. Don't have any plans on doing it again after the way it ended, I muttered. Jessie realized what she said and quickly reached her hand across the table. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it that way. It wasn't like Jessie knew everything I had been going through or had been there to hold my hand through it all. She wasn't the type that did check-ins or worried herself about other people's problems. The only time I really heard from Jessie was whenever she had an event or she needed me for something. If I didn't reach out, I wouldn't hear from her. I purposely kept my college friends and life separate from my personal life. So Jessie didn't know Tasha or the fact that Naeem cheated on me with her. She had only met Naeem a handful of times whenever we attended an event she was throwing. I usually attended most of our friends' events alone because Naeem hated them. It was easier than arguing with him about not bringing his gun or acting like he didn't have any sense. He also hated whenever I was around my college friends because I changed. Slightly. I had mastered the art of code switching, and Naeem hated it so bad. I was a lawyer. I couldn't carry myself any kind of way. With Jessie being a U.S. Marshal, he felt uncomfortable, so I understood. Sorry, Jessie, I replied, even though it wasn't all right. Had it been Blair, she wouldn't have allowed something to slip like that. Then again, Blair had always been mindful and one of those friends that were good for your soul. Anyway, she quickly snatched her hand back and pulled out the clipboard. David's sister said Miami was too boring, and we've done it so many times. Plus, mostly all the rental houses and hotels are booked for those dates. She rented a beautiful villa in Anguilla. Like, this cost about $12,000 a night, she whispered, like somebody cared about our conversation. I watched as she whipped her iPad out next and swiped through the different pictures of the villa. This is beautiful. How much do we all have to pay so I can send it over? It's covered. She's covering the entire thing. You know, she married well. She smiled and ran her hand through her pin-straight hair. Capone and Capadonna had always instilled in me to never let anybody pay my way. I was always fine with picking up the tab. Are you sure? It looks pretty expensive. She never had one, so she's going all out. So don't worry about paying for anything. The villa is right on the beach, and the clubs and bars are only a few miles away. I want us to recreate our old bar picture from college, too. Jessie was speaking a million miles per second as she explained everything to me. I'm ready. Who else is going to be there? She looked away. Brandy. I rolled my eyes so hard that I didn't even know what to do. Last Jessie told me they fell out and hadn't spoken to each other in so long. I don't think I can make it, Jessie. Stop, Capri. It's been years, and you both never truly had a problem anyway. You just said she was stuck up. She was, and you admitted it yourself. Brandy has always acted like she was better than all of us. Last I checked, she slept with your boyfriend, which caused you to hate her. How did that change? You know David is in politics and her husband is too, so it was bound for us to run into each other. We were at some black tie event last year, and she cornered me by the bar and asked for forgiveness. Turns out, she goes to my Pilates studio, and we ran into each other again. I guess I'm nice and have a forgiving spirit because we've been pretty cool. And I invited her to the wedding. And you expect me to sit around her for 4 days? Jesse looked over the menu. Come on. You love me. Brandy has changed. She isn't the same as she was in college. She even has a daughter now. Oh, and she's not with Quamir anymore. I snickered to myself because if she only knew that I knew all of the tea she thought she was spilling to me. Are the dates the same so me and Blair can book our flights? Same dates. Make sure to email me the information so I can have them at the airport to pick you guys up. Jesse waved over the waiter and ordered an acai bowl and an orange juice. I was fine with my croissant and half-eaten crepe that I wanted to toss across the restaurant at someone's head. She looked up at me with a sly smile on her face. I have someone that I want to introduce to you. You need to settle down and find a man. It's time, Capri. I don't want to meet anybody because 9 times out of 10, he's going to be a politician, and I don't need that boring kind of life. Jessie gasped as she playfully hit me with a napkin. My life is not boring. Does work get in the way with the both of us? Yes, but I love him. I'm glad you found your forever with David. I, on the other hand, don't want some square. Jesse didn't understand that I like my men to be hood. I may have had a degree, but I wanted a man that possessed a swagger and could defend me without getting the police involved. I wanted my man crazy about me and would do whatever just to prove a point. Whenever I thought of who I wanted, Quamir came to mind. How about you go on a date with him and find out? He's come from poverty. I screwed my face up. What the fuck, Jesse? Jesse always said the most fucked up shit, and everybody always excused her because that was just Jesse. I was the one constantly correcting her. I'm saying he was raised in the hood, like your ex-husband. I don't even know how to respond to that. Look, all I'm saying is that it wouldn't hurt to change your type. I'm involved with your type daily. Always issuing warrants, bringing them in, and chasing them down. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to get you a guy in a suit. Jesse didn't understand that I ran with real niggas, and that was what I was attracted to. A man in a suit couldn't do anything for me unless we were working together. I could never see myself settling down with a man like that. Since she was surrounded by men like that all the time, it was her type. Then again, she was attracted to a man with power, which is why she was even marrying David. Jessie knew her type was a hood nigga, because that was who had broken up her friendship with Brandy. Her boyfriend in college was on the football team and was from the hood. He was the only one in his family to make it out, and she was attracted to his power and the fact that he wasn't like the other lames on his team. No matter how much Jessie denied it, she wanted a nigga like her college boyfriend to pin her to a wall and knock the Mario coins out of her. Hell, I wanted the same thing. The only difference was that I wanted Mia's ass to be the one knocking him out of me.
4. Quamir. No sooner than I pulled into the driveway and killed the engine, Ryder was pulling her seatbelt off and rushing out the car. I shook my head and climbed out the truck, following behind her. She was always excited to visit her great-grandmother's house, even though this was a random visit. I didn't doubt that my grandmother had snacks, drinks, and whatever else waiting on the kitchen table. I hit the code on the lock, and Ryder damn near crushed my fingers trying to turn the knob and enter the house. "Sorry, Daddy." I laughed. "You good, Peach." I playfully pulled her crooked ponytails that I had done this morning. Ryder was tender-headed as hell, so it was always a task trying to do her hair in the mornings. Shit, I don't know if I did them crooked or her day at school turned her every way but loose and they ended up crooked. Either way, as long as her hair was done, it didn't matter if they were crooked or not. From the foyer, I could hear my grandmother loving on Ryder. It had been a few weeks since I brought Ryder over here, so I knew they missed each other. My grandmother and Ryder had been thick as thieves since the first time I brought her over here. Gammy was Ryder's favorite person in the world. Even Qasim knew he couldn't compete when it came to Gammy and Ryder's relationship. I bypassed a few family pictures on my way to the kitchen. "Hey, Dumpling, I was wondering when you were going to make your way over here. My Gammy stood around 5'3", and Ryder was almost her height. What she lacked in height, she had in mouth, because that woman could cuss you out so bad that you would feel like you were her height. She wasn't no punk, and let that shit be known the minute you met her. Her tolerance for bullshit was low, so everybody knew not to come with her with the bullshit. Gammy practically raised me in Kwasim, so naturally, that was where I got all my shit talking from. Plus, my tolerance for bullshit was so low that I might contemplate killing your ass if I sat and thought about it long enough. Gammy allowed shit to roll off her shoulders, and I was the type that broke your fucking shoulders. We were the same and different at the same time. That was my girl, and I would always do whatever I could for her. I'd lay down and die for my grandmother because I knew the sacrifices she had made for our family throughout the years. I bent down to kiss her cheek. Got caught up. I'm here now and brought you a favor. She smirked. I don't have favorites. Like hell you don't, Gam. You replaced me with my own daughter. Ryder stood there smiling along with her great-grandmother. Don't be so pressed, Dad. Gammy just knows perfection when she sees it. Who the hell you been hanging around, Peach? She giggled as she grabbed a fresh-baked cookie from the cooling rack and bit into it. These have to be your best cookies, Gammy. I think so. I have about 3 more batches before they're done. Don't eat those back there. She snickered. Which means I can have one of those. I went to grab one and she slapped my hand. I'm grown as hell, Gam. The hell you mean I can't have one? I will package some up for you. Gammy was known for her cookies everywhere. She was always baking cookies for some fundraiser or because a friend had requested them. As much as I grew up on her baking, my favorite had to be when she started making edibles. A nigga didn't have a regular grandmother. I had a cool grandmom's, 'cause she could make the fuck out of some edibles. Last time she made me cookies, that shit had me stuck on the couch for 3 hours. Yeah, you right. Last time had me stuck on the couch looking into the air. Gammy chuckled as she poured some milk for Ryder, who took her cookies and milk into the living room. Get your homework done so it's one less thing you have to do later, she called behind her. Got you, Gams. She turned her attention back to me as I slumped into the kitchen chair. I told you those cookies ain't no hoe. You never want to listen to me. I need about 6 to hold me over. You know I'm good for it. I pulled a knot of money out and sat it in the middle of the kitchen table. She snatched the money and placed it back into my hands. I don't need your money, Dumpling. You, your brother, and father already do more than enough for me and your mother. I took the money back knowing that I would find some place to stash it like I usually did. It was always like pulling teeth when it came to trying to do something for her. The only reason she accepted this new house we bought was because she knew it was needed. We could never repay you for what you do, Gammy. You know that shit, right? I stared at her as she removed the cookies from the cooling rack. I don't do it for the payment. She may be your mother, but she is my daughter. A mother always takes care of her baby. You know, there's nothing in this world that you wouldn't do for Ryder as her father. Damn right. I paused, looking around the kitchen before our eyes met. How has she been? She turned to smile at me. Some days are always better than others. Today happens to be a good day. It's good that you brought Ryder over so she can see her. Yeah. I know you struggle with visiting her, Dumpling. She came over and kissed my head, then went back to mixing up another batch for the cookies she had to bake. The day I woke up to our apartment smelling like it was on fire was something that I still had nightmares from. I wore the souvenir of the day on my face and the left side of my body. It had been over 20 years since my mother had set our apartment on fire, and I had been caught on the inside. I tried everything to get out that room and burned the inside of my hand because the knob was scalding hot. When I finally did get the door opened, a burst of flames hit the side of my body, causing my face and torso to suffer burns. As I laid on the floor, I looked at my Michael Jordan poster, knowing that it would be the last time I saw that shit. My father didn't give a fuck who felt the way. He ran into our apartment and burned himself in the process of getting me out. I could have died had he not went in and didn't listen to what the firefighter had told him. As rough as our relationship could be at times, he was still my fucking hero, and I would do anything for him. I remember being rushed past my mother on the gurney and seeing how spaced out she looked. She sat on the back of the other ambulance with a blanket draped over her. It was like she didn't know what she had done, or she didn't care. Qasim stood there talking to her, asking her what happened, and all she could do was stare into his eyes, never saying a word. We later found out that she had put on oil to fry chicken and walked away, forgetting that she put it on. It was a good thing we found that shit out because I thought my own mother tried to line my ass up. She was always forgetting shit, and we chalked it up to being who she was. Moms would lose her fucking head if it wasn't attached to her shoulders. I remember she had forgot me at the mall, and my father had to come back to the mall and pick me up because her ass had already made it home and was cooking dinner like she hadn't left her damn child behind. Moms had always been a little different, and we all accepted her like that because we didn't know her any different. She had always been eccentric, as Gammy liked to call her, and we accepted it. Pop said that was the reason he had fell in love with her. She wasn't like every woman that tossed herself at him. She was different. Every time he spoke about how she used to be, I could see the sadness enter his eyes. He missed who she used to be before her light was dimmed, and she had become a shell of herself. It was hard coming to grips that your mother was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. At 40, she had been diagnosed with it, and our entire life had changed. All the forgetfulness, poor judgment, changes in her mood was all signs that we all missed. We were too busy making it her personality, and she was suffering on the inside with these changes. It was hard seeing my mother because it reminded me of the woman, the mother she used to be, the grandmother that she would never be. I missed her fucking laugh so much. It was so goofy, and we always made fun of how she made this whistle noise with her nose before she broke out into full laughter. How she used to mess around with us, always with a joke. Aside from her being so forgetful, she was a good mother. A mother who cared and never took herself too seriously. When she was first diagnosed, she was more active. I could have conversations with her, and we heard that laugh occasionally. The more time that went on, she went from being so lively to now sitting in her favorite chair and offering some conversation before she eventually retreated back into her head. The only time you saw some kind of life in her eyes was when she saw my father. When he walked into the room, she snapped out of her trance and was there with him. Each time I saw my parents together, the shit broke my heart. It broke me because they were the definition of true love and loved each other, even though life hadn't been kind to their marriage. They were the reason that I believed in love and wanted that shit so much. It was clear that my father could never have the marriage he intended to with my mother. You couldn't tell him shit about his wife, and he came to visit her every day. He would sit with her for hours before she went to bed, and then he left, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Shit was heartbreaking. Ryder had only known her grandmother as the woman who sat in her favorite chair and stared aimlessly out the window, only getting excited when she saw her grandfather. She would never know the woman that would have picked her up, tickled her, and then fed her sweets despite what her parents told her. My father had always been the disciplinarian, while my mother was the fun. Half the time, it was me and Qasim looking after her ass. Whenever Pops was away, we knew we could get away with murder. Homework was never finished, we ate whatever we wanted, and there wasn't a bedtime. Naturally, Qasim stepped into a parental role because my Pops couldn't be in two places at once. Had it not been for Qasim, my ass probably wouldn't even considered college. When my mother was diagnosed, my father stepped back and Qasim took his place as the head of the Inferno gods. Even though he was young, niggas respected him. He was the heir of the Infernal throne, so niggas knew to respect him. Or we would be paying our respects to their families, disrespectfully. I thought being the second son of Papa Inferno meant that I was up next. Boy, was I fucking wrong. If standing on business was a person, it was my fucking older brother. Qasim was serious when he stuck his fucking nails into me and told me that I needed to go to college. His ass told me once I graduated, I could become IG, so my ass did what the fuck I had to do. It took a minute before I officially became IG because I was so caught up with Brandy's big-headed ass and trying to please her. Even with Qasim being my older brother, his ass was like a second father too. Always one call away whenever I needed him. When me and my pops went through it, I knew I could always turn to him for advice. Half the time, his ass offered it without me even asking. Cabeza nas nuvens. Gammy pulled me out my thoughts as she scooped dough onto the baking trays. O tempo todo ojejimgia, I replied, sitting my phone on the kitchen table and leaning my head back against the wall. Sobre aquella mujer, seu amor? I chuckled. Why you assume that she's my love, Gams? She put her hand on her hip and gave me that knowing look. You know that look every grandmother has when they're staring at you. It was like the moment you became a grandparent. That look was downloaded into your memory, and you knew exactly when to use it. You've been waiting a whole year for her to return back from her travels, which I think is great. More women need to travel alone and learn who they are. She held the spliff between her lips and sparked it. Now entre aquí, meu amor. Está fumando. She called out to Ryder. Eu não vou. Ryder replied. Ryder was bilingual, and it was because Gammy made sure she knew Portuguese like she did with me. I spoke it fluently while Qasim knew a few words but understood it. My grandmother was Portuguese and black. Her father was stationed in Portugal when he met my great-grandmother, and the rest was history. My great-grandfather passed before I was born, and my great-grandmother passed when I was 5. Qasim remembered more about her than I did, and she used to speak to him in Portuguese, which made it that much worse that this nigga didn't speak the language as fluent. When Gams met my grandfather, she continued to blacken up our bloodline, washing the Portuguese on out. She still held on close to her roots by making sure that we knew the language. Who said I waited for her, Gams? I chuckled as she passed me the spliff. I took a pull, closing my eyes. This is some good shit. I choked. She went back to transferring the cookie dough onto the baking sheet. Zahir came over to see us and brought me a special delivery. She spoke of my cousin Zah, who had the best weed out there. He owned a bunch of dispensaries throughout the city, and those shits brought him bank. New York fucked up when they made weed legal, 'cause that nigga got to the bag. Aside from his dispensaries, Zah had his hands in every damn thing. Most of his paper came from the investments he made. Unlike most, I never got jealous. I paid attention and learned from him. He was a millionaire because of his smart investments and businesses. Why the fuck wouldn't I shut up and learn from him? We owned a couple of businesses together, and he had told me to invest in a few companies that had me and Peach set up. He don't bring me no shit like this. I took another long pull before passing it back to Gam, who tucked it in her lips while continuing with her cookies, never breaking her stride. You're not his favorite grandmother, she snickered. Stop switching the subject, Dumpling. You like this woman? I do. I couldn't deny that I liked Capri, maybe even love her ass. The feeling I felt for her was so strong that the shit made it difficult to think logically when it came to her. Soon as she mentioned another nigga, I was already thinking of ways to cut his brakes and put him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Maybe even have his mama pull her black dress because the car toppled over a cliff, and he didn't make it. Shit was never normal when it came to Sugar, and I learned that the minute I watched her board that plane without me. Then what is stopping you from letting her know that? A lot, Gams. I can't just make a move because a lot comes with that, and Qasim has already reminded me. She heaved a sigh. Simi knows more than anyone how short life is and how we need to live in the now, make moves because we never know when God will pick up that phone and call us home. She set a cookie on the table next to me. I hear you. Gams was my best friend and the person I always came to when I didn't feel like going to Qasim. I knew I could get real without any sugarcoating when it came to her. She was going to give you the real, and only if you were real you could appreciate it. I sat there for a couple of minutes before I went down the hall to my mother's bedroom. Like I expected, she was in her favorite chair, but she was asleep. When she heard the door creak, she looked at me before turning her head back out the window. It was expected. I wasn't my father, the love of her life, so no matter how much I favored him, she knew the difference. "Hey, Mommy, what's going on with this hair, lady?" I walked over and dropped a kiss on her curly hair. It was funny because Ryder had the same texture hair as my mother, and she resembled her, especially now as my mother sat here with bed hair. I could tell Gam had probably got her up from her mid-noon nap before we came over. "Quentin is here?" She asked for my father, and I stared down at her and smiled. As life moved on, she declined. She went from laughing and being able to have conversations to only saying a few words, and one of them was my father's name. I heard the door behind me and saw Ryder standing there. She slowly walked over and kissed her grandmother's cheek. "Hey, Nanny, I love you." Shit always broke my heart watching my daughter with my mother. Even as time went on, it never got easier having to witness my mother deteriorate into the person she was now. It was the reason that I never spoke about it. It was our family's business, so I never felt comfortable talking about it to anyone else. There had been a few times when Capri had tried to pull shit out of me and had become frustrated. The last time I opened up to a woman, she broke me in ways I didn't think was possible. Sugar had the power to do that to me again, and that was something that wasn't lost on me. I understood the power that she had over me. I knew she had the ability to break my heart, and that was the reason I was cool with being friends with her first. It was my way of easing into a situation where I knew the outcome could end with heartache again. At least this time, I had nobody to blame but me, because I knew what I was getting myself into and still pursued her. My week with Peach went by too damn quick. By the time we got settled into our routine, it was time for her to return back to her mother. When we met up this time, she was with her husband, so her ass tried to play it cool. Even though I could tell she was still salty about our last conversation, her ass was real careful with how she was chatting because she knew I didn't give a fuck what came out my mouth. Brandy's ass wasn't trying to poke the bear, at least not when her husband was standing nearby. I knew Brandy long enough to know that she was very much still in her feelings about our conversation. It was probably eating her alive that Capri even had my number, especially since she used to catch an attitude whenever me and Capri would run into each other on campus. If she knew that was my sugar, she probably would have exploded right in front of me. The minute I dropped my daughter off and kissed her goodbye, I didn't think about Brandy's ass again. She wasn't a second thought, and if she knew what was good for her, she would mind her business and stay the fuck out of mine before I shot at her husband. Goon, your girl up in the spot tonight. She with Blair. After I dropped Peach to her mother, I don't know why my ass even came over to boring-ass Qasim's crib. The nigga didn't even offer me something to drink, and I had been here a whole damn hour. The whole reason I came over here was to convince him to get out the house tonight. I had given Sugar her space since I was busy with my daughter, and she needed to spend time with her family. Only I knew how much she missed them and how much she needed to be around them right now. You a fucking fool. Qasim laughed at an episode of the Wayans Brothers. This shit hit different when you're older and understand the shit fully. You know what I never understand fully? What, Blaze? I already know you a little slow, so go ahead. I chuckled. Why the fuck you in the house on a Friday night? We should go get a drink at Fern. You just want to go because Capri is there with Blair. I looked at his ass like he had two heads instead of one. How the fuck you know she there? Qasim smirked. I keep tabs on Miss Delgato like you do. She's a fucking Delgato for crying out loud. Fuck all that. You keeping tabs on Blair. You keep tabs on her, but you won't make a move on her? The fuck is up with you? Why the fuck do you keep trying to push me with Blair? How do you even know I'm interested in her? Qasim may have been able to convince himself that he wasn't into Blair, but anybody with eyes could see that he was crushing on her ass bad. It wasn't like the feeling wasn't mutual. Blair was very much into his ass too. Sim was just being fucking weird and running from her ass like she had cooties or some shit. Cap did mention that you were gay or some shit like that. He was ranting about celebrating pride for you because you're in denial about it. Qasim did a deep sigh before he turned the TV off and stood up. Thankfully, his ass was actually dressed today and wasn't still sitting around in pajamas. We out. Now you want to be out because we starting to think you gay, I mumbled. Me. On my fucking way. Sim turned to give me that look before he snatched his keys and wallet to head out the garage. I could hear the sound of his motorcycle before I left the living room and followed him out the door. After dropping Peach with her moms, I went home to grab my bike and park my truck up. If you saw me, I was usually on my bike. The only reason I had a truck was because I needed something safe for my daughter. Even though Peach had rode on the back of my bike more times than a few, her moms always acted like a bitch about it, but I had been teaching my daughter bike safety since she could walk. Qasim didn't live too far away from Fern, so it didn't take long for us to arrive. Soon as we pulled onto the block, it was covered from side to side with motorcycles and cars parked or double parked. It was Friday night, so everybody was out here trying to chill and see where the night took them. The smell of barbecue invaded my nostrils and made my stomach growl. I already knew Doug was in the back going crazy on his makeshift grill that he made out of a damn steel drum. Soon as Qasim pulled onto the block, one of the gods hopped on his bike, making space so he could pull right in. I followed behind and parked beside him before climbing off my bike. Goon didn't even need to tell me Capri was in there. I knew my baby was here because I could smell her ass in the air. Why the fuck are you sniffing the air? Qasim questioned. Fuck you mean? Were you around the fucking block when I texted you? Goon came out and dapped both of us. How in the fuck you got this one out the house? Qasim laughed. Came to check on business. Make sure we making money and you niggas ain't drinking it all. Yeah, alright. If business name rhymes with hair. Goon clowned his ass because we both knew that was the only reason his ass was out here tonight. While Goon and Qasim kicked it, I left them and headed into the bar. Fern wasn't all that big, so as soon as I stepped in the spot, I spotted my sugar instantly. Just as the happiness filled my chest, the shit was sucked up because my eyes had to be fucking with me. She was sitting at the end of the bar, twirling her freshly straightened hair around her finger while talking to some cornball. How did I know he was a cornball? I had a feeling about niggas like him. He was respectful, careful not to touch what was mine, and was just talking. It was Sugar who had all her damn teeth showing as she flirted with him. I could read her fucking lips from where I stood. Did I go over there and slam homie's head into the bar top, or did I play it cool? These were legit questions because I was about to grip my gun and put the shit to his head for even being near mine. I see that crazy ass look in your fucking eye. Chill the fuck out. Yasin squeezed my shoulder, pushing me over toward the empty spot at the bar. Shantae slid me a drink. You got it bad for her. Every man that has come through those doors has stopped to talk to her. Oh yeah? Which ones? I asked, taking back my shots of Don Julio while waiting for Shantae to point out the niggas I needed to beat the fuck up. Yasin shook his head. Last I checked, you both single as fuck. Shantae, I replied, ignoring him talking about some shit that didn't pertain to me. All that single shit went out the window when another nigga was smiling up in her face. Yasin looked at Shantae. Don't even point them out. We cool tonight. You fired, Shantae. Go to the back and grab your shit. Shantae laughed, sliding me another shot before she went to tend to the other end of the bar. Capri got you out here wild. I don't even remember you being like this with Brandy's ass. Brandy wasn't the one. While I thought she was and was fully prepared to marry her ass, time and her actions let me know that it would have been the biggest mistake in my life. Shit was different when it came to Sugar. When I spoke to her, I could see my entire future within her eyes. I could see us walking along the beach with our kids, running and playing ahead of us. I could feel myself holding her heart, knowing that I could protect it and it would never ache again. Before I felt her arms around my neck, I smelled her approaching me like a fucking pale-ass vampire from that teen movie. Capri had me out here feeling like an immortal over her fine ass. Hey, Mir, why didn't you tell me you were coming out tonight? She released my neck, and I pulled her between my legs, away from anybody that could possibly touch her. I needed every nigga in this bitch to know that she wasn't to be touched. I could say the same about you, Suge. Why the fuck you out tonight? Ain't you supposed to be at the lake? She playfully mushed me. First of all, why you clocking me? I'm always clocking you. Why you out here tonight? She pointed over toward the bar where Blair was on the phone. I haven't seen Blair since I've been back, so we came out to get some drinks. Plus, I needed to grab more things from my house since I'm going to be staying at the lake for the summer. Even though she was dressed down, she could still turn heads. She wore a Yankee Dad hat, plain white baby tee that exposed her stomach, and baggy jeans that fell at her waist. Even with the jeans being baggy, there was no denying her fucking shape. Blair going back to the lake house with you? I wish. She has a man now, so she's gonna meet him for a late dinner. She fake sulked, then smiled at me. I just knew me and her were gonna tear the summer up being single together. Capri shrugged, looking back over toward Blair. I paused. A man? How the fuck is that possible? She don't know she's my fucking sister-in-law? Capri broke out into laughter. Calm it down, crazy pants. I just found out that she has a boyfriend and she's keeping him a secret until she was sure about him. After that whole Tookie situation, I don't blame her for taking her time to make sure he's the one. He ain't the one because his last name ain't Inferno. Tookie's ass is lucky the law got his ass before I did, because I was gonna $150 the other side of his face. Tookie's ass had got caught up and now his ass was serving time up north. Even being in prison wasn't gonna excuse the pressure I was gonna put his ass through the minute he stepped out of prison. If he thought I was gonna excuse that shit he did when I was with Sugar, his ass had another thing coming. This is all your brother's fault, Mir. Had he made a move, she wouldn't have moved on. I couldn't even front like Qasim's simple ass didn't fumble this shit. Capri has always been Team Qasim and wanted them to be together more than anybody. Will you talk to him? I think he might still have a chance. If Blair's about to leave, what you about to get into? I ignored her question because I wasn't about to get involved in a grown man's personal shit. I knew the reason Sim was being so distant and acting scared of Blair. It wasn't my place to talk to him or Blair. I had to sit back and allow time to do its thing. She shrugged. Was gonna have another drink before going home, then driving back to the lake. I can tell she wants to hang with her man, which is fine. I'm not pressed she's leaving. Her phone chimed and she looked down at it before smiling. Why the fuck you showing all your teeth in your mouth, Capri? Since when I became Capri? I was just Sugar a second ago. She realized I wasn't laughing and furthered her explanation. I was texting a guy I met earlier. He left because he has a game in the morning. Apparently he plays football. You heard of Mason Jackson? I chuckled. Yeah, I know his ass. He might end up with an injury this season, too. Mason Jackson played for the New Jersey Black Jackets, and if his ass wanted to continue to play for them, he needed to leave my Sugar the fuck alone. His ass was cool with a few of the gods, and he paid them to look out for him when he wanted to do his own thing without the stress of the media in his face. Being celebrity meant everybody was on his dick, and he just wanted to chill out and be regular, whatever the fuck that meant. The few times I met him, he was cool people, and we kicked it together if we happened to be at the bar at the same time. However, that didn't mean I wouldn't Peter roll his ass when it came to Capri. How do you know that? Quamir! She pinched me once she realized exactly what I meant. What you mean? I'm good at predicting shit like that. She got close to my ear. My brothers are Capone and Capadonna. You don't think I know how to read between the lines? Leave that man alone, Mir. Then tell him to leave you alone. I stared her right in the eyes. She stepped back, and I pulled her back until she was standing directly between my legs. Come take a ride with me. Before she could reply, my brother finally made his presence known by walking behind the bar. I watched as he poured a drink and then looked at me and Capri. Welcome back, Capri. Happy to be back home? I am. I didn't think I would miss home so much. As he was about to reply, Blair came rushing over with her phone to her ear. I'm going to head out, Capri. Let me know when you book your flight for Jesse's birthday trip. What up, Blair? I almost snapped my neck with how fast I turned to look at Qasim. Part of me just assumed his ass wasn't going to even acknowledge her. Hey, Qasim, how are you? Me and Sugar looked between the both of them, and the attraction was so damn thick, I might have choked on the shit. Just from sitting here, you could tell they both were feeling the other. Neither of them were going to make a move, though. Blair damn sure wasn't about to make one now that she had a man, and when it came to my brother, who the fuck knew when or if he would ever make one? I'm straight. He took back his shot and then walked further down the bar, leaving me to look at Capri and Blair. Capri looked at me before she switched subjects. I think I might charter a jet for us. A wedding gift for her. Capri shrugged like it was nothing. In fact, it wasn't nothing for her to charter one. The only reason Capone never bought a jet was to avoid all the added attention. He didn't want anybody questioning how a man who owns a trucking company could afford a multi-million-dollar jet, even though Delgato's trucking was highly successful, with government contracts. From the way that Blair quickly ended the call she was on, I could tell she wasn't feeling Capri's idea of a wedding gift. You've already come home early to attend the wedding festivities, not to mention you've been complying with all her expensive demands, like buying that $3,000 bridesmaid dress. You've done more than enough, Capri. I don't want you going all out for Jessie because we both know how she is. I understood where Blair was coming from. I've been around Capri long enough to know that she gave too much to people and often never got anything in return. I can't believe you're still friends with that bitch. I blurted, and Capri pinched me while turning to Blair to finish their conversation. Jessie Anderson was some mixed bitch that thought she was the shit. I think she was black and Cuban or some wild shit like that, so being mixed was her entire identity in college. She used to hang with Brandy hard back in the day, until they fell out. Brandy never told me the full story on why they fell out, but my spidey senses told me that Brandy fucked Jessie's nigga, and that was how they fell out. I never had the proof and never looked fully into it, but something always told me that Brandy was out there fucking other niggas. Quasim used to tell me to use my head, and I couldn't because my heart was so wrapped into her. I refused to believe she would ever give a nigga my pussy. Once you refuse to believe something, just go on and accept that it was happening. So you understand why I feel the way I do. Blair stood with her arms folded, ignoring Capri and looking straight at me. Sugar struggles with giving too much to the wrong people and never getting anything in return. We working on that, right, Suge? I learned that about Capri before even fully getting to know her in the past year. She was the type that would go above and beyond if she cared for you. So much that she ended up being the only one hurt in the end. In her marriage, Naheem had done wrong, and Suge got her lick back, but she still stuck around to help him raise another woman's baby. There weren't too many women that would stick around and make sure the man who did her dirty remained untouched. She was and still was the driving force behind making sure Naheem remained untouched by her brothers. Sadly, this is a problem she had in college, too. Remember when you spent nearly 2 bands for her birthday dinner because none of the niggas that she invited wanted to pay? Everybody was debating on how many drinks they bought, and Capri just swiped her brother's credit card to avoid conflict. Well, damn, Blair. How about you tell all my business? I'm your friend before I knew how powerful your family is. I hate to see people take advantage of my friend, and Jessie takes advantage of you. She knows that you're a real friend, and there's no limit to the shit that you would do for the people you care about, Pri. I held on to the belt hoop of her jeans while looking up at her, and she briefly looked at me. Leave me alone, Mir. I'm just saying. We about to get that fucking money back from that birthday dinner. What niggas come to a dinner and don't pay for everybody's meal? College guys, Mir. They didn't have money like that. Then those are niggas you don't need to be around. I was paying Brandy's bills when I was in college. You not chartering a jet for that bitch's bachelorette party. If she want a jet, then she need to ask her fuck-ass husband. Mir, conversation over, sugar. Come on, Blair. Let me walk you out. I grabbed Capri's hand and pulled her behind me as she sulked. She was so used to going above and beyond for everybody, and that shit stopped now. I don't know how many conversations we had over this year where I told her that she needed to be selfish. Capri deserved to be selfish more than anyone I knew, and it was always her having to take the high road and be the bigger person. Always having to take everybody's feelings into consideration before her own. Naheem cheated on her with her enemy, And his ass was still walking around to talk about it because Capri cared about what happened to him more than her own feelings, more than the hurt that he caused. Even if I never became her man, long as I was around, that shit was gonna end. We walked Blair outside to her car and watched as she pulled away, Capri flipping her middle finger at her. I shook my head because she was mad that Blair was actually a good friend and didn't want her used. Jessie was the type of bitch that would use you for whatever you could offer her. She only fucked with niggas on the football team, according to Brandy. I didn't know what she was up to or who her new man was, but I was certain he was getting to the money because she didn't go for broke niggas that couldn't offer her shit. How do you know I'm ready to head home? I walked her over toward my bike. Blair is gone, so there's no reason for you to be in there alone. Your boyfriend gone too. Didn't you say he had a flight to catch? He's not my boyfriend. Just because we exchange numbers doesn't mean he is my boyfriend. She rolled her eyes and then our eyes connected again. Capri had these eyes that you can get lost in. Although they were big, beautiful, and brown, she did this thing when she lowered them and gave you those fuck me hard eyes. At least that's what I felt whenever she looked at me with them. It was when she lowered her eyes, looked up at me, and then bit her bottom lip. It was like she was begging me to put my hand around her neck and give her this dick on the bike. Come take a ride with me, sugar, I said, handing her my helmet. Or do you want to confirm with your boyfriend? She snatched the helmet and laughed. You playing around until I'm becoming the girlfriend of an NFL player. My mother would really be proud then. I held her chin. She's proud of you now. You don't need to marry a nigga for her to be even more proud, Suge. She stared up into my eyes. Yeah, right. She was never a big fan of me traveling this year, and she's the hardest on me. Capone and Capadonna can get away with murder because they're her boys. She scoffed. Me? I'm still getting shit because I decided to end my marriage and not listen to her and work on it. She wanted you to stay married to him? I met Jean Delgato more than a few times, and she was always sweet as shit. The glue that held the Delgato family together. You could feel how much she loved her family, and there wasn't nothing she wouldn't do for them. It was crazy to hear how Capri spoke about her mother being so hard on her and punishing her for the decision she decided to make with her marriage. The shit was the complete opposite from the warmth I experienced every time I was around Jean. My mom is the kind of woman that believes that marriage is through thick and thin. You get married and you stay married. Capri shrugged. I believe in that too, Suge. I did too, once upon a time. I continued to stare down into her eyes. Maybe one day you will again, huh? She smiled while sliding the helmet onto her head. Maybe. I got on first and then helped her get on behind me. She held on as I started the motorcycle and sped away from the bar. As I zipped down each street, she held on to me tightly. The wind blew through my locks as I was careful with how I flew down each block. This wasn't the first time that Capri had been on the back of my bike. This was the first time she was on the back of my bike with me having the feelings that I did. When she held me tighter, that shit felt like she had my heart in a vice grip. Everything was a blur as we sped over the bridge into Staten Island, heading toward my favorite spot. She released me as I pulled into a parking spot, and I got off to help her. She took the helmet off and placed it on the seat of my bike. We are not going to a dark park at night. I grabbed her hand and strolled into Clove Lake Park. It was my favorite spot since I was younger. I went to the middle school up the street, so I always frequented this park after school. It was the place I had my first kiss, sparked my first spliff, and nearly split a nigga's head open. The park held a bunch of memories for me, and whenever the world got too loud, I came here to silence it. If you scared, just say that. She laughed. I'm not scared. Just want to know why you wanted to come to a park at night. Everything's always quieter at night. You agree? She still held my hand as she looked up at me. Almost too quiet. I looked over at her and she was staring into thin air as I led us to my favorite spot. It was a bridge that took you to the other side of the park. During the day, you could see the turtles that kept near in case someone dropped some food to them. While Capri leaned over the bridge staring into the dark pond, I chose to hop up and sit on the edge. You still having trouble sleeping, Suge? She shrugged. I get 4 hours in. It's better than when I couldn't sleep at all. Why you not sleeping, though? I sparked my spliff, taking a long pull while blowing the smoke in the opposite direction. She turned and leaned her back on the bridge and looked away. I took the year to heal, and now I'm back home and it's like, now what? I love my brothers, but I see what they have and want the same. I want to be happily in love. Taking a pull, I slowly nodded my head. Yeah, I feel you. What's stopping you from finding someone? I know you joke around about being with me, but we both know that can't happen, Mir. Her question caught me off guard. Why can't it happen, Capri? Our eyes met. You're my best friend, the person that I can tell anything to, and I know you won't judge me. I'm afraid to lose you if we ever cross that line. I crossed it with Kincaid, and you see how that ended up. Kincaid was my nigga, and I would always ride for him. However, Capri wasn't all to blame in how shit went down with them. He should have never crossed that line with her. From the way Capri told it, you could clearly see that she was spiraling over her husband in marriage. He should have never allowed it to get that far with her. It was the main reason I've never made a move on her. As hard as it was to watch her leave, I knew it was needed because she could never be any good for me if she wasn't healed. If she never took that time to become the woman I needed. We needed. It wasn't just me that I had to consider. Ryder was just as important in this as I was, and I didn't want a broken Capri. I wanted her to see the world, learn how to exist in this world without someone. I could tell she was different the moment I saw her at Jaden's game. There was a different aura about her, and it was probably why I was going crazy over her. I've always been able to keep it cool when it came to Capri. Lately, I found myself ready for anything whenever she mentioned a nigga that wasn't me. I didn't want her with anyone else. Nobody else deserved the woman that she was today. I was the nigga that had been there, listened to her cry, felt her pain from thousands of miles away. I'm not Kincaid, sugar. I'm your Mir, the man you know would never hurt you. I passed her the spliff and watched as her thick lips curled around it, taking a deep pull that caused her to choke. Told you to stop choking it down. Easy and slow. I got down from the bridge and stood beside her, removing it from her lips and taking quick pulls while staring down into her eyes. Why are you keeping your daughter from me? I want to meet Peach, and you act like I'm not good enough. I chuckled because her ass had always been good with switching the subject. You want to meet her? She pinched me. You know that I do. Both of you should come spend the weekend with me at the lake house. I have a pool, and we could even take the boat out on the lake. Sugar was so excited that I couldn't turn her down. Let me think about it. Mir, you owe me, she whined as she hugged me, knocking me back a few. I held her with one arm while I continued to smoke. How you figure? She looked up at me. You know I dreamed about giving you a hug since our last hug at the airport. You can't say shit like that to me, sugar. Fair. You coming to my birthday party, right? She looked up at me. Those eyes. When she looked up at me with her eyes, I knew I was in trouble. I suppose I had always been in trouble when it came to Capri Delgato. Ever since I tasted her back in college, she had always been bad for me. Wouldn't miss it for the world. I kissed her forehead as I finished the rest of my smoke.
5. Capri. The glass mug broke into pieces as I slammed it onto the kitchen floor, looking at my husband as he got ready to leave out. I wanted him to pay me some attention and continue the conversation we were trying to have. Naeem hated to have the hard conversations. When he was in prison, he wanted to talk about everything under the sun. Now that he was home, it was like pulling mud through a straw to get him to have these tough conversations. I always tried because I was in this through thick and thin. I was serious when I married Naeem and took our vows seriously. Even though everyone thought I was too young, I knew that I could be the perfect wife. Why else would she find my school and put this on my car? She's telling me that she's fucking you, and you want me to pretend that I never saw the letter? I screamed, holding the letter in my hands. No woman is going to go through all that work if she was lying. This woman left me a damn letter on my windshield, and I'm positive she was the one calling my phone from a blocked number. Why else would she go through all of that if he didn't fuck her? He put his watch on. Muffin, I told you I'm not fucking nobody but you. Why the fuck you so worried about what the next bitch is saying? She jealous of you and who your brother is. I laughed maniacally while looking for something to toss at his head. Nobody even knows who my brother is or who I am. Capone and Capadonna have made sure of that. Try to fuck again, Naeem, I screamed. He shook his head. Now you want to be the concerned wife? Stop with this shit, Capri. I'm surprised you even saw the letter with how far your face be in that damn textbook. I was gagged, literally. You're fucking around on me because I've been busy with school? Please help me understand what you mean, Naeem. When the last time we fucked, Capri? Every time I want some pussy, you always too tired or sleep at the fucking kitchen table. When the last time my needs were met? It's always about what you need or want. But did you ever consider what the fuck I need too? I plopped down on the edge of our bed and looked across the room at her. Just tell me if you are cheating on me, and we can fix this. Mommy said that we can always come back from anything in our marriage if we're honest. I swear on my parents' name, if you tell me the truth, we can fix this, and nobody will ever know. My voice shook as I looked at him. I abandoned the bed and walked over toward him, grabbing his hand while pleading with my eyes, begging him to let me in. Get that shit out your head, Capri. I'm not fucking anybody. Not even you. Drop the fucking subject. He was lying to me. I found the condom wrappers in his laundry. Despite him lying to me, I stared into this man's eyes, wanting to believe everything he was saying, knowing that it wasn't the truth. Naeem was staring down into my eyes while lying right through his teeth. Let me in, he. You can tell me what's going on with you. I'm your wife. We can fix this. I won't study when you're home. He chuckled and removed his hand from mine, which felt like a punch to the gut. I'm out, Muffin. Go study or something. I watched as he checked his wallet, not noticing that I could see him through the mirror, looking through the money and the 2 condoms that were sandwiched between the money. I snapped out of my head and drove up the hill to Mir's house. He lived up a hill on a dead-end street. All the homes were older, all single-family homes. Then you got further down the block and saw this 3-story house that didn't match the block at all. It stuck out like a sore thumb. But you would only see it if you came all the way down the block. His home was a 3-story, all black and gray modern home with beautiful large glass windows everywhere. The front door was made out of glass, and you could see straight through to the kitchen as I pulled into his driveway. He was still awake because I could see the lights throughout his home. And Mir was a night owl like me. There were plenty of times I called him in the middle of the night, and he would be wide awake in his office on the computer. I saw movement in the front and knew that he already clocked as someone pulled into his driveway. It was hard to sleep, so I figured I would take a drive, and then I ended up here at his house. I didn't know where else to go. When I was in Singapore and got lonely at night, he was the only person I called. Mir always picked up the phone for me. Killing my engine, I grabbed my purse and climbed out of my truck. Soon as I started to climb the steps, he appeared in the doorway. I saw his gun in one hand as he opened the door. The fuck you doing out here at this time, Shug? His locks were pulled up into a bun, and he wore a pair of eyeglasses. Why you so paranoid? Nobody even knows where you live besides me. I walked past him while he did his survey and came in the house behind me. This was my first time coming to his house. I only knew his address because he forced me to send him and Peach a bunch of different ramen flavors that they didn't have in the States. I memorized his address for whatever weird reason. He closed the doors and hit a button on the touchpad next to the door, and the doors and windows became frosted. "Why you didn't tell me you were coming over here?" I watched as he crossed the foyer to a modern accent table and slid his gun into the drawer. "You got a girlfriend over or something?" I teased as I pretended to look around, as if a girl was going to pop out from somewhere. The only reason I was comfortable with coming over at this time was because I knew my friend. Mir would never bring a woman to the same place his daughter laid her head at. "Yeah, I was about to give her some dick. You fucking up the mood." "In a bun with glasses on?" "Why didn't you tell me that you wore glasses?" I continued to tease him, sitting my purse on the same table he had slid his gun into. He stood in front of me with his arms folded, staring down at me. "Why you out at this time? Captain Capone know you over here?" I rolled my eyes while shoving past him. "I'm a grown woman, Quamir. My brothers are in charge of me." "Tell that shit to them," he muttered and followed behind me. Despite how big the house seemed on the outside, it was cozy on the inside. Everything had a modern touch to it and minimal furniture. The enclosed stairs were off to the left of the foyer, and straight ahead were glass windows on both sides of the doorway that led into a living room with a hunter green sectional. It was the only piece of color within the entire living area, which was mostly taupe or gray. I smiled when I noticed the wall with different pictures of Peach. They were all taken at the same time because her outfit was the same. Each picture captured her personality perfectly. Cool, sassy, and silly. We hadn't met in person, and I could already tell she had her father's personality. "What are you doing up so late anyway?" "I had to look over some investment shit that I had been putting off." He walked further down the hall and ducked into a room. I followed behind him, looking at the different black art that lined the walls to his office. The color-washed walls were nougat, and each wall had a different piece of art on the wall. When I rounded the corner and entered his office, he was behind his desk, looking at something on the computer. He had an incense lit, with Teddy Pendergrass playing softly from the vinyl player across the room. The lights were low enough where he could still see, but not enough to kill the ambiance of the room. I spotted the bottle of bourbon and the empty glass sitting beside his computer. "You're my latest and greatest inspiration," Teddy crooned as I slowly slumped into the chair in front of his desk. Just being in his presence, taking in his energy, made me feel better already. "Any good investments lately?" His face relaxed from whatever he was looking at on the screen. "A few." His eyes wandered from the screen over toward me. "What you need from me, sugar?" I smiled. "Just being here with you is all I need, meerkat." He nodded his head as he pulled out the drawer in his desk, placing the box of Uno cards onto the desk. "You were forgetting your ass spanked." I wanted him to spank me in a different way, but pushed that out of my mind. Mir was my best friend, and we couldn't cross those lines with each other. It wouldn't be right, and I would regret ever losing him because I couldn't keep my legs closed. Again. He abandoned his desk and went into the beverage fridge built into his bookcase and produced a bottle of wine. "Walk with me, Suge." I followed behind him into the kitchen, where he grabbed 2 glasses before sliding the door to the back terrace open. When I stepped out, I felt instant relief looking out at the New York skyline. It was the one thing that I missed about living in this area. How crazy was it that we lived within the same area and had never run into each other, other than whenever I was with my brothers or doing something illegal. Living in this area brought back the good and bad memories. As much as I missed living in this area, it reminded me of the woman that I had lost when I lived here. How I would sit on the balcony of our condo, and stare out at the same view with tears blurring my vision. Quamir was dressed down in a pair of Essentials sweatpants with no shirt on. His body was perfect. His six-pack bulged as he sat the bottle onto the table and popped the cork. His arms were muscular, like he lifted weights a few times a week, despite hating the whole idea of going to a gym. I saw his burn on the side of his stomach, the burn that I still didn't know much about, even when I asked him. Quamir had mastered the art of telling me just enough without telling me nothing at all. While I knew all the simple things about him, I didn't know the deep things. I craved to know the deep things about him. What made that heart of his so cold and warm at the same time? He had been hurt, wronged when it came to the love department. Even with him being burned when it came to love, he was still so open to experiencing it again. "The guest room is upstairs. You're not driving home," he let me know as he passed me the glass of wine, which I took a huge gulp of. After nearly guzzling my glass of wine, I set it on the table next to us while pulling my legs to my chest and shuffling the cards. Mir sat on the opposite side, facing me, and slowly tasted his wine. "What has you up, Shook?" He took the cards I dealt him and looked them over before waiting for me to put down my card. Why does it have to always be something keeping me up? Maybe I'd like to be up at night, Mir. I sat down to draw for a card, and he sucked his teeth. Cheating ass. How? You will literally watch me shuffle the cards in front of you. I think Peach is right. You just suck at Uno. He smirked as he took me in with his naturally low eyes. "Stop sidestepping the question and be real with me. I'm your Mir. We acting funny now that you back on U.S. soil?" I laughed. I feel like I'm always putting all my shit on you. You never tell me when you were going through something, Mir. You avoid all my questions. How is it that we're best friends and I don't know what's going on in your world? I know you say Quasim is private and doesn't open up, but you're the same way. He cocked his head to the side and chuckled. You know everything about me. The rest of the shit is heavy. I want to know the heavy stuff. In time. I got you. He put down some cards, and my eyes remained on him. I watched as his eyes lifted from the cards until they were locked in with mine. Don't lie to me. Would never lie to you, Shook. Okay. We played a few hands of Uno before I tossed the cards into the middle of us and pulled my legs closer to my chest. Mir positioned himself until he was sitting right beside me as we both looked out at the view. Tell me what's on your mind. Naeem called me. Said he wants to see me. I don't know where he pulled the cookie from, but he started eating really small pieces of the cookie while listening to me. Oh, yeah? How you feel about that? Like I don't know if I want to see him or not. It's been easy not seeing him or having anything to do with him. He mentioned NJ, and now my heart is confused on what I want to do. Your brother stopped inviting him to family shit, too. Capone said that he needed to respect you, and having your ex-husband and his new bitch at family events didn't sit right with him. Yeah, I've heard. At least Naeem has gotten closer with his own family since his mother passed. That makes me feel better. I don't mind him coming around. It doesn't bother me, and he is family. I haven't seen or reached out to him since I've been back. Think he's wondering if we're on good terms, so meeting up with him might soothe the tension. Mia turned his face up. Stop being so fucking accommodating for a nigga that didn't accommodate you. He was your husband and didn't give a fuck about your feelings, sugar. I don't even like bringing this shit up because I know how much it hurts you. But that nigga didn't give a fuck when he moved the way he did. Punished you for putting your education before him. I don't got no remorse for the nigga. You don't have to see him unless you want to. Fuck soothing tension. It's all tension when I see that nigga. It was how ominous and calm he was as he spoke about it being tension whenever he saw Naeem. You think I should? I peeked over at him. He took another small bite of the cookie. That's a choice only you can make, darling. I snorted. I guess you're right. Tell me what's going on in your head. I can see your mind going from over here. He got comfortable, putting his head on the back of the couch. He hurt me so bad. Tasha's shit was the straw that broke me. I paused. I knew he was messing with other bitches, and that shit hurt. But I figured it was my fault. I started feeling like I wasn't enough for him, wasn't experienced enough for him. He had to get it out of his system, you know? I sniffled as the tears fell down my cheeks. I don't know. Not that kind of man, so I could never relate to some shit like that. You are enough. Always have been. He reached over and swiped my tear away. When I cheated with Kincaid, I wanted him to hurt like I was hurting. I winced as I held onto my chest. I wanted him to feel the pain I felt in my chest every time the proof would be staring me in the fucking face. I didn't intend to fall for Kincaid, and I felt bad for using him. Then again, he was using me to get over his own hurt. He took my free hand into his and rubbed it with his thumb. You both used each other to get over that pain you both were suffering from. Do I agree with the way you both went about it? Nah, I can't judge because I wasn't in you or Kay's shoes at the time. Feel me? Yeah. I guess I always knew that me and Kincaid could never work. I didn't meet his mother for crying out loud. Then when I spoke about kids, he acted weird. Funny, he's a whole father now. I laughed to keep from continuing to cry over two men that I shouldn't have been crying over. You told me that you don't want children. I wiped my face. Do you know how it feels to lie and say you don't want kids because your husband went and had one with your ex-best friend? Shit is wicked. I wanted kids. I wanted marriage. I guess in some way I still do want those things. I want a life like my sisters. And now I'm reduced to being asked, what you doing? Or what's my favorite color questions. On cue, my phone lit up, and I looked at the football emoji come across the screen. Quamir peeped the call, and his jaw tensed. Who says that you won't ever have those things? Stop counting yourself out. You deserve happiness, sugar. I don't say that shit because it's encouraging. I say it because you do. You've put everybody before you. And I think it's time for you to get what you deserve. From home. I don't take any man seriously because my trust is all fucked up. Mesa has been hitting me up back to back, and I keep ignoring him. A whole running back worth millions, and I'm ignoring him because I can't trust him with my heart. Me? Mir replied lowly, looking over at me. Be honest with me, Mir. Always honest with you, baby. I turned to face him as he stared me in the eyes. His eyes were lower than before as he stared back at me. I removed his glasses and pushed my lips onto his. He hesitated a bit before he grabbed me and put me onto his lap. Straddling his lap, I softly kissed his lips while loosening his bun and allowing his locks to fall. I know I don't ever ask, and you don't have to tell me. I paused. Are you still celibate? I asked between kisses while looking directly into his eyes. His low glare sent chills down my back as he held me tightly. You already know the answer to that question, sugar. Mir pulled on my bottom lip with his teeth as I continued to look into his eyes. The question is, if you believe me. He asked when he released my lip. I nodded my head slowly before kissing his lips again. It just felt so right, feeling his lips on mine. Before I could kiss him again, he nuzzled his head into the crook of my neck. Ugh. Then he quickly removed me from his lap and jumped up like he caught the Holy Ghost. Ugh. I can't do this. Shit. He cursed himself as he paced the terrace, as I looked on confused, feeling slightly embarrassed. You don't want me, Mir? I'm sorry that I read into that wrong. I quickly apologized while trying to think of all the damn hints he had been throwing down. He snapped his head in my direction. Sugar, I want you more than you fucking know. I gave somebody my word, and I don't want you like this. Feel me? He was talking in circles, and his eyes were wide as hell. Okay. I climbed off the couch and then looked up at him. Are you okay? I'm straight. Cookies my gams made me got me tripping out. I picked up the half cookie and looked at it. Why? Edible, sugar. He laughed and took it from me, pulling me into the house. He put the cookie on the counter and turned to face me. Don't ever think I don't want you. I waited a fucking year for you to return. I want you. Shit. I may even need you at this point, you hear me? He pulled my chin up, placing a kiss on my chin. Are you going to bring Peach to the lake house? He stared down at me, biting on his bottom lip. Yeah. Are you just saying that because you high as hell, Mir? He laughed in slow motion. If that was even possible, I was starting to believe I had ate the cookie instead of him. We coming. I got you. I smiled. I really want to meet her. She want to meet your ass, too. Always asking whenever she hears us on the phone. He pinched my cheek. It didn't matter how high he was. He secured the house before showing me the guest room upstairs. It was down the hall from his bedroom. I wanted to go to his room, see if it smelled like him. A woodsy scent of vanilla. If you smelled him long enough, you could pick up hints of weed, too. I loved inhaling his scent and hadn't forgot it since I had been gone. The knock at the door pulled me from the window seat with the same view from the terrace. Opening the door, he stood there with a t-shirt in his hand. Figured you might want to shower. If you're not tired, you can come watch a movie with me in my room. Okay. I quickly changed out my clothes and met him in his room. Kwamir's room was pretty simple, with a black tufted bed, black artwork, and white walls. I was surprised the room wasn't the same color as most of the house. There was a sectional in the corner of the room with a huge TV on the wall. I looked around and noticed his rolling papers and the bar in the corner. I don't know what I thought your room would look like. This seems so simple. I'm in here to sleep. Spend most of my time on that couch or downstairs in the office. Shit, I'm barely home most of the time. I climbed on the couch, cuddling up with the pillows while he put on a movie. My eyes had become super heavy the moment Kwamir plopped down beside me. He pulled a throw blanket over the both of us while he loudly munched on chips he pulled from the coffee table. You got the munchies, don't you? He tossed more chips into his mouth while laughing. Shut up and watch this boring-ass movie. The sound of the TV, his scent, and chewing sound like white noise to me, and before long, I was fast asleep. Before I fell into a deeper sleep, I felt Kwamir's cool lips against my forehead, and the blanket being pulled up onto my shoulders a bit more. Whenever the sun started to rise over the lake, it seemed like that was when my eyes wanted to grow heavy, and my body was finally ready to sleep. Nights were never easy for me, and it didn't matter the house or country. Sleeping just didn't come easy to me anymore, and it was something I hated. No matter how many sleepy teas or melatonin gummies I popped, it never worked. None of that ever compared to a warm body beside you. I found myself more wired than sleeping after doing both of those things. Since I was helping Amy's father on overturning his conviction, I usually stayed up and looked over the notes from the other lawyers working on this case. In college, it was fine because I had never experienced having someone share a bed with me. After Naeem, I was spoiled and craved a pair of arms holding me at night, kissing my neck and muttering they loved me while asleep. I stared out the huge bay window that overlooked the lake and took in the sun. The light pink and orange hues in the sky looked so beautiful. I softly closed my laptop and sat it on the empty side and climbed out the bed. It had been a week since I spent the night over at Kwame's house. Brandy had surprised Ryder with tickets to Broadway and asked Mir if he was fine with switching days with her. They were driving up this afternoon, and I was excited and nervous to meet the infamous Peach. Kwame didn't show much emotion. However, when it came to his daughter, he was like putty. It was like experiencing a different him, and I loved to witness him in daddy mode. Checking the time, I quickly did my morning routine and switched into an athletic set while rushing out the house. Just as I hit the porch, Capadonna came running by with Alaya on her bike. She wanted to get in shape after promise, so Capadonna was acting as her personal trainer. With the way the both of them were like horny teenagers, I don't see how much training was getting done. I stretched quickly before running behind them. I got in good pace with Alaya as she listened to her music in her headphones. "Good morning. Brought you water." She pointed to her basket filled with water, and I smiled. Alaya was like Mary Poppins. If you forgot something, she was going to be right there with whatever you were missing in her bag. "I almost missed you both. You need to get some sleep, Pri. The circles around your eyes are crazy." She focused back on keeping the bike steady, while Capadonna was far ahead of us. "Why do you even come with him? He leaves you every time." She smiled as she admired my brother's back. "He doesn't leave me. He does the first lap around the neighborhood alone and then comes back to run slowly beside me. Cap will never leave me." "Relax, lovebird. Is Kwame and his daughter still coming to stay the weekend with you?" I smiled. "Yes, I need to go grocery shopping and grab a few things because my fridge is bare." "When are you going to tell him that you like him, Capri? Soon as his name is mentioned, you light up." "He does the same." "He does?" I eyed her down while trying to keep a good pace and not fall on the pavement. As we passed all the other lake houses in the community, I couldn't help but to feel this sense of gratitude. "He is smitten with you. Aaron has said the same thing, and we both like him for you. He's close to the family, trustworthy, and he doesn't have baggage." "A daughter isn't baggage." "Your brother didn't seem to think so. In fact, he gets upset when I would refer to promise as baggage." She shrugged. "We kissed, Alaya," I whispered. However, she heard me loud and clear, like I had screamed it out in the neighborhood. I could tell she was excited and wanted to scream, but she was too focused on keeping the bike from crashing into someone's mailbox. "Yes! How was it? Did you like it, or did it feel like it was too soon?" She asked a million questions. "It was fine. I wanted more." And then he jumped up off the couch like I was a disease or something. I sighed, slowing up. Alaya hit the brake on her bike, and we stood in the street. "He's probably scared of crossing that line with you. It's understandable, Pri. You both have been connected at the hip while you were away." "Yeah, that's my fear, too." He said something about giving someone his word. Alaya smiled. "Well, you're a Delgato. He's an Inferno. Crossing those lines are different and involves the family. Probably doesn't want to take that step until he speaks with your brothers. It's a respect thing. And those Inferno brothers ooze of respect when it comes to your brothers. It goes both ways." Like Alaya said, my brother came running down the street, slowing down as Alaya puckered her lips out. "Came back for you." "Always." "Ain't enough for you two." I playfully rolled my eyes, grabbing a water from the basket as Alaya decided to walk the bike. "Dang, What the fuck is that on your face, baby doll? I rubbed my face, sure that I got all the crumbs from my late-night snacking off when I washed my face this morning. What, is it a pimple? Nah, look like a little bit of hate right there on the side of your face. Elia busted out laughing. Your man not all that funny. He laughs these panties right off. Elia snickered as Capadonna kissed her lips a few times. See you later, baby. They did their handshake and sealed it with a kiss. Later? Where are you going? Gotta run a few errands. You straight? He came over and kissed me on the head before getting ready to dart down the street. Perfect. Kwame and Ryder are coming up for the weekend. What, Cappy? He staying with you? I put my hands on my hips. Where else would he be staying, Capadonna? We're friends, and you know that, so please stop. His daughter's gonna be here, too. Kids eventually go to sleep, baby doll. I know that because my own kid goes to sleep, and I'll be all in. Just know Promise ass goes to sleep, and I'm up with her mama. First of all, ew. Second, Roy, as much as you don't like it, your sister is a grown woman, not your daughter. She's not your child and doesn't have to ask your permission for anything. Quamir has always been respectful when it has come to her. So why do you think anything would change? Elias stared up into his eyes. Corrupting my wife. I'll see how the shit is. He grabbed Elias' face and kissed her lips again. You talking all this tough shit. Let me see this tough shit later. Elia whimpered, and that was when I had enough. Later. Thanks for the half a run, I said, before taking off jogging back to my house. I had enough things to handle anyway. Sorry, Pre, Elia replied, while Capadonna took the bike from her and walked it. It didn't take a genius to know what the hell they were rushing back to their house for. I pushed it out my head and continued to run back toward my house so I could shower and head to grab some groceries and fun games for us to play. Meerkat, we about to leave in a little while. You need me to pick shit up? Me? Nope. I'll handle everything. Meerkat. Bet. As I pulled onto my block, I saw Mir's big-ass truck parked in my driveway. He drove a Ford Shelby F-150. It was black on black with huge mud tires and black rims. You had to literally climb onto the wheel to get up into the truck. He was across the street, leaned up against Capone's car talking to him. I quickly pulled in on the other side of my driveway and hopped out my Bronco. I had gone to the grocery store and some other stores to grab games and fun stuff for Ryder for the weekend. I wanted her to feel comfortable with me. It wasn't like Mir was introducing me as his girlfriend or anything. We were friends. Sugar, why you got those little-ass shorts on? Mir called from across the street as I rounded my truck to open the trunk. He had on a pair of sweatshorts, Jordan 1s, and white t-shirt. His locks were pulled back, being held with a rubber band, and his beard was freshly lined up. Shit. Aaron had come out the house and Capone held the passenger door open for her. I'll be back later on. Cab should be too, so come through later. He dapped Capone up, then came across the street. Those shorts are too short, Pre. The fuck? Capone yelled out the window as he pulled past my house. I flipped him the middle finger. Mind your business, Winston. Erin leaned over her husband. They some haters. You look cute, Pre. The body is bodying. She winked. Why you encouraging this shit, gorgeous? He sucked his teeth and rolled his window up, cruising up the street since the kids were out playing. Mir came over to where I was standing with the back door to my trunk open and pulled my shorts down. With his teeth biting down on his lip, he looked down at me. I ain't feeling no shorts, Shug. Burn 'em. Looking down at my shorts, I didn't understand why he didn't like my shorts. They were a simple pair of Nike shorts, and I wore a sports bra with it. Anytime I had errands, I always tossed on the same thing. They only like this because I was sitting in the truck. What is wrong with my shorts, Mir? I laughed, attempting to pull the bags of groceries out. He gently moved me to the side and grabbed all the bags. "You showing a little too much. You don't got that little booty you left here with. All that damn rice and ramen got you thick." He pulled at my shorts with one hand, and I slapped his hand away. "Those grown woman curves coming in for me." I was gagged. You tried it. My ass was never Sugar! I felt a little body crash into me before I could fully comprehend what was going on. When I looked down, the infamous Ryder Inferno was staring up at me with her father's eyes and face. I could see small hints of brandy in her. But for the most part, she was all Kwame. His toasted almond skin, low eyes, and curly hair. Even though Kwame had locks, his hair was curly, especially when he was in between a retwist. "Hey, Peach." I hugged her tightly and looked at Kwame as he continued to grab all the bags out the trunk. Our eyes met and I smiled. "You both finally meeting each other. Now you can both stop getting on my nerves." Mia smirked and headed toward the garage I had opened when I pulled into the driveway. "I couldn't wait to meet Daddy's best friend." Ryder continued to hold on to me, and my heart melted. I told him that I couldn't wait to meet you, too. "We're going to have fun this weekend. Are you ready?" "OMG, I'm so ready." She cheered as she continued to hold on to me while we followed behind her father. I led us into the house, and Kwame put the bags down on the counter while Peach ran into the house behind me, taking in my house. While I was away, I had Capone overseeing the renovations of my lake house. I wanted everything brand new, with no traces of my past in the house. Since selling the house wasn't in the cards, being that my family lived on the block, I needed to gut everything. The white oak wooden cabinets brightened up the kitchen, along with the white marble quartz countertops. My favorite was the rattan pendant lighting over the counter, with matching stools. I had them knock out a bunch of space that the previous kitchen had, and now I had a clear view of the lake and the plants that I had them add. My kitchen reminded me of a little slice of Tulum, and after being away, this was a pleasant surprise to come back to. "This shit nice. You were right about that big-ass window." I smiled. "Let me hear that again." Kwame had seen my kitchen while in the process, because a few of the times the contractors would ignore me. If Capone couldn't get to them for whatever reason, Kwame took the drive to Lenox Hills and hemmed his little Italian ass up. After meeting Kwame, he answered the phone on the first ring for me. "Can we swim in the lake and then jump in the pool?" Ryder ran from the back door over to where we were standing. "We can do whatever you want this weekend." I smiled as she rushed into my arms. It was funny how this was the first time we were meeting in person, but I felt like I knew this little girl for years. "I don't know about whatever you want." Mia rubbed her curls and then went to the fridge. "There's nothing in there. I plan to cook tonight." Mia leaned against the fridge. "Let me cook." Ryder grew excited. "Seriously, Daddy? His food is always so good. He just likes using the Uber Eats app more." Ryder called her father out. "I thought we discussed not telling my business, Peach." "Damn, you my homie or hers?" He faked like he was so hurt. I smirked as she hugged me tighter. Will you let me stay up late tonight, Capri?" How else are we supposed to watch scary movies?" Ryder laughed as she turned my way. "She's my homie today. We shall see how the rest of the weekend goes." "Oh, you foul for that one. When you hear a noise after watching those movies, don't call me." I was a scary cat when it came to scary movies, and knew I would be hearing all kinds of things after watching whatever movie we chose. We have to keep him on our team because he's a man or whatever. We shuffled over toward him and pulled him into our small huddle. "Yeah, he does check my closet and bed," Ryder whispered, and we both snickered like two friends in school. I looked up at Mir, and he was just staring down at the both of us. It was no mistake that there was love in his eyes. "You ready for me to show you the guest rooms?" "Yes!" Ryder jumped up and down and pulled my hand to the stairs. We went on a quick tour of the house, and I showed them the guest rooms that were separated by a Jack and Jill bathroom. One had 2 twin-sized beds, and the other had a king-sized bed with a balcony. "Can you sleep in this room with me?" Ryder asked. Of course, I hate my room anyway. I opened the curtains up to let the light into the room. The room had the perfect view of the lake and the pool at the same time. Ryder's phone buzzed from the little purse she wore around her. "Mommy's calling." "Go ahead and talk to your mother," he told her, and she ran out the room. I could hear her answer for her mother as she walked down the hall. "Does her mother know that you guys are staying here for the weekend?" "I told her that we're staying at a friend's lake house. That's all she needs to know." He leaned in the doorway. "You know you don't have to tell her yes to everything. Peach gonna like you even if you say no." "No, I want to. I've only had a nephew, and all he wanted to do was watch Sonic all the time. Then I got another nephew that was too damn old. When I finally had 2 nieces, they're too young to do all the fun things with. I want to have a mini sleepover with her. She's giving me practice for when Promise and Cece are older." "I hear you. Show me around the new and improved kitchen so I could cook tonight." I smiled. "You failed to mention that you know how to cook." "I've mentioned it. You just always clown me that I didn't know how." He looked me over like he was drinking me with his eyes. "Are we going to acknowledge what happened at your house or pretend that it never happened?" He abandoned the doorway and made his way over toward me. Taking his finger, he lifted my chin. "Not gonna acknowledge it this weekend, but definitely not pretending it never happened. We good, sugar?" "Okay." I smiled. "Can I get a hug now?" I wrapped my arms around him while he rested his chin on the top of my head. "Lady, I have to run out to handle something. You good with holding Peach down for me?" I lifted my head. "You trust me to be with her alone?" "Stop playing with me. Aside from my own family and the gods, you crazy-ass Delgatos are the only people I trust around my daughter." I blushed. "She'll be well taken care of while you go handle whatever." "Let me see what you bought from the grocery store." I headed toward the door and turned back around when I noticed Kwame about to bite his lip off. "Yeah, give me those shorts after you take them off. I'm burning them shits." "Oh, please, come on." I rolled my eyes, and we went back down to the kitchen so he could see everything that I bought.
6. Kwame. This ain't Junior's, but I guess it's cool. I ate a piece of the cheesecake that Sugar had bought me from a local bakery in the area. She laughed as she drizzled the caramel sauce she made over the cake. "See, if you gotta do all that shit, it ain't good cheesecake. Since when did you become the Gordon Ramsay of cheesecake?" She dipped her spoon into the cake and took a bite. "See, yummy. It's so good." "Sugar, it's not Junior's, but it's good," Peach told her, and Capri paused before she started hysterically laughing. I always laughed to myself whenever Peach called Capri Sugar. She always switched between Sugar or calling her Capri. Once in a while, she might call her Pri, but that wasn't all that often. As we sat on the couch with Annabelle playing in the background, I knew this shit was a mistake. Peach liked to watch scary movies until it was time to go to bed. Then she had a million fucking excuses as to why she couldn't go to bed right away. She made excuses until I gave in and allowed her to sleep in my room. Even then, she would be asking if I heard something or if the statue in my room always been in that position. Not the both of you ganging up on me. It's Daddy's favorite. Every year, me and Grandpop get him one for his birthday. She beamed at the tradition that she and my father had. Peach sat in between us, slumped down with her cheesecake and a bunch of throw blankets. Capri had went as far as to get them both matching pajamas. I knew there had to be a reason she was asking me what Peach's size was. We were halfway into the movie and Ryder's ass was sprawled across both me and Capri, knocked out. I watched as Capri pretended like she wasn't scared, but kept gasping and using the pillow to cover her eyes. A few times I peeped her kiss her fingers and made a cross while saying amen. "Hey, I was watching that." She snapped her head in my direction when I finally had enough and turned it off. "You just as scared as she was. You not finishing that damn demonic-ass movie." "Well, you were the one that agreed with it." "I don't watch movies that are based on true stories. Since I was outnumbered, I didn't put up a fight." She took a deep breath. "I can understand why. I need to say a few prayers before I close my eyes tonight." "Sim." "I'm here." "Pops." "Here too." I looked at my phone and then at Capri. "I won't leave if you too scared." She smiled. "We're going to be fine. Just carry her upstairs because she is almost my height." "Got you." I rubbed her hand that was resting on Peach's back. "You never gave me your rating." "On?" "Stop playing with me." "It was good. I don't think I had shrimp scampi as flavorful as yours, and I had some in Italy." "Chicken bouillon." "Oh, you giving me secret ingredients?" I smirked, standing up to pick Peach up. Capri turned everything off downstairs as we climbed the steps, and I placed her on one of the two beds. Sugar climbed into the other bed and turned on the news. "You sure you good? Do I need to check under the beds in the closet?" Capri laughed. "We're fine. I'm not even scared anymore. I had to pretend for Peach." She tried to convince herself because I knew her ass was scared as shit. "All right. I won't be long. I got the code to the door and security." She stared at me from the bed, making a nigga blush. Capri had this shit with her eyes that she did and didn't even realize it. Her eyes were low, seductive as she looked over at me. I wasn't a nigga that would ever admit to a woman making me blush, but that one in the bed across the room could blush the briefs off my ass. "Okay. I may just go into my room to pack for a little bit until I get tired. Jessie sent over a full PowerPoint of the colors and vibes for each day of the trip." "I don't care if she had a lobster suit on that PowerPoint. Long as you didn't charter a jet and don't have your ass hanging out, we good." She laughed, removing her hair from her ponytail. "I didn't charter a jet, and I am grown. You can't make requests like that, Mir." I turned to leave the room. "Yeah, not just yet." "What's that?" She called behind me. "I'll be back, Miss Delgato." I smartly replied as I headed down the steps and out of the house. I wasn't even going far. I crossed the street to Cappadonna's house and rang the doorbell. Alaya opened the door while holding their daughter on her hip. She had a piece of chicken in her hand and was going to town on it with her one little tooth. "Hey, Kwamir, you hungry?" Alaya was this warm presence that always made sure everybody was taken care of. If you didn't know her and Cappadonna well, you would have assumed she was this sweet little housewife. Her ass was just as twisted and wicked as her damn husband. "Nah, I cooked for us tonight." Alaya damn near dropped her baby. You cooked for Pri?" I was looking around her because the expression on her face was giving stroke. "Yeah, Alaya. The hell wrong with you?" "I don't know. I'm just shocked that you cooked for her." She finally welcomed me in. "You know, I have a feeling about you two. I think she's going to be your wife one day." I looked down at her and pinched Promise's cheek. "Think? Come on, Alaya. I know she's going to be that." "I know that's right. Ain't that right, mamas?" She tickled Promise as I made my way to the back where everyone was. When I told Cappadonna that whenever Capri was ready, I would give him and Capone the respect and speak with them before ever making a move, I meant that. I was a man of my word. When Sugar kissed me and straddled my lap, my high ass was ready to do everything I had been dreaming of doing since I first saw her ass. Nobody knows more than God how much I wanted to bring her upstairs to my room. Capri deserved better. She deserved more than just sex from me, and that's what I wanted to show her. She kissed her fair share of frogs and even married one, and I wanted her next kiss to mean something. I needed it to mean something. This whole journey she had went on alone would mean nothing if I didn't come to her like a real man, showing her my intentions and how I wanted to love her until I had nothing left to give. Sugar deserved someone to put her first for once, a man that was going to come behind her with pure love and devotion. We both had been hurt, our hearts broken, and together I felt like we could heal each other. "About time you show the fuck up. You are staying across the street at my sister's house. Don't take that long to come over here." Capadonna's smartass was the first one to speak with a smirk. Capone and Desmond were seated across from him. My father and Qasim were seated on the single armchairs. Qasim had a plate of food while my father was nursing a drink. They suckered me into watching a scary movie. My bad. I was nervous as fuck. I've always been the kind of man that moved to the beat of my own drum. Not too many people could tell me what to do, and I would listen. Respect had always been big with me, and it had been instilled in me since a child. I didn't fear anyone because the next man bled just like I did. This wasn't that, though. These men had the power to determine my happiness, and I had respect for each of them to put their word before my own happiness. Shit, this must be serious for him not to say some wild shit. My pops chuckled and took back the rest of his drink. He set the glass down and poured more from the decanter into his cup. "Tell us what's on your mind, Blaze." Qasim nodded, biting into his chicken. Capone and Capadonna both sat back messing in their beards. Niggas was sitting there stroking their beards while looking like the twins out the Shining movie. I looked at Desmond and he was leaned back with his legs crossed at the ankle staring at me. "How you doing, Des?" "Better if I knew why I was being pulled away from the bowling tournament that's on right now," he replied, and I laughed. "Don't worry, Pops. You the only nigga watching that shit." Capadonna snickered, and everybody laughed while Des tossed the throw pillow at his eldest son. "I ain't never been one to beat around the bush." "Then don't start now," Capone replied. I held my middle finger up as I sat on the arm of the chair that my father was seated in. "I told you in Miami that whenever Capri was ready, that I would sit down and have that conversation. As a man, I couldn't have that conversation without including her father and mine. I know how close Capri is to her father, and how our families are close with one another. This shit is bigger than the both of us. It's not lost on me." Desmond was now interested in what I had to say. "I'm listening." My father reached up and squeezed my shoulders. "Cap, when I told you that Capri wasn't ready for what came with me in Miami, I meant that. She wasn't ready. She had a lot of pain and hurt she had to sort through, and she needed to find her happiness. Happiness without depending on a man. I wanted her to find happiness in who she is without feeling the pressure of entering another relationship. I created a safe space for us to become friends. I wanted her friendship more than anything." "You damn sure got it. Baby doll don't even call me anymore. It's always Mir this, Mir that." Cap was the first one to respond. "Cap, she's my best fucking friend. The person I always want to talk to and end the day talking to. No funny shit. My day don't go well unless I hear her slurping coffee in my damn ear. I told you she wasn't ready because she wasn't ready for the love I wanted to give her. The woman I've witnessed over this past year, the woman that you see as that little girl, was a woman that was suffering. Her heart was broken, and she was holding the pieces together trying to be whole for her family. That's the kind of person my sugar is." "Sugar?" Des spoke. "I call her that. I'm Meerkat, and she's Sugar." I smiled. "I call her Sugar Cane. Always called her that since she was a baby. Her favorite thing to have in the summertime was sugar cane. Always had so much that I would tease and tell her she was going to turn into one." "Shit, they never told me." Capone leaned up. "Wasn't trying to encourage whatever was brewing between the both of you. Keep it real. What you trying to say or ask?" "I ain't never asking nobody for shit because I'm a grown-ass man." I stood up, looking them all in the eye. "But because of the respect that I have for your family, and my own, I'm asking all of you to give me your blessing to date Capri." "You called that shit, Qua?" Cap looked over at Qasim, who had finished his plate and sat on the table next to him. Let's be real. Kwameer's a fucking asshole most of the time. Nigga never feel like he owe anybody shit. Blaze, I respect you for humbling yourself and coming before her family and ours to get our blessings. I see how you are with Pri, and I know she's in good hands with you. You have not only my blessing, but my respect as long as Pops, Dez, Capadonna, and Capone give theirs. My Pops looked over at me. Dez, we laugh about sitting on a porch somewhere joking about your cab stories and my bike stories. Didn't think we would sit on that porch discussing your daughter and my son. Dez leaned forward, honing the same expression that his sons wore on their faces. She's my baby. I know that. The last man hurt her more than I care to admit. Broke her. I don't speak often, and it may look like I'm in my own world most of the time, but I saw how lost my sugarcane was before she left. The lights were on, but there was nobody home. She was on autopilot. I knew exactly what he was talking about because I experienced it. It wasn't until midway through her travels that I saw the true spark in Capri's eyes. The one I was kicking it with in between all the bullshit we had going on wasn't the real Capri. She was. I'm not taking credit for her journey and how she has healed. I am taking credit for being there. A phone call away when she was struggling mentally. I was there. I saw it all, and always feel honored that she trusted me enough to allow me in. I'm never gonna get too deep into her shit because that's for her to discuss. I do know that I stood 10 toes behind her as a friend, and I want the chance to continue as a man. Dez stood up and extended his hand. You have my blessings, Kwameer. There's something about you that I see. Something telling me that you're gonna stand by your word. I don't need to give you the speech on what will happen if you break her heart because I know her brothers and yours will. I shook his hand, falling into a hug. Protect her. Love her. She deserves that, he whispered before he stepped back. Blaze, you got my blessing. I never thought I would see the day you would open your heart again. Did I think it would be with a Delgato? Nah. My father rubbed my shoulders and I turned around and hugged him. Pops and Dez left us while going back into the house. I stood there watching both Capone and Cap's expression, and they were staring at me, sizing me up like they wanted to get in my mind. I ain't been the best when it comes to protecting Pri like I should have. Like kids, little sisters don't come with manuals. I never knew how much was too much or how much wasn't enough when it came to allowing Pri to have her own life. It's some shit that I will always regret. He stood up. You got my blessing. Don't fuck this up, he whispered as we hugged. On my seed, I'm not. Cap remained leaned back as he stared at me. All of this lies in baby doll's hands. She has to make that decision. I can't make that for her. Which is true. Kwameer, that woman. I corrected. He smirked. Woman. She means the world to me. Things I've done that I thought were protecting her ended up hurting her more. All I want for her is what I have with my wife, what Capo has with his. We want her to be in love, feel love, and have the fairy tale life she has always imagined. She fucking deserves that. Feel me? I need you to do me a favor. Capadonna remained leaned back. Nigga, you want blessings, respect, and now a fucking favor? I laughed. This one is more important than the blessing. What? I'm asking. I looked at both of them. The both of you to give me the respect that you both have when it comes to your own relationships. Give that to me when it comes to me and Capri. Wait a minute. You in a relationship with her already? I'm fucking confused. Capone questioned. Nah. I'm talking about if we get to that place. I watched the both of you with your wives. Nobody could tell you shit when it comes to Aaron, and nobody damn sure can't tell you shit when it comes to Aliyah. Your relationships and marriages are off limits. Not up for discussion, which I respect. Shit, you both don't even intervene with each other's marriages. I paused. I'm telling you not to do it with mine. Capri is grown. Allow her to have her shit. Be there as her brothers. She doesn't need more fathers. She got one already. I'm stepping forward and taking responsibility for her. That's mine. I got her. And you know when I give my word that I take that shit seriously. I've told you since day one when you asked me to hold her down that I had her. I've stood on my word and came through on that shit. Cap sat there and I could tell he was digesting everything that I had said. He was the type that let shit absorb before reacting or responding, and it was something I respected about him. Qasim, when the fuck did pissy-ass Kwamir become a man? Nigga, I ain't never pissed a fucking bed in my life. I replied, cutting that shit right now. These niggas weren't about to be calling me fucking pissy. It always been in him. Nigga built like the rest. I have no doubt that he'll be the man that Capri wants and needs by her side. Big Pre, not some baby. Your sister holds her own and has held her own numerous times. Give her the space to hold her own when it comes to her personal life. I've witnessed you do some ruthless shit in the streets without blinking an eye. With Baby Doll, you are different. You soften whenever she's around, and I've watched you follow her around whatever room she's in. It reminds me of how I feel with my wife. I'll murk a nigga and put on a damn seaweed mask if she asks me. I'm soft and vulnerable for my wife. How you protected her in Baltimore, I know you'll protect her. In Miami, when you kick that nigga in the face, I know you'll spill blood behind her. He fucking what? Qasim blurted out. Cap stood up. You got my blessing to pursue Baby Doll. Protect her and her heart. That shit is made out of gold. He patted me on the back as we hugged. You got my word. Whenever you're ready for marriage, I want you to meet me in my office and ask me like the Godfather. This nigga, Capone snorted. Qasim took the cup my pops had and poured him more liquor into the glass. So both you niggas know you just gave this lunatic permission to crash out behind Capri, right? Cap smirked. I'm the biggest crash out when it comes to my wife. It's every man for themselves out there. Only the stupid will go against this nigga when it comes to Baby Doll. I sat and had a few drinks with my brother and Capone before this nigga Capadonna turned his fucking back porch light off. Even then, we were still chillin', and this nigga gonna yell from his room's patio to wrap it up. We laughing too loud under Promise's window. When I made it back across the street, Capri had showed me how to secure the house, so I made sure everything was straight before I grabbed my duffel bag and climbed the stairs to the guest room. The door was closed to my room, so I assumed Capri had closed it after I left. I pushed the door, and it felt stuck. Shoving the door in a bit more, I was able to get it opened and turn the light on. Ah! Peach and Capri both screamed, holding on to each other. I noticed the terrible job of trying to barricade the door with the closet door behind the door. What the fuck? Oh, it's your father. We're good, Peach. Capri did a nervous chuckle as she and Peach were in the bed that was supposed to be mine. We heard a noise and both got scared, so we came in here. Then we heard footsteps, so I tried to barricade the door. Tossing my duffel bag into the chair in the corner, I turned to look at them both. I told you that movie was going to scare the both of you. Daddy, can we share your bed with you? Peach asked, still scared from watching a movie her ass shouldn't have ever watched. Yeah. She turned to Capri and whispered, Ask nicely. He always folds. Mir, don't make me go down the hall alone. Please. She damn near begged. I laughed. You can sleep in here with us. Peach clapped while yawning. Perfect. I'm going to bed. I shook my head because my daughter had too much personality. One day, she was going to go out into the world as an adult and give those people hell. The minute somebody had a problem with it, I was going to bust some heads behind my baby. Capri fixed her bonnet as she looked over at me. Everything all right? More than that. I'm about to shower. Okay? She pulled the cover up over Peach, who was tossing and turning until she found the right spot. She had been doing that since she was a toddler. It took her 10 minutes to get the right spot before she eventually went into deep sleep. As I showered, I thought about the conversation I had with her brothers. The conversation that could have either made or broke my night. Being real, I would have been fucked up if I had to abandon all thoughts of being that man for Capri. Having to witness her being with someone else would have torn me apart. I didn't want to see her with somebody else. I wanted to see her with me, by my side, being loved the way she deserved to be loved, taking this dick the way I knew she wanted it. I wanted to change that name from Delgato to Inferno, and I had no doubt in my mind that we would make it to our 20-year anniversary with our kids by our side. When I looked at that smile, heard her smart-ass comebacks, I saw all that shit in our cards. Brandy fucked me up to the point I never saw myself with anyone. I was cool with fucking bitches and getting by, never needing a bitch for anything other than pussy or head. I had convinced myself that love was overrated. A man didn't need love to live. When Capri popped back in my life, I started feeling things that I never thought I would feel again. I forced myself to push it out of my mind because she was Cap and Capone's little sister. Off limits. Our past didn't matter to them. All they knew is that she was their baby sister. Quasim and Cap were close, so I would never cross those lines without having his blessing. I thought the year with her being gone would change things. Maybe we would become distant, move on with other people. All it did was make me closer to her, craving her more than I did before she left. I went a year without pussy, and I loved pussy like the next nigga. What bugged me out was that I didn't even miss the shit because the only pussy I wanted to be in was thousands of miles away from me. All the bitches I was fucking with I had cut off without an explanation. Instead of worrying about the next bitch, I focused on myself and my daughter. Took up hobbies, invested a shit ton of money into smaller startup companies. Every time I got the urge to fuck, and it usually happened when I was talking to Capri, I went and invested money. Niggas took a cold shower to relieve their stiffy. I jumped my ass on my computer and sent money. Nothing made my dick softer than seeing a bunch of money leaving my damn account. It was because of my investments that I was now sitting on money for me and Peach's future. Shit, I had money for Peach's kids and even her kids' children in the future. When I came out the bathroom, Capri wasn't in bed. Peach was asleep across the bed, so I kissed her head before covering her up. The girl slept wild as shit, which is why I was always hesitant to have her sleep with me. I always woke up with my back sore because her damn feet was in it. Soon as I hit the bottom step, I peeped Capri on the couch with her phone to her ear. No, it's not that. I'm not near the city right now. She paused while the person on the other end of the line spoke. I'll think about a date, okay? Night, Mason. I was grinding my teeth together so hard that I'm sure they were about to crack. Mason's ass wanted to be out for the season, and I meant that shit. Now that I had her brother's blessings, I wasn't letting another man take any chance to slip in. Before she could fully hang up, her phone started ringing again. Hey, Jesse? No, I wasn't asleep. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, I don't want to meet him. There's nothing wrong with being single. I made myself comfortable on the bottom step as she held a conversation with Jesse about whoever she was trying to introduce her to. Fine, I will meet him, but just so I don't have to hear your mouth anymore. A chill kickback? Girl, you are engaged to a politician. He don't even know what a kickback means. She put her phone on speaker as she checked her messages at the same time. He has a business conference in California, so I figured we can go out and chill like the old times. I really want you to meet him. He's perfect for you, I promise. Jesse's fucking voice pissed me off. Uh-huh. Capri, are you even listening to me? Yeah, Mason sent me 2 pictures of different jets and wants to know which one I want to take on our date. Mason who? Mason Jackson. The NFL player? Jesse squealed. Bitch, you didn't tell me that you were talking to him. When did that happen? We're not talking. I met him, and we just been texting and talking whenever I answer. Whenever you answer? Girl, he is Mason Jackson. Don't be crazy. The man wants to take you out and asking which jet you prefer. Text him back now. I shook my head because Capri wasn't moved by that shit. Her family had money and jets wasn't something new to her. If she wanted to charter a jet right now, she had the money to do it. Jessie was used to chasing niggas with money, so that shit was impressive to her basic ass. As if you don't have me packing for this trip and doing everything else. When is it? I'll text you the information. It's the turn-up before the actual turn-up. It's gonna be fun, like college, Capri. We used to have so much fun, and I just want to do that before officially becoming a politician's wife and resigning. Wait, you're going to resign from your job? David wants a stay-at-home wife, wants to try for a baby right away, too. He's older, so it makes sense, and it's a good look for his career. Family man, you know? She sounded depressed while explaining her stupid-ass life plans to Capri. What about what you want, Jessie? Jessie did a fake yawn. I'll text you the deets. Night. Get some sleep, okay? Okay. I stood up and made like I just came down as she ended the call. She smiled when she saw me stroll into the kitchen and grab some water out the fridge. I thought you would have been knocked out. You know me. I don't get tired until the sun starts peeking. She giggled and patted the spot next to her. Come sit. I crossed the kitchen into the living room and sat beside her. What up with you, sugar? Honestly, nothing. I'm really just chilling. Why you not sleeping? She shrugged. Guess I forgot how good it feels to have someone in bed with you. It feels lonely climbing in bed alone, you know? Yeah. She turned toward me and tucked her feet underneath her. Is this friendship just one-sided? Where the fuck did that come from? It feels like it sometimes, like I'm not pouring back into you the way you pour into me. Mir, you don't offer much. So, is this friendship one-sided? Capri had tried to pick my brain so many times, and I always found a way to get the subject off me. I've always been that person, though, never wanting to burden anybody with my personal shit. With Brandy, it worked because she was so self-centered that she didn't notice when life was crashing around me. It was always about her and the stupid-ass superficial problems that she had going on. I don't enjoy putting my shit on other people. It ain't one-sided. I recognized that you needed me more, and I adjusted. That's not what a friendship is, Mir. I want to know more. I need to know more. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy because I feel like I know everything about you and nothing at all. What you want to know? What happened between you and Brandy? You can rewrite history now and hate her, but I knew you both when you were together. Before or after I ate your pussy. She blushed and looked away. We're not discussing that. Why not? You want to talk about the past? Let's get it all out. Capri put the pillow over her face as I laughed while staring at her. You and Brandy were broken up. That's what you told me. You were at the dorms to win her back. And you and Jessie were covering for her. Be honest with me, Capri. She tried to sit up and I pulled her ass back down onto the couch, pulling her onto my lap. This ain't my business, Kwamir. It happened years ago. Why are we even speaking about this? 'Cause I need to know. What do you need to know? She asked, her cool breath hitting my bottom lip like brisk air. Neither of us said anything as we both were lost in each other's eyes. She was fucking other niggas when she was with me? I don't know, Mir. Sugar, don't lie to me. Promise me that one thing. I dislike liars, and you can't come back from that. Why am I being forced to tell you this? Shouldn't she answer the question? Capri. She stared into my eyes. Brandy messed around, yes. It wasn't my business, so I never said anything. Thank you. I released her, and she climbed back over toward her side of the couch. She messed with her nails before looking up at me. Mir, what happened? Life, Shug. That's what the fuck happened. She sat on her feet and stared at me with those damn eyes. What do you want? You, Shug? I want you. How can you ever have me if I don't know you? I looked away. Don't even do that. You know me. Just because I don't want to give Brandy any more attention doesn't mean that you don't know me. I've cried to you about Naeem. Literally told you things that I haven't even shared with my brothers. Why is it so hard for you to be honest with me about your past with her and how it ended? Fuck. I knew eventually I was going to have to talk to her about the shit. Eventually she was going to want to know, and I wouldn't be able to talk my way around it. As she stared at me, needing to know about how me and Brandy ended, I knew I couldn't leave her hanging. If I wanted a future with her, then I needed to be honest. She fucked me over, Sugar. Broke my fucking heart, and I promised myself I would never talk about the shit with nobody. Capri grabbed my hand. I'm not nobody. I'm your Sugar. Our secrets are safe with each other. Remember you told me that. I smiled. Yeah, I remember. So tell me. She patted her lap, and I lay down on her lap as she massaged my scalp. Capri's scent was driving me crazy. She always smelled like pears and patchouli, and a year away didn't change it. I was going to marry her, wanted her to be my wife, and she allowed her family to get in the middle of that shit. She chose her family over what we could have had together. Wow, I was thinking you weren't the marriage type. I looked up in her face. Why the fuck would you think that? She shrugged. Mir, you joke around about it, but I never took it as anything serious coming from you. Let's not act like you didn't get around, so marriage didn't seem like it was in your cards. I laughed because she had a fair point. The way I moved after Brandy, I wasn't interested in nothing serious. Most of the bitches I messed with barely knew I had a child, so she had a point. I never kept the same woman around for more than a few months. Once you get comfortable and learn my pattern, you had to get the fuck from around me. I take it seriously. Brandy didn't want to fix things? Nah, she played fucking games with me, and then used my daughter in those games. I could feel the heat radiating off my body, thinking about all the games she played with me. She broke my heart in more than one way, played games with me trying to be there at the doctor's appointments, and then moved to Atlanta midway through her pregnancy and had Ryder down there. Shit had me depressed going through a lot, and then had to fucking play games with where my baby was. Missed the first 6 months of my daughter's life because her mother played games with me. I didn't get to see her take her first breath because her mother was being an immature bitch. I bit the inside of my cheek as I thought about the shit. Brandy took that away from me. She took the chance to witness my daughter growing in her womb. I didn't get the chance to see Ryder be born and have those memories. All of that shit was stolen from me like the marriage I wanted with her. Even to this day, she would never admit the wrong she has done to me. It was swept under the rug like the shit never happened. Brandy loved to rewrite history, so I'm sure she probably has her own story for why she moved the way she did. Either way, I knew what happened and felt the hurt of her calling to tell me that I had a daughter, but not telling me where she was. I wouldn't wish that hurt on my worst enemy. What made her come around? I smirked. I sent her a picture of her father out with her grandmother. I told her that I would pop that nigga in the head in front of her grandmother. Capri looked down at me horrified. Mir, you did not. Bitch fell in line right away. I shrugged. I got to meet my daughter a week later and been glued at the hip with her since. She broke out into laughter. I mean, I get it. It's not like she didn't ask for it. What you mean? She your best friend? I stared up into her eyes as she screwed her face up at me. If you don't quit saying that, we hung around because of Jesse. Back then, we all stuck together because the men on campus were all gross. She rolled her eyes, reminiscing about how her college days were. Had those niggas on campus gone crazy for your ass. Still got them going crazy for you. Every nigga and his brother wanted Capri Delgato. Shit, there was a few gods that wanted her, and knew I'd fuck 'em up if I ever found out they stepped to her. Before I can get to their ass, they needed to be worried about Cap getting to them first. Stop acting like you don't got a bunch of hoes hiding somewhere, Mir. I don't. She screwed her face up like she didn't believe me. Stop lying. You didn't date or mess with nobody while I was away? I run a tight ship over here, Shug. Ain't no bitch gonna be coming to you as a woman. I shut that shit down. I told you, I ain't had no pussy and I meant that shit. Just me and this hand. I placed it over her face and she squealed. Ew, Kwamir! She shrieked while laughing at me. We both settled down from laughing and I stared up into her eyes as she looked out at the lake. I-N-Y, Shug, I admitted. If only she knew how hard it was for me to admit that to someone, she would know how special she was. I hated to need anybody, and I damn sure wasn't going to tell anybody that I needed them. I need more, Amir. I've been with somebody who refused to let me in. I don't want to give somebody my heart again and end up with the same situation. Why is it so hard for you to talk to me? Because it is. Sugar, that shit don't come easy when I've spent the last few years protecting my heart. I can't just open my mouth and all my shit just comes out. Then you can't have me. My eyes popped open as I looked into hers. The fuck you mean? I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It shouldn't be this hard to talk to me. I'm your sugar, but you're acting like I'm a stranger. You know me, Mir. You know who I am and how I am. It shouldn't be that hard. If you can't give me this and we're friends, I don't want to be in a relationship. You have to let me go and allow me to find someone that is going to let me in. I leaned the fuck up because she had my heart beating all fast. If I was hooked up to a monitor, I knew for sure they would have been trying to calm me down. What the fuck you mean, Capri? Exactly what I said. She stared me in the eyes with a serious expression on her face. I could tell she was dead ass with the way she held my gaze. Let me see you with another nigga, sugar. You ain't seen shit yet, I threatened, and she shrugged, as if I didn't just warn her that I was gonna lose my mind if I saw her out with another nigga. Before I had no choice but to tolerate this shit because I didn't have Cap and Capone's blessings. Now that I had it, Capri might as well have been my fucking wife. At least in my head. Kiss me, sugar, I demanded. Friends don't do that, Mir. As I was about to say something, both our heads turned toward the steps. Sugar, can you come lay down with me? Peach stood on the steps. Capri smiled. Yes, I'm tired anyway. We can give your daddy back his bed. Back to just us girls. Cool? Peach nodded. Yes. Can we share the bed, though? Of course, Capri laughed. Sugar, I said under my breath, and her ass heard me, but stood up trying to walk past. I grabbed the hem of her shirt. You hear me? Oops, got caught on something. Coming, Peach. She snatched her shirt back and smirked. Nightmare. I leaned back on the couch. Fuck, I muttered. Why the fuck was it so hard to open up to her? I trusted Sugar with everything, but every time it came to opening up, I shut down. I talked so much shit about Qasim, and that shit was in me too. I wish I could solely blame Brandy for the way that I am. I had this fucking fear that the minute I opened up and allowed someone into my world, shit would go wrong. I felt like a bitch whenever I thought of the way Brandy played with me. Felt like I let that shit happen, so I vowed to never let somebody play with me like she did. Yeah, I know Sugar was different. It still didn't stop me from feeling that way and bringing her into the folds of my life. Shit wasn't sweet my way. My mother wasn't who she was, and that was a whole situation in itself. We didn't talk about the shit beyond our immediate family. Introducing her into my life meant that I had to open up and bring her all the way in. What if she fucking went running? Her phone beeped, and I grabbed it before heading upstairs to bed.
7. Capri. Never allow Jesse to set you up on a blind date. I marked in my notes app as we sat at the bar of this small club/bar in Jersey. Jesse's so-called blind date for me never showed up, and she had been calling his phone damn near all night. I was cool with it just being us because I didn't want to meet nobody anyway. Blind date aside, Jesse was boring as shit. We had been sitting in this bar watching all these new wannabe rappers, and the shit was boring. If this was her idea of reliving our college years, I was going to need her to tap back into that and actually remember how we used to turn up with our other friends. Instead, she was in here acting like she couldn't have a drink, and then turning her nose up at every chick that walked in here, like she was better than them. I knew going out with her was a bad idea. We were more brunch and light shopping friends. Anytime we went to parties in college, it was never her who planned the outings. Come to think about it, I didn't even remember Jessie ever being the life of the party in college. Because I didn't think of this before coming out, now I was stuck watching her run her hand through her hair multiple times. She kept checking her cup like someone had come between us and slipped something inside of it. If she spoke about her fiancé one more time, I knew I was going to scream. "Mason, I'm here." Do you know how bored I had to be to invite Mason out? It wasn't that he was boring or unattractive. I just wasn't feeling him like that. He liked to toss money around too much, like it impressed me, and it did the opposite for me. I wasn't moved by how much money he had or what he could do. If I wanted the same things, I could have them with or without him. When he shot me a text to see what I was doing, I invited him out to see if he would take the bait. If he was really interested in chilling, then he was going to come out with me tonight and actually chill. After me and Mir's conversation, I was even more confused. It was like he wanted to tell me everything. And then he held back at the same time. In one breath, he was telling me he wanted me. Then his actions were showing something else. When we sat on that couch, it felt like he was in internal battle with himself, trying to figure out how much was enough to tell me and how much was too much. He was careful on how he spoke, and I didn't want that in a relationship. I've spilled my heart to him, sobbing in the process. I wasn't settling for the bare minimum anymore, even when it came to Mir. He either needed to tell me he wanted me and give me what I required, or we could remain friends. The ball was in his court. "Mason is outside. Want to ditch here?" Jesus, yes. Jessie damn near beat me outside. She was the one that wanted to come here, and now she acting like I dragged her out here. We made it to the front, and Mason was leaned on his Bentley, which pissed me the fuck off. Why in the hell would you come to the hood in a Bentley? Then he had the nerve to have security with his ass and a damn driver. All of this shit was too showboat material, and I was regretting even calling his ass. "What up, Capri? Finally get to see you." He pulled me into a hug and kissed my cheek. "Hey, Mason." I smiled. "This is my best friend, Jessie." She quickly shoved her hand into his and was showing all 32 of her sparkly white teeth. I was trying to figure out when she had become my best friend and when she was going to tell me. The only person I considered a best friend, aside from my sisters, was Blair. Since reconnecting, we had become closer. That was my right hand. I just needed her to realize that I ran with some real gangsters, and shit was going to happen every once in a while. Other than that, that was my girl. "Nice to meet you, Jessie. My bad intruding on girls' night. When this one hit me up, I wasn't going to miss the chance to see her." Jessie was all blushing like he was talking about her. "No, don't worry about it. I'm actually going home anyway. I have an early morning with my wedding planner." She surprised me when she spoke about her fiancé, since she was acting flirty as hell. "Congratulations. Whoever homie is very lucky." "Oh, you're so sweet. Capri, I will call you in the morning for a full report." She hugged me and gave me a double cheek kiss like this was something we often did. I watched as she quickly walked down the block to her car, since we both drove separately. I wanted to drive my own car in case I wanted to leave and didn't want to wait on her. "What we doing tonight, Miss Capri?" Mason was fine as ever. He was the perfect man on paper and in the media. The man was worth $300 million and had endorsement deals out the ass. You couldn't pass a billboard without seeing his face on it, holding some sports energy drink or dressed in athletic wear. His brown skin glistened under the street lights, and his $1 million smile had the same shine. I watched as he stared down at me. I looked away because he was so damn handsome. When he smirked, he had deep dimples. The man checked every box physically. Mason had the height, perfect teeth, and his waves were on slim for sure. Even his swagger matched the criteria. And that was because he often hung around the hood and was born and raised there. It was his need to always brag that always fucked up his chances with me. I was going to get something to eat. "Bet, what you in the mood for? I could have any restaurant in the city stay open late for us." I smiled. "Thanks, but no thanks. Let's grab chicken from the chicken spot down the way. They stay open late and have the best chicken." He stared at me strange, probably taken aback that I wasn't impressed nor wanted to go sit in a fancy restaurant. I've been to plenty, and all I ever did was leave even hungrier than I arrived. Mason was with chicks that would have jumped at the chance to be seen with him dining at a popular hotspot in the city. It would never work with Mason because I didn't want my face splashed across blogs for the world to see. My life was complicated, and I couldn't afford for that to happen, and Mason wouldn't understand. Or maybe he would, but I damn sure wasn't about to explain my life story to him. He was fine to chill with tonight, but after tonight, I was going to have to let him down easy. "I can take you anywhere. And you want to eat some greasy-ass chicken?" "It's not greasy, and I know you can take me anywhere. Want to know something else?" I asked while fishing into my purse for my keys. "What's that?" "I can take you anywhere too, Mason. I'm not one of your groupies, not easily impressed by dinners and cars. My brothers have Rolls Royces. Do you hear how that sounds? So braggy." "You a tough one, huh?" "The toughest. You can come with me to grab chicken, but you need to be in my web. I don't want all that flashy shit while we're trying to get chicken. That's the easiest way for someone to lie on you." He was thinking about it while I started down the block to my Bronco. "Bet. I'm going to come with you." Mason spoke to his security before he jogged down the block toward me. He held the door open for me as I climbed up into my truck, and he got in on the passenger side. I can't say I ever had a chick ask me to take her to get chicken. Maybe in college, but not as of recently. "Wait until you find out that I'm going to buy the chicken, too." I giggled. "Oh, shit. You a sugar mama now?" The word sugar, though not the way my mirror says it, had me missing him. When he and Ryder left after our weekend, we hadn't spoken, which wasn't like us. We were always texting or on the phone, but I figured he had been busy. Busy with his super private-ass life. Don't push it now. I still love for a nigga to trick on me. I winked, and he licked his lips while staring at me. The chicken spot was jumping like I expected. Everybody leaving the bar was heading down this way to grab food to end the night. Everyone knew getting chicken out the hood spot after drinking all night was the move. There was nothing like having greasy-ass food to soak up all the alcohol you had consumed. I found the spot and double-parked before we climbed out my truck. Everyone was either too busy talking or drunk to even notice who Mason was, which I thank the Lord for. The last thing I needed was someone shoving their phones into our damn faces. Mason stood in line with me, and it moved pretty quickly. He allowed me to order our food, and we stood to the side while leaning on the window and waiting for our number to be called. "You're going to have me working extra hard in the gym tomorrow morning." He looked down at his phone. "You okay?" "My security on their way." He feeling uneasy about me being out alone at this time. Typical shit. At least you got a few minutes of freedom. I nudged him and smiled. He chuckled. Word. Shit gets depressing sometimes. I mean, I love the money and shit, but I miss being able to go somewhere and just chill. I can see where that is annoying. My nephew is soon going to enter the league, so I worry about him when it comes to his privacy and our family's privacy. Tell him to have tough skin. This life isn't for everybody. And to protect the family, I keep my family out the media because I want them to have a regular life. I asked for this, not them. He removed a loose strand of my hair and tucked it behind my ear. I respect that. My husband, my world, my everything. Hey, sugar, what you doing? When the long-ass contact name popped up and I opened the text thread, I shook my head and squeezed my phone. When did this nigga switch his contact's name in my phone? Me, in bed, scrolling through videos. WBY, call me petty, but I felt like lying to him about where the hell I was because he didn't tell me everything about the moves he made. Yeah, I know I needed to grow up, and I would, one day. Tonight, I was going to play his game. They called our number, and Mason went to get our order. I asked them to bag them separately because I wasn't about to eat this damn chicken in my trunk. My husband, my world, my everything. Oh, I'm stupid now, huh? Born last fucking night, huh, Suge? I looked around the small restaurant and then scoped the window. Was he at the lake house and knew I wasn't there? My security system would have alerted me if he pulled up. Maybe he was visiting Cap or Capone and didn't see my car parked in the driveway and noticed all the lights were off. Before I could even respond, another message came through from him. My husband, my world, my everything. Get the fuck out of that chicken spot before I send a bullet through that nigga's $300 million knee. You cool with him being out this season, sugar? My eyes nearly popped out my head because if it was one person you didn't want to test, it was Kwame's crazy ass. It was clear he was nearby and could see me with Mason. Or, knowing him, he had eyes everywhere. So someone had probably saw me and put him onto game. Mason came back over with his phone to his ear. Yo, Capri, I hate to even leave you. I got a dip, though. Something came up. I smiled, secretly thanking God because he was giving me a way out of all of this. You're fine. We can link soon. He went to hug me, and I gave him a stiff church hug, which caused him to look at me strange. Let me walk you to your car. It's double parked. I'm good, Mason. Text me when you get home. I will. I lied as he handed me my food, and I quickly left the restaurant and climbed into my car. Before I pulled away, I checked my messages again, and Mir hadn't sent another. As I pulled away from the block, I looked to see if I saw his bike or even his truck, and I didn't see them. His ass probably had one of his friends report back to him, and that was how he knew I was here. As I jumped onto the highway, I turned on music to make the ride back to the lake house go by quicker. I was slightly fuming over the fact that Mir texted me and had the nerve to demand me to leave like he was my man. I left, though. As far as I was concerned, he never asked me to be his girlfriend, and we were friends. He said we weren't talking about what happened that weekend, and we both kept our word. It had been about Ryder that weekend, and doing everything to make sure she had fun. My phone rang, and I saw the ridiculous contact's name he changed his to, and clicked the red phone icon on my car's screen, and continued to listen to my favorite Brent song as I drove, pushing his stupid-ass shenanigans out of my head. You ignore my calls now? My eyes looked in the rearview mirror, and Mir was climbing his tall ass over the fucking seat from the trunk. I damn near drove my truck off the road when I looked in my rearview mirror. He was now leaned in the back like he was being chauffeured. Pull the fuck over. He sternly but calmly replied, still cool as fuck in the back like this was normal. I pulled onto the shoulder of the road and put my hands on my chest. My heart was going haywire, and he was still calm, allowing me a minute to get my thoughts together. What the fuck, Quamir? You trying to end that nigga's career, sugar? Shit is foul. What are you talking about? He pulled a spliff from behind his ear and lit it up, getting out the back of the car. I watched as he opened the door. Move over. Since I was in no shape to drive after he damn near scared me off the road, I climbed into the passenger seat as he adjusted the seat and then jumped in, pulling off while smoking his spliff coolly. Almost too coolly. What the fuck are you doing in my car? How did you even know I was there to begin with, Quamir? I had steadied my breathing and calmed down, and now I wanted answers. You supposed to share locations with your husband. He pulled on his spliff as he sped down the highway toward the lake house. I stared at the side of his face as he continued on like all was great in his world. It was probably great in his world because his ass was the one causing the mayhem. You are not my husband, Quamir. You had no right to switch my contact's name, stalk me, and then climb in the back of my truck. Hell, you don't even have the right to threaten Mason's career like you were doing. For what? We're not even together, and you made that very clear. How did I make that clear, Shug? My eyes nearly popped out my head when he asked that question. I don't know if it was the fact that he was so calm that pissed me off, or the whole situation in general. I haven't heard from you since you and Ryder left my house. Not a call, text message, or nothing. Did you call or text me? Well, no. I thought you... Never mind. I folded my arms and leaned back in the seat, looking out the window. He had a point. I was so busy being petty because I felt like he was being petty. And I could have sent him a message and checked in on him. Neither of us had anything to say for the rest of the ride. By the time he pulled into the driveway, I was tired and ready to go to bed. Thanks for nearly killing us. Night. Quamir hit the alarm on my truck and followed behind me as I hit the code into the keypad. I started to close the door behind me, and he stuck his foot in the door. Stop playing with me, sugar. My fucking back hurt, and you playing kitty-ass games. Nobody told you to get in the back of my truck, crazy? I'll be whatever the fuck you want to call me when it comes to you. Why the fuck you out with his ass? I put my purse on the foyer table and kicked my heels off as I made my way into the kitchen. Does it matter, Mir? Why are you texting me and demanding that I leave places? You left only because I got my food. He hopped up on the counter and looked over at me as I pulled my food out the bag. Not the way you were running out of there and looking around like somebody was gonna jump out on you. Whatever. I assumed you wanted space and I gave you that. That's why I didn't reach out to you. You assumed. A simple call could have answered your question. Even a text message. This the shit I be trying to get you to understand. I'm a grown-ass man. Communicate with me. Oh, that's real grand coming from somebody who refuses to communicate with me. I raised my voice as I placed my hands on my hips. I communicate. Just say you don't like that I don't communicate everything with you. You lied to me, Shug. I don't have time for this. I tried to walk past him to get to the pantry, and he snatched me between his legs. I was able to remove myself again and push away from him. I'm Big Mama, Mir. Niggas want me. I'm not about to play these back and forth games with you. He got down from the counter and snatched me up. I'll kill every nigga you think you about to fuck with, Capri. I'll dead any nigga that thinks they got you. Feel me? Big Mama. A chill did a slow whine up my back as I stared into his eyes, seeing the seriousness in them. You always have time for me. Always. You hear me? He held my chin up to look him in his low eyes. Don't even say no shit like that to me. 'Cause when it comes to you, I'm always going to have time for you. Have I not proven that? Yeah, I muttered, trying to look away, and he brought my face back toward him. I can't hear you, Capri. Yes, Mir, I replied. How did I go from being terrified on the side of the highway to turned on by this man? I want you, sugar. I ain't never wanted someone as bad as I want you. I told you that you were bad for me because of how you make me feel. I sat in your trunk, considering if I was going to blow that nigga's knee out over you. I removed myself from him. Why are you making it so complicated then, Mir? I've let you in. All I'm asking is for you to let me in now. I don't want to feel like I'm in the dark when it comes to your life, your family. You met my father. You never talk about your mother? Never. Even when Peach started to talk about her, you shut it down before she could even get a word out. Like I expected, he shut down, and I turned my back and continued fixing my plate. Kincaid never spoke about his family to me. When he got shot, I realized how much he knew about me and how little I knew about him. It hurt knowing another woman knew more about my man. Same situation, different man. I sighed while I sprinkled hot sauce and vinegar onto my chicken. I felt his arms around me, turning me to face him. He pinned me between the counter and the stove. Not the same situation, sugar. I promise. He kissed my neck and I whimpered. Mir, we can't do this. He lifted his head and kissed my lips. My mom has Alzheimer's, sugar. I don't talk about it because it fucking hurts to admit it to someone other than my family. I went ghost because my gams had surgery. So me and Sam took turns staying over the house with my moms and the aide. Mir turned his head to avoid looking me in the eyes, and I pulled his face back in my direction and down to look me in the eyes. I'm sorry, Mir. I know how hard a disease like that is. Shit tough. My family means everything to me. We've been through shit that was supposed to break us. I still don't know what lesson God trying to teach us, but I carry this shit with me every day. I've learned not to put my shit on other people. I'll do me. Mir, you told me that I can tell you anything and you would never judge me, that you would be the shoulder that I need. I know what I said. He smirked, exposing his grills. Then let me tell you, you can tell me anything and I will never judge you. I want to be there for you. I want to be the person you can come to when things are tough. You can only be so strong until you break. I've broke before, Mir, and I don't want that for you. I softly kissed his lips and wrapped my arms around his neck. Mir moved my food to the other side of the counter while hugging me. He picked me up and sat me on the counter. I don't want you with no other nigga, sugar. Do you hear me? He said in my ear, his lips and beard brushing against my ear. My body felt like he had shoved a quarter inside of me, and I had come to life. All the hair on my body was at attention when he kissed on my neck. You can't make that demand, Mir. He bit down on my neck. Do you fucking hear me? I moaned out as he held my face and kissed my lips a bunch of times. Mir kissed my neck once more and stepped back while taking me in. I looked at him, and he blushed. Why you looking at me like that, sugar? Like what? Like you want to get fucked every way from today to Sunday. He bit down on his bottom lip as I pulled the strings of the halter dress that I wore tonight. I do. Sugar, ain't no going back once I'm in that shit. If you thought me tracking you down and getting in your trunk was crazy, once I mark my territory, all bets are fucking off. I pulled him closer to me. There's no going back once you're in here. You can't leave me, Mir. He softly kissed my lips and stared straight in my eyes. I ain't letting you go nowhere. I roughly kissed his lips, teasing my tongue inside of his mouth while he pulled the rest of my dress down. Moaning in his mouth, he got tired of the counter and picked me up, tossing me over his shoulder while slapping my ass. And you ain't got no panties on? You was really trying to make me crash the fuck out, sugar. All my thongs were showing my panty line. I squealed as he took a handful of ass in his hand and slapped it a few more times. I thought he was going to the bedroom, but he tossed me onto the couch and I moaned as I watched him loosen the sweats that he wore. He took his vest off and then his t-shirt, showing his body. Leaning forward, I kissed his burns while looking up into his eyes. "Sugar fuck," he groaned as I continued to kiss them. They were a part of him, so I wanted him to know that I accepted every part of him. He pulled me on top of him, and we just stared into each other's eyes before I kissed the side of his face. He held me tight, as if he never wanted to let me go. His touch made me feel warm all over. Like this wasn't just sex between the both of us. This was something much deeper. A connection that we both were a part of. And now that we were together, we were a force. "I want you, Mir," I whispered in his ear. He didn't know how much I wanted him, how much I needed him, and how much I never wanted to let him go. I've waited my whole life to feel like I felt with this man, and kissed a few frogs in the process. Kwame Inferno made me feel seen. He heard me, understood me, and was patient. I felt protected whenever I was with him. My heart felt safe in his hands. He didn't beat around the bush with how he felt about me. I knew from day one that he wanted me, and he had showed me that being my friend was more important first. Without the friendship, I don't know if we would have ever gotten here with each other. "You want to break your celibacy with me, Shug?" "Yes." I gyrated on his hardened member as he leaned back looking at me with this sly smirk on his face, as if he knew he had me. And I had to admit, he did. "I want you, Mir." "You big mama, huh? That's what you were saying, right?" His cocky ass had the nerve to ask. "I am." I twisted his lock around my finger. "You seem to think so, too. Had you in my trunk, didn't I?" Kwame broke out into laughter, all while I was feeling myself. While I was in the midst of mentally gloating about my comeback, he flipped my ass over, and now he was leaned over top of me, both his locks and gold chain dangling in my face. "Yeah, I want to hear all that talk when Big Pa blowing that back out. You hear me?" he asked, as he easily slid the rest of his sweats off and separated my thighs with his knee. After not having sex for a year and being reduced to my vibrator that broke midway through my travels, I wanted this more than that damn chicken on the counter. My entire body was warm because I knew what was about to come. Mir wanted this as bad as I did, because his dick was shiny with pre-cum waiting to enter me. My legs were wide open, waiting on him as he kissed me softly on the neck. I wanted to feel him inside of me. Kwame bit and pulled on my nipples as I tossed my head back, feeling like an electric current was brewing at the base of my back. "There ain't no going back from this, sugar. Tell me now, and we can stop. I can wait," he said in between kisses. "Mir," I moaned in his ear. "Talk to me, Shug. What up?" "Fuck me. Please," I breathlessly pleaded. That look flashed in his eyes, and a smirk rose onto his lips as he bit down on his bottom lip and roughly opened my legs further. "Don't run from me, sugar." I couldn't make any promises because I knew he was about to put me through. Mir held on to the arm of the couch above me as he slowly pushed himself inside of me, and I adjusted my body. His body shuddered the further he entered me. "Mir," I cooed in his ear as he held the arm with all his might. "Look at me, Mir." He finally looked down into my eyes, and the look he gave me was one I had never experienced before. No man had ever looked at me the way he was looking into my eyes. It was like he was looking beyond me. Shit feel too good. Ain't no fucking way you better have another nigga around you, he said through gritted teeth as he thrusted at me. You hear me, sugar? His hand found its way around my neck, and I felt like I was about to come once he applied pressure. I hear you, Mir. I screamed. Nah, I need to hear Big Pa. Remember all that shit you were talking, right? He lifted my leg while holding my neck and slammed his dick into me, and I whimpered because it felt that good. I don't hear shit, sugar. Where all that mouth at? He grunted, pulling his dick out and teasing me before slamming himself back into me. Each time he pulled out, I felt like a tub that had a stopper removed. Easing back on the couch, he pulled me back to him while my legs were shaking. Pa, I hear you. You feel this shit in you, right? He released my leg and got closer to my ear. This shit big inside you, right, sugar? So big, I sang out when he lifted me up while still inside of me. He held my waist as he slammed me onto his dick while we sat in the middle of the couch. My breast hit my chest with force with how fast we were going. Sweat was coming from every part of my body. My hair was stuck on my forehead as I tossed my head back while holding onto his neck. I was seconds from tapping out while I held on to him with all of my might. You can take it. You got this shit. Take this dick, he said while biting down on his lip. Mir, I moaned while biting down on his neck, and he wasn't letting up. Mir, I'm about... I can't hear you, sugar. Where that mouth at, huh? Let me hear all that mouth, Big Mama. He slammed me on his dick with every word. I whimpered because the pressure was building and I was about to explode. Stay still for me, sugar. Stop running from me. Right fucking there. Shit. I can't hear you, Mama. Let me hear you. Who do you belong to, sugar? You, I screamed while bouncing up and down on him. Esaitioso como uma boa mina, mi amor. When he spoke Portuguese in my ear, I just about lost it and the dam broke, releasing everything I had inside of me. Mia, I cried out because my body felt so good. He slowed down, hugging me into him while he bit my neck, and I felt his dick pulsating inside of me. I swear to God, I will kill a nigga behind you, Capri. I was too spent to reply, and he knew it because he laid me back on the couch and got behind me, pulling me into his arms. Mia, hold me tighter. He did as I asked. I ain't never letting go, Capri. Promise. Look at me. I turned slightly until I was staring in his eyes. I put that on my life. He kissed me on the neck and pulled so close that I was certain we would merge into one person. I don't have to sleep with your lighter tonight because you're right here. I yawned, my eyes becoming heavier as he traced my fingers with his. He kissed my temple. Didn't know you still had it. It's broken because I flicked it too much, I admitted, remembering the nights I sat on the balcony, staring out at the view from my condo, flicking the lighter like a lunatic. My eyes eventually closed, and I scooted back, trying to get even closer to him. I love you, sugar, I heard him whisper as I was slowly drifting into a deeper sleep. 8. Amy. When my aunt told me that my Meemaw was in town, I decided to stop being bitter and come over to see her. It had been well over a year since my brother and mother's funeral and the infamous wig shift, and I figured it was time to put everything behind us. As much as Capella's family treated me like family, they weren't my biological family. At times, I felt alone in this world, even with having Capella and Rory. It felt like something was missing from my life, and I couldn't figure it out. We would always have Capella's family to spend holidays with. But what about mine? When it came to making rounds during the holidays, we would never stop at my family's house. So I needed to make things right. Did I want to come groveling to my grandmother and apologize for my boyfriend shifting her wig? No. Her wig was crooked, and it desperately needed to be shifted. It had needed to be shifted for years, and nobody was bold enough to do it. Leave it to my man to shake the table and do it. You got that? Capella's voice pulled me from my thoughts as I paralleled parked in front of my aunt's house. I put my truck in park and leaned back in the driver's seat. Just finished parking. I don't know why the fuck you want to go over there, he replied, not understanding how badly I wanted my family to accept me. I knew he thought it was stupid of me to even show up when he thought my family wasn't worth shit. There was still this part of me that wanted to be accepted, and I couldn't help the feeling. During the holidays when we all gathered, I felt the most alone because I didn't have any family. No grandmother to call and wish me happy holidays. You wouldn't understand. I sighed. Then try me, eh? I get you feel lonely with your mother and bitch-ass brother gone. Fuck, my bad, eh? It's all right, honey, I replied, watching an Audi R8 speed in front of me in double park. I nearly choked when I saw my cousin Roland get out the driver's side and stroll around the car. He was too consumed with his phone call to even notice me or pay attention to his surroundings. Rookie mistake. Let me meet you over there. I'm not that far from you. I laughed. Capella, are you watching my location? You damn right. I'm about to head to you. I shook my head. This is something that I have to do alone. You know my Meemaw's still not over the way you acted at the repass. I have to slowly bring you around. He wasn't a fan of me being here alone, and his silence spoke louder than his words. Before he changed his mind and came over here, I decided to end our conversation here. Hey, call me if they start that shit again. You hear me? Okay, I will. All right. Love you, baby. Love you way more, honey. Fucking impossible. You got your shit on you? Always. I patted my purse that held my 9 inside of it. Once I finished my conversation with Capella, I hopped out the car, slamming my crossbody glamaholic bag around me and jogging up the steps to my aunt's house. I was nervous, like I was meeting them for the first time. My fingers hesitated over the doorbell for a bit before I eventually pushed it, turning around to do some light breathing. I needed something, anything to calm these damn nerves. When I heard the locks turn, I turned around at the same time that my aunt opened the door. I half expected to see a sour expression on her face, but was relieved when she smiled at me. It's been way too long, Amy. She pulled me into a hug and kissed my cheek. Even when my brother and mother were alive, she never, ever pulled me into a hug or showed any love to me. It bugged me out why I wanted to be accepted by them when none of them ever showed me love. She ushered me into the house, and I could smell the food that she was cooking. It has been too long. I hadn't seen or spoken to them since the funeral. They were missing out on my little boy growing up. It was already a tough pill to swallow, knowing that my mother would never see Rory grow up. When I entered the kitchen, Meemaw was sitting at the kitchen table smoking a cigarette. The smell of cigarettes always made me feel sick. Get on over here and give me a hug. Missed you, girl. I went and got a big hug from my grandmother, one that I had always craved. She kissed me a few times on the cheek as she looked me over. Hey, Meemaw, how are you doing? I'm getting on with life, like everyone should be doing. This life isn't promised, and your mother and brother have shown us that. I was hoping she would wait before she started to bring up Ace and my mother. Well, I was hoping she wouldn't bring them up at all because I wanted to pretend they didn't exist, just for a moment. Yeah, I replied, taking a seat at the kitchen table. Meemaw lived in Delaware and rarely came to New York, so I was surprised that she was even here. Aunt Tiny fixed Meemaw a plate of food and sat it in front of her. I declined and just accepted some iced tea that she had freshly made. "What is new with your boyfriend? I see that truck out there. Must have cost a pretty penny." I was humble when it came to discussing any of the blessings that I had. Even when I arrived at school, everyone was always pointing and asking me about my Mercedes G-Wagon. They wondered how a college student could afford a truck like that, or the designer things I wore. All I had to do was mention I wanted something, and Capella was going out his way to make sure I had it. The little income I made for hacking into stuff for friends or acquaintances didn't touch the surface on the things that Capella did for me. When he told me he would take care of me, he meant it with every word. My boyfriend is very generous. I smiled, hoping they would drop the subject and bring something else up. Very generous. I see. I know that's a limited edition or something. My aunt sipped her drink, eyeing me down. I think so. Not sure. My Meemaw continued to eat her food, stealing glances at the ring that Capella had on my ring finger. It was a princess-cut diamond ring that he promised would be bigger when he finally popped the question. "That ring real pretty, ain't it?" Meemaw reached over and grabbed my hand, admiring the ring. This went from being a visit to catch up and hopefully mend our differences, and now I felt like they were more concerned with the things that I had. Why was what kind of car I drove or ring I wore important to them? I was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to leave, but the people-pleaser in me didn't want to hurt their feelings. That was the thing about being a people-pleaser. I would make myself uncomfortable just to make those around me more comfortable and spare their feelings. The shit was wicked, and one of the things that Capella hated. He hated how I always went along with things because I didn't want to cause any friction, like at the funeral. I was so uncomfortable, and he noticed and stepped in right away. "We're going to get married before our house is finished being built." Stupid. Why in the world would I even mention the house we were building? It wasn't a secret, but I felt like letting these two know wasn't the smartest thing in the world. My aunt's face perked up at the same time as Meemaw's. "A house? Wow, your man truly loves you. I hope we're invited to the wedding too. We are your family." Capella would rather jump into a tank of dolphins naked before he allowed my side of the family come around. Yeah, we haven't planned anything, and he hasn't really proposed yet. My aunt didn't give a damn about the wedding and quickly waved that away. "Speaking of houses, your Meemaw just lost a house in Delaware." "Oh no, I'm sorry, what happened?" "It went into foreclosure. We couldn't afford to make the payments on it anymore, so the bank took it. You know how special that home was to her." On cue, my Meemaw had this somber look on her face as my aunt did all the talking for her. "Your mama brought you home from the hospital in that house," she sighed, pushing her potatoes around the plate. "She's been living here for now. The bank has offered us to buy it back if we can come up with $100,000. Aunt Tiny continued to pour it on like she was so distraught. "Oh, maybe it's best for you to stay here in New York, close to family. Meemaw, you are getting older, and being all the way in Delaware isn't really good for you. You know I hate to burden anybody, ain't me? I like my space away from everyone. Maybe you can find a condo or a smaller house close to Auntie. That way we can all check in on you, and you can still have your independence." Meemaw heaved a sigh. "All of that costs money. I found a cute single-family home in Queens. It cost a little bit over $200,000. It's so cute and quaint, Aunt Tiny chimed in. I could probably quit renting this house and move in with her too. I stared off and then looked at the both of them. I thought Meemaw wanted some independence, though. Will you ask your soon-to-be husband to help you buy the house for me? Meemaw quickly asked, and I took a quick breath. They both stared at me with these sad eyes, waiting for me to grant them a wish that I couldn't grant. Capella wouldn't give me that money to help them. It was a drop in the bucket for him. Even if he would, I didn't feel comfortable giving them that kind of money when they didn't give a damn about me for the last year. I don't think I can do that, Meemaw. Capella isn't the biggest fan of lending people money. Lending? Tiny blurted. This is your grandmother. She shouldn't have to pay you back for anything. Why is it so hard to just ask him? What's his is yours, right? Every member of the family had the Black American Express and could use it whenever they wanted. Aside from that card, I was an authorized user on all his personal cards and bank accounts. I could take whatever I wanted, and he would never question me. This didn't feel right, and I was starting to think that was the reason they called me over here, acting like family under the guise of wanting me to bail them out of the situation they found themselves in. She is my grandmother, not my man's grandmother, so he doesn't have to do anything for her, I replied. Why does she think I owe her anything? Ace took care of her and paid all the bills until his last breath. I was over the conversation and found myself feeling more uncomfortable by the second. I am not in the position to pay for a house for her. If you need some money, I can help with that. Asking for $200,000 is crazy. Tiny had this look of hate on her face. It was a far cry from the welcoming aunt that had hugged and kissed me on the cheek. How much can you help me with? Meemaw questioned. You have all this jewelry on and driving that nice-ass truck, and you can't help your own family. Amy, I heard about the family you're going to marry into, and they are not hurting for money. All right, Mama, I'm out. I turned to see Roland standing in the doorway. He had switched out the clothes he was wearing when I saw him pull up. All right, baby. Let me know if you're going to make it over here for dinner tonight. She abandoned the table and reached up to kiss him on the cheek. The relationships between the women and sons in this family made me sick. I promised myself I would never be like that with Rory, and I planned to keep that promise. What up, Amy? Good to see that you're not kissing ass for the Delgatos. He snickered. Leave me alone, Roland. Tiny grew excited that there was friction between me and Roland. It's Ro. I don't care. I cut my eyes at him and prepared myself to leave. Meemaw, let me know if you need anything from me. She needed something, and you can't even help her. So what would calling you do? Tiny folded her arms. What you mean? You won't help Meemaw? Roland now wanted to be involved. It's none of your business. Meemaw lost her house, and she won't help buy her a new one, knowing she has the funds. Tiny decided to lay everything out on the table with a smirk on her face. All right, I'm going to go. You fucking that nigga, and he can't even help you with your family? Bird-ass shit. Roland spat, feeling like he was the man. I laughed. Where's your money, Ro? Match my $100,000 and then I'll buy her the house. You got the bread? Just by looking at his face, I knew his ass didn't have $100,000 to match mine. The car he pulled up in had out-of-state plates, which meant the shit was a rental that he was flossing in. Tiny moved to New York when he and Ace were teens, so this nigga thought it was cool to cosplay as a New York nigga. He was pathetic. You the one coming through with all this shit? Pay for it yourself without a nigga's money. Okay. I shrugged. He looked like he wanted to shit his pants. Just in the bank account that Capella opened for me alone, I had $500,000 just sitting in it. Like his father, He was always preparing for the future and made sure the money in that account was in there in case something ever happened to him. I hated to even think that way, but I was grateful that I was with the man that thought about us before himself. "Okay," Meemaw asked. "Yeah, wanna go to the bank now or—" "Man, fuck you. Always been a lying-ass bitch. That nigga got you feeling yourself a little too much. Nigga ain't invincible. I ain't run up on his ass after that stunt because he ain't worth it." Ro knew the main reason he didn't step to my man was because Tiny's ass would have been burying him. "Don't get mad at me because you broke, living with your mama, and fronting in a rental. Like I said, I'm here if you need me, Meemaw." "Bitch, I'm not." He and his mother jumped back when I pulled my gun out. "Put your hands on me, and I promise your mama gonna have to do CPR. Don't ever threaten to do anything to me." I moved past them until I was in the living room near the front door. Tiny was shaking in her damn boots as she stared at me holding the gun. "She pulled a gun out on us!" She shrieked in disbelief, like I was aiming a gun directly her way. "You got it, gangster. I promise. You won't get a second chance to pull a gun on me and my mama." "Is that a threat, Roland? 'Cause my son's father and grandfather don't play about me. You sure you want your name on their radar? The only man I fear is God. Fuck you tossing their name around like I'm scared." "Okay." I left the house because I needed to get the hell away from my so-called family. Capella was right when he told me I was wasting my time. They didn't want anything from me unless I was giving them money and helping them out of their problem. Should have been smarter than that. My mother was the same way, and the apple never fell too far from the tree.
9. Capella. Let me ask you something. If we're supposed to be keeping a low profile, then why the fuck would you pull on this block blasting music at 4 a.m? I asked while squeezing this little asshole's neck tighter with each word that left my mouth. He stammered while trying to avoid the eye contact I was giving him. I was so close to this nigga that my eyeball was damn near touching his. I was drunk and I didn't think. When Qasim called me last night and told me what this ass monkey had done, it took everything in me not to get in the car and drive to the city right then and there. 40 told us not to open any new traps and to abandon the traps that we used to have. Aside from the warehouses, we had a few houses with the IGs that we had been using for the past year, and everything had been moving smoothly. We didn't move sloppily, and shit was on the up and up. It always took one asshole to do some stupid shit. Not only was he fucking with everybody's money, but he was also putting IG shit in jeopardy too by trying to showboat and cause a scene. The chime to the front door sounded, and I turned to see my pops walk through the door. As much as my father wanted me to stay away from the streets, this shit was in me. I had gotten a taste of the shit, and he knew he couldn't keep me away from it. He, however, made sure I moved smart so that I never ended up in an emergency room again. I couldn't, in good conscience, sit and allow my father to take care of me and my family. Even though he was against it, he respected my decision and knew that it was important to me to take care of my family. Amy and Rory were my responsibility, and I was going to make sure they were taken care of, like he would do the same with Aliyah and my siblings. "Gunshots, my guy. You were out here turned up, huh?" Capadonna laughed, shaking off his sweater and laying it on the back of the chair. Homie looked like he was about to shit his pants when he stared up into my father's eyes. "I drove over 2 hours here to meet you. Why are you so quiet?" I watched as he pulled his phone out and showed him the security footage of this nigga getting sturdy in the middle of the block while blasting music. He had some hoes with him, which was a fuck no, and then had the nerve to let out some shots in the air. Shit would have been easier if he had done that in the middle of the hood, not a quiet suburban neighborhood in fucking Brooklyn, a neighborhood where they called the cops for every damn thing. "I think they put some shit in my drinks, Cap. I don't even act like that." He made up an excuse for his stupidity, like it would make a difference. My father put his phone away. I know. I said, that's not even like Kareem. Told them they had to be fucking with me. Whenever my father spoke in that tone, one that I knew meant he was about to go off the deep end, it never went well for whoever he was talking to. Kareem was so busy being relieved thinking that he was good that his ass didn't even notice the switch in my father's eyes. Thanks, Cap. It won't happen again. He smirked. I know. You good peoples, Kareem. He held his hand out and, like a fool, this nigga dapped him up and squealed like a bitch when Cap twisted his hand, breaking his wrist. Oh, I know you won't do that shit again, because this hand is going to be out of commission for the next year, Ja Morant. Kareem dropped to the floor holding his limp wrist while Capadonna casually stepped over him. You gotta stop stepping in. I told you that I had it. Never doubted that you couldn't handle it. I had to come to the city to handle something anyway. And you so happened to come here after I spoke to you this morning. Come on, Pops. Don't I make fucking money in this bitch? Why the fuck wouldn't I come and check in on how shit is? You don't think I got the same call you got? If I was pressed, I would have been here before you. Relax, Capella. He patted me roughly on the shoulder and walked to the back of the house. I stepped over stupid and continued on with my fucking day. Why did it always have to be one rotten apple to ruin the bunch? All he had to do was handle business like his ass was being paid to do, and he wanted to be letting his shit loose like shit was all good. By the time I made it back to the lake house, Amy was up in bed on her laptop. She had her textbooks, flashcards, and notebooks everywhere on the bed. I knew I had to get in where I fit in, because her ass wasn't going to move them. Rory was asleep in Promise's room. The two of them were close, so they slept in her crib together most nights. I don't know what the fuck was going to happen when we eventually moved into our own house. Why you look like that? I asked, the minute I noticed the look on her face. Amy couldn't play poker to save her life. If she was going through something, you were going to see it right away. Since I was busy most of the day, she was able to slide under the radar by pretending over text message. She wasn't stupid, though. It was the reason she had all her shit all over her bed, so she could pretend like it's school that got her ass stressed out. What do you mean? I'm just stressed with school and trying to figure everything out. She lied while quickly looking away from me. I remained quiet as I settled in the doorway. She continued doing whatever she was doing on her computer, then slammed it shut. I had to pull my gun out around my meemaw. You fucking what? The fuck you do that for, Aim? Roland tried to put his hands on me. My grandmother and aunt only called me over there to talk to me about buying her a new house. She lost her house in Delaware. My fucking chest was tight watching how this shit fucked with her. I told you I didn't trust those bitches. I knew it was fucking something with them. I started pacing the room. He got all big-chested about me having the money, so I told him I would put up half if he put up half, and then he got in his feelings and tried to put his hands on me. I paused. Oh yeah? Capella, I don't want you beefing with my cousin. Baby, this ain't a fucking beef. Nigga gotta have something to go toe-to-toe with me for it to be considered a fucking beef. If you think I'm gonna let this shit go, you got another thing coming. She put her face in her hands. Capella, please. Please what? I want to see him lunge at me. I sat down in the corner chair and removed my boots. I'm out. My pop stuck his head in the room. The fuck happened now? He looked between me and Amy. Her cousin tried to put his hands on her. Capella! Amy yelled. He tried to do what? I sighed. She had to pull her gun on his ass. I ain't letting shit slide. Amy shook her head. Good shit, Amy. There's gonna be a lot of people that don't like you because of your last name. Aliyah and Aaron walk around with bitches mad at them every day because of that shit. You let that shit roll off your shoulders. And if it comes to it, you let your shit bang. Thanks, Cap. Family doesn't always need to be blood. Trust me. You better off without him. He walked back toward the door. Handle that shit, Capella. Already handled. When my baby told me this nigga tried to strong-arm her, I didn't take that shit lightly. I had a problem with this nigga ever since I saw him at the funeral. You don't try to put your hands on mine and think you wasn't gonna hear shit from me. Luckily, I taught her how to protect herself. Every woman in our family knew how to handle a gun, and even though she wasn't a Delgato yet, I would be damned if she didn't know how to handle herself. I took time teaching her how to use different guns and making sure she knew to keep that shit on her wherever she went. Amy was horrible about remembering her gun and always made excuses about not bringing it with her to school. Pops had got her truck fitted with the gun safe we all had in our whips, so she couldn't use that excuse anymore. I was glad that all my nagging had finally paid off because she brought her gun with her when she went to visit her family. Deep down, Amy knew her family wasn't shit, but she had to witness that for herself. I could holler that her family wasn't shit until I was blue in the face. It was up to her to believe it, and Amy had to see it for herself. They only wanted what she could offer them, but spent most of her life calling her a liar and believing the man that abused her. When she told me that she wanted to fix things with them, I knew the shit was a bad idea. Nothing good could come out of trying to fix things with her family, and I hated to be right. My baby was missing a piece with her mother gone, and now I understood what Pops was saying. That shit would have broken me knowing that I was the one responsible for taking her family away. Amy had been silently struggling with moving on with her mother gone. She was trying to make sense on why her mother would kill herself. I felt like I was lying to her because I knew her mother didn't kill herself. The only person she had was her father, and even then, that wasn't enough. Mother and daughter relationships were complicated. As much as I thought her mom's wasn't worth the skin she was in, Amy felt differently because that was her mom's. She was familiar to her and the person that had raised her for most of her life. The bitch could rest in piss for all I care. I whipped around the block with Goon and Yasin trailing behind my truck. Soon as I got the drop on where this nigga chilled at, I made it my business to give him a visit. When it came to Amy, I didn't play those games about her. You didn't make my baby uncomfortable and make her feel like she had to protect herself. When she told me he'd lunged at her, I damn near broke the mirror in our room because who the fuck did he think he was? Nigga had to be slightly off the rocker, but I was gonna show him what it meant to not even be near the rocker. I felt heat in my hands as I whipped into the empty spot in front of the Chinese restaurant. There wasn't shit like Chinese food in New York. No matter where I had been, Chinese food in New York was always top tier in my opinion. Hopping out my whip, he watched me as I walked into the Chinese restaurant and put in an order for fried chicken and shrimp fried rice. Don't be cheap with the fucking shrimp either. I barked and left out and walked over toward Roe and snatched him by the neck. The nigga didn't know what to expect as I continued to walk his ass to the rented-ass Audi. I knew a fucking rental when I saw one. The no smoking stickers on the back of the window was a dead giveaway. Let me make something real clear with you. I thought I was clear when we was at your mama's nasty-ass house. Don't make me prove a point because I would hate to attend another repast with salty-ass chicken. Try and put your hands on my wife again, and I got a bullet with your name on the shit. 12 just pulled up, Goon told me, and I watched as him and Yasin stood by the restaurant. Everything all good here? I don't know why the officer thought I was scared or would fold. He must didn't know me if he thought I was about to fucking fold on what I said. Yeah, I heard he tried to hit my wife. Just informing him on what the fuck would happen if he did this shit again. Right, Roland? I released his neck and he stood up, straightening his clothes. Are you all right, son? Yeah, I'm straight. We're clear. Shit won't happen again. Amy told me that Roland had a record, so his ass wasn't trying to give them any more reason to sit here and ask more questions. All right, move around. All this loitering in front of the store isn't good. If you're not getting food, you need to move on, the other officer said, and Roland quickly rounded the front of the Audi. I didn't stutter. The officer looked in my direction. I couldn't stand a cop that got mad because you weren't scared of them. He expected me to cower and answer him with sir and fear. That shit wasn't me unless I was breaking the law. I was free to stand here and wait for my food. I heard you loud and clear. He gritted his teeth. Then why the fuck are you not moving around like the rest of them? I stood firm. "'Cause I'm getting fucking food, dick breath." The bitch didn't like my response because he got closer to me. We were around the same height as he stared into my face, expecting me to bow down. "You got something you want to say?" His ass purposely spit when he spoke to me. "Yeah, your breath smelled like donuts and rotten pussy. Instead of being in my face, head down the block and get you some fucking gum. Kinda partner are you? I know he been melting the side of your face all damn day." The other officer turned, and I could see the smirk because he knew what I said was true. "That's it." He yanked me up and I shoved his ass off me. "Get the fuck off me." "Resisting arrest? He's resisting arrest." He pulled his billy club out and hit me in the torso, sending me over. I wasn't stupid, and I wasn't going to put my hands on him. I peeped Goon say something to Yasin before they did the IG handshake, and Yasin pulled his phone out and started recording. "Fuck you mean? Yo, stop fucking hitting him like that. Chill out." Goon yelled while yoking up the officer that was about to swing and hit me again. "Hey, back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Fuck all that shit. He beating his ass with the club and he ain't did shit." Goon shoved the officer and came back over toward where the officer was beating the shit out of me with his stick. I couldn't even see him really, just heard his voice. All I felt was the back of the damn club hitting me in the back as I fell onto the hood of the car, and my arms were pulled behind my back. The other officer slammed Goon across from me and put his hands behind his back. Pussy niggas knew we would have given it up if they weren't in they funky-ass uniforms. Goon spit. "You know you fucked up, right?" "We straight, Goon. Yo, Sin, call my aunt and pops." I hollered to him as they shoved me in the back of the police cruiser. "Get my food, too. I'll be out in time to enjoy it." "I wouldn't count on it." The officer shoved me roughly while slamming the door. Before he could pull off, another 2 cars pulled up, and they shoved Goon into the back of another squad car. I could see Yasin already on the phone, already putting out word on what happened.
10. Capri. It makes me sad even coming down here anymore. Look at the buildings and all these stores. Capri, there's a damn Apple store and Whole Foods in the middle of downtown Brooklyn. I listened to Blair become worked up as we waited in line in Junior's. Ever since Kwame mentioned his favorite cheesecake was Junior's, I was determined to get him a slice. I knew he could get his own slice whenever he wanted. However, I wanted to do something special for him. He was always doing sweet things for me, so I figured I would do something that he would like for a change. Even as I stood in this line, listening to Blair rant, I couldn't help but to notice this one man off in the corner. It wasn't out the norm for someone to be standing in Junior's waiting on their order to be done. Hardly anyone ever ate in the restaurant part of it, so I knew he had to be waiting for an order from the bakery. Some would call me paranoid, and my brothers would say I was on point. While Blair was going on about the men selling incense and buying her dollar door knockers from the different tables, I watched as the man continued to keep an eye on me and Blair as we waited in line. He wasn't paying attention to anyone else that came into the restaurant, just the 2 of us. I would say he was admiring our beauty. However, I was smarter than that. 3 women walked in after us, showing a whole lot of ass. So why was his focus on us? It was so busy, they were doing a number system. So when I heard my number, I moved to grab the bag from the lady. "Your lashes are really pretty," she complimented. "Thank you. Can I have more napkins and plastic forks?" I asked, while pulling my phone out and getting Amy's name up on my screen. She opted to stay in the car since we were only running in to grab the cake. I purposely asked for more napkins and utensils as I watched him in the mirror picture near the register. He was preparing himself to leave right out with us, with no order in his hand. "Here you go. Enjoy your day." "Thanks. You too." Blair was still going on as I pushed her in front of me as we headed out. I turned and noticed he abandoned his post and was making his way through the people in the line, waiting to place their orders. "Blair, I'm going to need you to match my pace, all right?" "What's going on?" I could hear the hysteria in her voice, and I sighed, wishing one of my sisters were here with me instead of crying-ass Blair. I loved her down, but I needed sis to realize the kind of life that I lived, and that anything could happen. 1 second, we were driving over the Brooklyn Bridge singing out loud, and now we might be in danger. We walked past the makeshift outside dining. As we walked down the block to the car, soon as I hit her contact's name in my phone, Amy answered. Let me guess, they didn't have a Think somebody following me, Amy. I turned, and sure enough, he was behind us, trying to walk casually, like he hadn't followed us out the restaurant. Had he been following us the entire time? He did walk in after we did, but I brushed it off because so many people loved juniors. Tell me what you need me to do. Soon as you see us, hop out and let Blair in the back, I replied, wishing I hadn't taken my challenger out today. Hey, let me speak to you for a minute. I heard his deep voice and paused. Go to the car, Blair, I replied to her, and she looked at me like I had lost my entire mind, but didn't question me. Why the fuck are you following us? We're not interested. Move the fuck on. I turned, keeping my hand wrapped around my gun in my purse. He chuckled, his lock shaking in the process. I got a whole wife and kids. I don't want you bitches. My boss makes a request, and you should know where I'm headed with this. You take something from us, we return the favor. You want me to willingly come with you? I broke out into laughter in his face. At what point were these niggas ever going to become tired and realize that they couldn't fuck with us? If I wanted, I could put a hole right in your head, right here. He pulled his gun from behind him, and I froze slightly before shaking off the feeling. Then I'ma put one in your head next. Wanna play? I heard Amy and noticed she was behind the man. She must have slipped out the car and came around us as he was busy talking about what he was gonna do. Pussy wasn't gonna do shit. She held her gun and stood firm as he turned around, realizing that he could get done the dirtiest, and there wasn't shit he could do right now. A Mexican woman nearly choked when she saw Amy holding out a gun and quickly rushed down the remainder of the block. Oh, you bitches think you tough, huh? Think is an understatement and a little disrespectful. Amy walked around him, her gun still trained on him. No is more like it. I pulled mine out as we walked backward back to the car. Tell your boss, I don't really feel like dying today. So thanks, but no thanks. I winked as my ass hit the back of my car. He stood there and then turned to speed walk down the block. Let's fucking go, Amy whispered and hopped in the passenger side. Who the fuck was that? Why is it always some shit? Blair bombarded us with questions soon as our asses got into the car. We both ignored her as I revved my engine and took off down DeKalb Avenue, beeping my horn at traffic once I got on Bond Street, then Livingston. What the fuck did we take? And what did that man think he was going to accomplish in busy-ass Brooklyn? Who the fuck was that? Amy asked, sitting her gun in the cup holder and looking behind us like she was taught. I don't know. Clearly, we must have done something to his boss. That's what I got from talking to him. A motorcycle pulled up behind us and I sucked my teeth. I hesitated for a minute, deciding whether I wanted to get caught up in traffic going over the Brooklyn Bridge or just take the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. Soon as the traffic cleared, I made a sharp left toward BQE and watched the motorcycle follow, closely behind me. I was a bit rusty, but knew I could get the job done. Cracking my neck, I looked at Blair, and she stared back, fear in her eyes. I'm already knowing. Get down. She sucked her teeth and got down on the floor while Amy was already cocking her shit back. Soon as we turned to get on to the BQE, I noticed the Mustang behind the motorcycle. As I yielded until traffic cleared enough for me to merge onto the expressway. Once I got the clearance, I took off, zipping in and out of traffic while the motorcycle stayed close behind me. He's not IG. Amy took the words out my mouth. Every god had a small badge of flames on their bike in the same place, and I didn't see one on his. The Mustang swerved around the cars until he was right on the side of us, and I merged onto the shoulder, going around a slow-moving Mini Cooper. "Damn it, Aaron," Amy said, and we both broke out into laughter. I needed that laugh while I pulled Kwame's name up and hit his contact. "My husband, my everything, my world?" Amy questioned. Long story. I sighed, knowing I needed to change his name, and he was going to give me shit for it. Even though this man was knocking the coins out of me, we hadn't told anybody about us just yet. I wanted more time in the world knowing that only we knew about us. We were heading near Staten Island, and I knew he was out there today. Soon as the call connected, I quickly merged in front of the Mustang, to the point that he had to stomp on his brakes. "What up, Shook?" He sounded relaxed. Knowing him, his ass had probably smoked the biggest spliff and was chilling out. "So, do you happen to know who my brothers killed and why they would want my soul?" "The fuck?" His voice remained calm. "I'm on the BQE, about to head toward the Verrazano, and a motorcycle and a Mustang are following me." "They fucking crazy?" It was how calm his voice was, with the mix of malice laced within his words. "They touch you?" "No." "Swerve now," Amy hollered, as I caught the nigga in the Mustang pulling his hand out his window, about to let off shots. Soon as he saw me swerve, he pulled his hand back into the window. If he and the nigga on the motorcycle was together, they damn sure wasn't acting like it. "Oh, nigga stupid fucking with mine," I heard him mutter. "I'm on my way, Shook." "No, I'm heading your way. How fast can you get to the exit off the Verrazano?" He laughed. "I'm about to put these niggas through it. Come to me, sugar." "Copy." Pow, pow, pow. We both ducked down while I switched lanes and avoided the car frantically swerving. We merged toward the Verrazano bridge sign. The nigga in the motorcycle pulled his gun out and sent bullets into the Mustang. "Who the fuck is that? He's shooting at the nigga in the Mustang. Ain't they together?" "What?" Amy turned to look as he sped up and motioned for us to go ahead of him. "Who the hell is this nigga?" I didn't know who he was, but it was clear he didn't want any smoke with us. He slowed down in front of the Mustang, and each time the Mustang tried to get around, he would move his bike in front. While he was doing that, I sped up until I saw that infamous bridge in our view. The motorcycle did his best to keep the Mustang back, but when the lanes opened on the bridge, the Mustang was back on my ass. Pulling my gun out on a bridge with all the cameras around was stupid. I hit the button, covering my license plate. My windows were all tinted, so I wasn't worried about anyone seeing inside of the car. Motorcycle Man hung back as the Mustang continued to ride our ass across the bridge. Kwame's call came through as we went through the tolls. "Where you at?" "Taking Highland Boulevard exit. Where should I meet you?" "There's an old motor lodge near the highway. Can't miss the shit, Shook. Pulling in. I'm coming down the expressway now." "Okay." I rushed past the toll plaza and down Highland Boulevard, while looking out for this motor lodge that he claimed that I couldn't miss. "Right there," Blair pointed out. I quickly hit a sharp right and then headed down the street, hitting a U-turn to get on the side where the motel was sitting. The Mustang had did the same, and I took a deep breath while I watched Amy prepare herself. "You got me, and I got you. We family, Pre." She nodded. "Shit go left, we bringing that shit back right. Never get it twisted." She smiled as I slowly pulled into the empty parking lot. It looked abandoned, but I could see the open vacancy sign clear as day, which told me that someone clearly worked here. I backed into my spot and watched the Mustang do the same. Opposite of me, I grabbed my gun, cocking my shit back while preparing myself for anything. Before he could come to me and Amy both hopped out the car. As he did the same, in the distance, I heard motorcycles and knew my baby was coming. Homie pulled his gun the same time as we did, and he looked to Amy and then back at me. Capella gonna kill me for not calling him. Worry about that after we make it back home. The same motorcycle came into the parking lot with Kwame behind it. Mia didn't even let the bike slow down before he dropped that shit on the floor and power walked to homie. Before he could react, he grabbed his ass by the neck and marched him over toward the hood of his car, slamming his head onto the hood. I could see he was high and heated at the same time. If you knew my mirror, then you knew he hated for anybody to blow his high. He pulled his gun out and pointed it at the nigga on the motorcycle who still had his helmet on. "Once I'm done with this nigga, I'm gonna get with you next," he said lowly while slamming the other nigga's head back onto the hood of his own car. I saw him looking past all of us, and the employee looked at us through the blinds of the office. Mir nodded his head, and he returned a nod before closing the blinds and going about his business. I figured it had to be a reason he wanted me to meet him here. "Who the fuck sent you?" He didn't allow him to finish before he walked him over toward one of the first-floor rooms, using his boot to kick the door off the hinges. I watched as he dragged this nigga like he was a rag doll. Me and Amy turned our guns on Helmet Man while slowly backing up toward the room. Helmet Man stood there with his arms up. "Keep an eye on him, Aim." "Got you." She remained trained on him while I went into the room. Kwame had this man's head in the toilet while asking him questions. "You must have been doing that good shit to come after my sugar. You don't know she got more than a few niggas that don't play about her, especially me. I'm a few screws loose behind that one. Feel me?" I blushed while I watched him dunk this man repeatedly. "Yo, I can't breathe. Schmurda wants somebody to pay for taking his sons." The man struggled to breathe. "Lala and Chopper." He gagged because that toilet was disgusting. Was housekeeping on vacation or something? I could see the murder in Kwame's eyes. Why does Teletubby-ass nigga coming back from the dead and giving more fucking problems? He slammed the man's head into the toilet and then held him in the toilet water while he was kicking his feet. It was then that I noticed this nigga had lodged towels into the back of the toilet, causing the water to fill in the toilet bowl. He flushed the toilet, causing the water to spill out the toilet. I leaned in the doorway, watching him shove him further and further while the man fought with all his might. Eventually, his attempts grew weaker, and he gave up altogether. Kwame felt his neck to confirm he was gone before sliding his fingers across his nose and spitting on the man. He turned toward me. "You good, Miyatudo?" I nodded my head. "I'm good. I should probably call my brothers." "You call me. I'm responsible for you." He pulled me behind him as we exited the room, and he lowered Amy's gun. "Who the fuck are you? Daft Punk-looking ass nigga." With his gun in one hand and holding my hand with the other, he looked at Helmet. He was tall, even taller than Kwame, and Mir was already over 6 feet. We watched as he pulled the helmet from his head, and that's when me and Amy both gasped at the same time. "What the fuck is going on?" Kwame was the first to blurt as we looked at the man standing before us. The man that stood in front of us resembled both Capone and Capadonna, with a mix of my father. He had a tire mark tattoo tatted on the side of his face as he looked down at me. Our eyes were the same chocolate brown color. He had my eyes. "I ain't expect to have to bust my shit while following you today. But I'll protect my sister. It's nothing." If I didn't think he resembled family before, hearing him call me his sister damn sure confirmed that this man was some kin to me and my family. How, though? Did my daddy step out on my mother and have a child behind her back? What? I only have 2 brothers, and they were born at the same time. I removed my hand from Mir, folding them across my chest, confused. "Who are you?" My phone buzzed, and I quickly pulled it out my pocket and stared at my screen. "Cappy, Capella got arrested. Corleone, Desmond and Jean are my parents." My head shot up from replying to Cappy when I heard the words leave his mouth.
This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, We would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Capri, Book 1 of Season 3, Delgato Family, Capri. Produced by Mitch Raines. Written by Jaquel J. Performed by Lawrence Baldwin and Wesley Siobhan. Text copyright 2024 by Jaquel J. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.